Today we are going to see, what if Naruto combined chakra and haki to break limits? Part 7. So let's get started. The man turned away from the window to face his soldier. Interesting. Very interesting. Neko. So, did you confirm it? The masked Anbu shook her head slowly. I did not, sir, but I strongly believe that my theories are correct. May I see the young man's sword? The Anbu operative offered the sword to the Sandaime handle first as per custom. She had no want or need to offend him doing it otherwise. After receiving the sword, Hiruzen Sarutobi Bridge, Iskli drew the Chikudo from its scabbard and observed it with a hawk eye, analyzing it for all the details. This is a well-built sword, as far as I can see. So the young man made this? The clone said his brother made it. The Hokage didn't miss the swordswoman's key emphasis when and where it applied, and he frowned. Yes, clones. But Neko, we still have to remain under assumption. He re-sheathed the sword and gave it back the Anbu, who then placed it on a hook on her belt. She had yet to replace her sword that broke last night, so she was keeping the new one until then. She hated to be without one, after having on in her possession for so long. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, you know that making and staying under just an assumption is nothing but. I understand. They sounded alike, roughly the same size. The Hokage held up his hand. I heard your report the first time, but the issue still remains that it was dark, but after there was a light supplied by one that used Kaden, you observed them all. And their mannerisms, they may sound alike, but they all function differently. These boys utilized different fighting techniques, different fighting abilities, different affinities. Anyone looking in could tell that Neko was losing her patience. She was subtly fidgeting uncomfortably as if she didn't want to stand the argument of her highest superior but had to regardless. And furthermore, you admitted that they each had different mentalities and the like, and they did not have the same exact body size, height and build. You also said that you detected no attempt to hide themselves under transformation, genjutsu or sophisticated disguises. Just a facial mask and hoods over their heads, their faces concealed with shadow and the darkness of the room. All true, and if they were clones, they should not have existed so adversely to the creator, or even be around long after Naruto has been in a coma. They would have disappeared from a lack of chakra, or merely from the fact that he's unconscious. There has never been anything like this before, unheard of and even conceivable. There has never been anyone like Naruto before, Hokage-sama, Yugao said wisely. The Hokage chuckled at this before his face gradually reverted to the face he wore that more befitted his title. Indeed, nevertheless, I'll look into this myself. Naruto might have been able to have his way outside the village, but inside is another story. I cannot simply allow 6 unknown individuals just blunder into a village as if they own it. And on that same note, I'll have to tighten security. Neko-san, carry on at your post as you were before. Dismissed. Hi, Hokage-sama, before I leave a question, if I may. Speak, the man acknowledged with a nod. If I were to encounter them, what should I do? If you encounter them, you did not encounter them. I understand. Ignorance. The woman bowed once before she shinned away. By himself in the office now, Hiruzen seated himself in his chair before he prepared his pipe so he could indulge in the relaxant. Ah, Naruto-kun, I have no idea how, but you've somehow managed to make clones of yourself that are capable of living on their own prerogative and self-existence. I haven't even an inkling as to how you managed that, but doesn't that mean that you found a way to create life? Living individuals? Am I overthinking it? Overestimating you? Well, if one thing was sure, then Naruto was damn. There was a hell of a lot more to the blonde Uzumaki than anyone would have even dared to think. And what they had already thought wasn't small to begin with. And then there were those girls. The Hokage really shouldn't be using his crystal ball to spy on the girls. But he had to admit that the talks they had over Naruto's unconscious body were very interesting. Not as blackmail material, just as a good pastime and a distraction when paperwork called too loudly. Tenten, the girl he knew Naruto had association with years ago and then apparently renewed on their past mission, Hinata and his servant, slave, maid Haku. They all loved him, didn't they? Or at the very least, had growing feelings for him. Well, that might cause some trouble later. In the meantime, he had nothing to do. He might as well tune his crystal ball to his favorite channel. But in the back of his mind, he felt like he was forgetting something. Something date-related. The green-haired girl's mouth dropped when she walked in through the gates. The Junin saw and chuckled to himself when he saw the girl's mouth opened enough to catch flies. Close your mouth, Fu. Something might fly by, you know what I mean. The girl snapped her mouth shut. Yeah, but this village is huge. I wouldn't call it the largest, that's up for debate. But it is a good thing that we're allies. Taki and Konoha, I mean. He could see that most expressions they got from the commons folk were indifferent, while he could see a squad from K. Yumo not too far away from them getting dirty looks. Most likely, it was stemming from the notorious Hyuga incident, close to a decade ago when the heiress was kidnapped. He turned back to Fu, and saw that she looked somewhat attentive to what he was saying. That was the first clue that something was wrong, before he actually sensed anything. He continued to drone about his subject while he scanned about discreetly for anything wrong. He nearly missed it, but he spied what he believed was the original green-haired Kunoichi ducking away through a crowd of people, most likely to do some exploring. After weighing his options and how much trouble he could risk by letting her slip away while she was in his charge, he decided he would substitute himself out of the squad as well with a clone. Before he was about to, he realized that the clone he was in the company with along with the other two teammates did not disappear or disperse. Didn't that mean that it was not a water clone, common as the ones made by those from Taki? Those dispersed after a short distance was exceeded between them and their creators. Other elemental clones could do better, but the one with the farthest distance was Earth, and Fu, as far as he could tell, did not have that affinity. The only one left was the cage bunchin, which was native to the Leaf Village, which only had the requirement of having large chakra reserves. She was capable, although how she would come to have this capability to create a clone like that was already in question. He decided not to follow her. At least, not yet. He'd find her later, maybe in an hour or two. The leaders of Taki didn't pick an ordinary Junin to be her sensei. So, how was Master on the mission? What do you mean, no one died or got blown up, if that's what you're asking? Tenten deadpanned to the servant girl. People were eaten though, like that politician, Hyena started. So, as I was saying, Haku interrupted, cutting off the summons line of speech. I was told that Kurenai believes that it is his intervention that commonly causes a mission's difficulty and complications to increase. The summon huffed in annoyance before lapsing off to sleep on the comatose Uzumaki's feet. Nah, I guess drama made it get complicated. Although it did get the mission solved. Tenten answered thoughtfully. Drama? Hinata asked in a nearly sarcastic tone. Drama? Haku echoed. What kind of drama? Tenten's face flushed, which did not pass the attention of the others. Well, you see. Yes, the ice user waited expectantly, immediately becoming suspicious. Did she already have a rival? Rival? I suppose not. I'm nothing more than a slave, a servant maybe. And upon our agreement, Master is entitled to my virginity, but he said he would onl. Why engage in sexual intercourse if we were ever to enter a relationship? Chances are slim, I know, but why would I care so much? Is it that I don't value my chastity that much? Or is it that I'm falling for him? Her attention panned over from the stuttering girl to the Hyuga, and she was surprised to see that she didn't look all that shaky, for lack of a better term. She only looked slightly jealous, and was that self-assurance? What was going on? Haku decided that it was time to test the waters. Hey, Hinata, you'd better watch out. Looks like Tenten might be a rival for Naruto-sama. Relationship-wise, I mean. At first, the Hyuga said nothing, making Tenten quit her rambling and Haku to become concerned. After a while, she gave her response. I know, but Naruto-kun realized my feelings for him first. Furthermore, Naruto-kun's mine. The Hokage quit puffing on his pipe as he was taken aback. Oh snap, Tenten's mouth hung open. What, you heard me? Haku caught herself first. How come? Engaged? She asked snidely. No, not yet. Hinata ignored the small jab to still answer the question. To still salvage her current status, she continued. We dated. Tenten threw her hands up in exasperation. What? One date, and your head swells as if it's full of hot air. More than for what you can say. After you tried to sabotage it, he would have gone around treating every female he met like crap, thinking he was doing a good thing. How did you know about that? Tenten asked, trying desperately to keep shame off of herself. The walls have ears, the Hyuga replied vaguely, not wanting to say that she spied on what they had been doing while she was using Kurenai's camouflage genjutsu to blend in with the room to become as good as invisible. You two weren't exactly whispering. The Higurashi knew that to continue arguing was to keep digging her own grave, even if she could argue on the point that Hinata was more or less breaching on their privacy. She could have heard HACHI, Tenten, had apologized to Naruto for, or on the date, Naruto told Hinata. It didn't matter. As far as everyone else in the room was concerned, she, at the very least, wasn't looking very good at all. Damn you, you're so perfect, aren't you? Is that why he chose you? She used her words like her kunais. I'm not perfect, Hinata retorted. Haku was still on the sidelines, watching back and forth, wondering what the hell had happened on the mission for this to happen. Weren't these girls friends? After dropping this fact on them, at least they calmed down a bit. She really didn't want tea. Have to throw cold water all over them, as if they were nothing more than fighting dogs. We are friends, Hinata mumbled, just started to become friends on the mission though. Didn't want to help heal my hands though. I was jealous, Hinata reminded. I guess I was jealous too. Tenten sighed. Damn, this shouldn't be so complicated. I mean, there are other guys, right? Other nice guys to date. Know what I mean, Hinata? Yeah, quote, great, you can go date another one. And Naruto-kun will. Haku clamped her hand over Tenten's mouth, but the damage had already been done. Hinata had just and lead to believe that Tenten was giving up on the Uzumaki, but she wasn't. She'd been tricked. Tenten had stubbornness in her too. Sometimes that could be admired, but it also had annoying traits to it too. The Hyuga girl slowly got back up onto her feet and looked back at the Higurashi. You know, I don't think that Naruto would have continued to even be your friend if I hadn't talked to him. What you tried to do. I know it, we all know it, he didn't deserve it, Tenten interrupted, and I'm not entirely sorry that I did it. Reasons being, I think it made us all see what kind of lengths I would go to just to be with him. It's not about who can go the farthest in the wrong way to show him how far they would go for him, Haku said sagely, it's about who can go the farthest the right way. They all had a silent moment of this. In fact, they were like this for a decent 5 minutes before Tenten spoke. Anyone else feeling paranoid? Could be the Anbu. Nah, not the Anbu. She's normally over there, in the shadowed area of the ceiling. Tenten pointed directly at the hidden woman, but the surprised woman shook it off. The girls had been speaking last night about how she felt like she was a new type of censor. Then who else? You said that you, Haku started, but was cut off. Give me a minute, the weapons girl muttered. The angle feels weird like it's directly above us. But the person is somewhere else. It's kinda vague. But the person is, she looked around, somewhere in that general direction. She swept her arm in an arc in a seemingly random cardinal direction. Out of curiosity, Hinata opened the window that was caught in the girl's arc and looked over that sector of the village, or more importantly, the stately Hokage tower in the distance. This made her recall something of a saying or rumor in the past. I heard once that the Hokage has a crystal ball and he can watch anywhere and everywhere in the village with it. Hinata commented to the others. If it's him, why is he watching us? Is it Naruto he's watching? A half-dozen guys jumped in through the window last night and nearly killed us if I haven't recognized one of them from Nami no Kuni. Security, maybe? Haku suggested the question. I hope so. If it's not that, then I think we were just his daytime television. The Hokage quickly turned off the jutsu powering the crystal ball and hurriedly put it back into the drawer in his desk. That was unusual, to say the least. Tenten must have some sort of latent sensing talent. That needs some looking into, he mumbled. Before he could go any further, a few knocks on the door shook him out of it. He readied himself for the title of his office, before he asked that the person come in. It was a one-legged Kaharu that hobbled in on crutches. His face took on a frown instantly. It wasn't her presence that soured his mood. It was the reason why she was here. Again, Ohayu, Kaharu-san, to what do I owe the pleasure? You don't seem entirely happy to see me, the woman observed easily. Why would I? Your son came back into the village recently, slaughtered nearly a dozen of my Anbu and I should be happy? As professional as this was supposed to be, it was hard not to let his own emotions come into play. He's exiled for a reason, Kaharu-san. He was even nominated to be Yondaime, as was Orochimaru. Nominations in the past hardly matter in the present. And presently, if you're only here to entreat me to unexile Ito, then I think it's past the time you should have left. He's dying, as am I. We all go in our time. Hokage spoke frankly everywhere in this wreck of a argument. Why was she here? Couldn't she take a hint? No, not like his. But he's all I really have at my age. I've had to raise him, and I've done it all on my own. She said it straight arrow, but Hiruzen didn't flinch. He wasn't the fire shadow for nothing. The old woman sighed. She was feeling her age on top of everything that had happened to her over the course of her life weighing down on her. Perhaps you could summon for Tsunade to come and have a look at him. That, Udatane, isn't even a pipe dream. Tsunade wouldn't wish to come back, and furthermore, she wouldn't even want to spit in his general direction. Kaharu exhaled tiredly. Can you really not pardon him? She knew the answer already. In fact, she knew the answer long before she even asked the question. No, then what about? Kaharu, you're testing my patience. Please leave. The wizened old woman ceased her endeavor. Slowly but surely, she made a LL 360 feet degree turn on her crutches and hobbled to the door, then let herself out through it. She would not come back to the Hokage's office, ever again. She knew this. They both knew this. The man was cloaked all in black. His shirt and pants had the dark shade, even his trench coat. That would have been enough to give him a mysterious vibe, but the hood over his head was a bit too much. It just made him look creepy. Not creepy, more like intimidating, and a bit scary. The bell overhead rung like the usual when he had walked into the shop, but when she saw him enter, she felt as if the bell's ringing began to sound more like a death knell. But to be in her line or work was to be either so busy that her feet would grow corns and blisters, or to be so bored that she would wish that someone would just fire her so that she would have the excuse to move on to greener pastures. And then there were her colleagues. Goddamn dares. Why would they dare her to serve that guy? He looked like a rapist of the corpses of the people he killed. She didn't have a very positive imagination, but she was saving for a gift for her son, and that pooled money in that large jar was going to the person who lasted the longest by accepting dares. The waitress got dared by her fellow workers to be the one to serve him. Figures. They were all scared of him too. The waitress swallowed to get the mentally created lump in her throat. Good afternoon, she trailed off, trying to get his name. You know, just in case she was murdered later, her peers might have picked up his name by being in hearing proximity. My name's it. He stopped. No, you can call me Hansen. Okay, Hansen-san. The woman tried to keep her knocking knees from affecting her speech. What would you like to order? OS. Hit, the man cursed under his breath as soon as he heard the words, knowing the type of chaos words like this would cause in his mind. Green tea, one lone voice in his head chirruped. Black coffee, another sprightly one said. Are you daft? Get the sake. A third one ordered. Piss off, you drinkaholics. Get food. They must have meat in this dump. A meat fanatic yelled. Shut the fuck up, Shino. Get the sake. The sake. The sake. Damn it, are you listening? Wait, what's going on? We're ordering something? Well, since we're famished, get everything on the menu. Buy out the whole damn restaurant. What the fuck, you lard ass? He should just get a glass of water and leave. We're finally losing some weight, and we should keep it up. We were putting on some weight not too long ago. This is a trivial matter. And he did not ask for your opinion. This is the only excitement we get nowadays. A reason to make yourself heard. One voice told the somewhat rational-sounding one. Kisame, stop patronizing Itachi and help me get this fucking heathen's attention. Hey, yeah, you, Ito, kill everyone for Jashin-sama. You hear me? Ito groaned. Goddamn bedlam, is what it all is. For Kami's sakes, I should really put some more work into making a seal that can shut them all up. He grumbled as his head began to hurt. Mentally, he began to silence the rowdier ones, but he held off on that, as he began to feel the side effects of doing the deed. Sir? The waitress queried to the muttering stranger, who seemed to exuding bad vibes. Well, even more so from his overall aloofness and his standard of dress. The waitress was really beginning to regret her line of work. Why did she have to meet all the weird customers? Like that big, white spiky-haired last week who kept going on about tea. Odes or, great, whatever when she had asked for his name. Finally settling some of the more restless entities in his mind, he returned his attention to the waitress. I'll have some tea. Ginger, please. Okay. The waitress was thankful for at last, she was able to get out of the man's presence. Unfortunately, she didn't know at the time that he would be staying for 3 more hours, idling his time in the establishment. She'd be giving him quite a bit of refills for the rest of her shift. He was far too early for his little upcoming face-to-face chat. That, and the fact that he needed a quiet place to get his head in order. His recent trip to aim to secure more potent ways of lengthening his life had been a bit of a bust, but at least some of the members of Akatsuki should be able to tide him over for a bit longer. He needed Minato's son. More importantly, he needed the strength of the 8 that the boy will soon completely inherit from his father. He was getting some neat little tricks and all, but the sum of all parts will always be better than the usefulness of each working separately. Naruto had no reason how powerful he could be, but if Ito was sure of one thing, it was that he always made sure to have excellent insurance in case things went south. Come to think of it, wasn't today the boy's birthday? It was a shame. He was going to miss it. Hyena slept peacefully on her would-be summoner's legs, despite the girls carrying on inside the hospital room. Absent-mindedly scratching at an itch behind one of her ears with a foreleg, she stayed anchored in her dreams that were filled with the screams of maimed people her father had killed and given her to dine on and to play with to pass the time. However, she lapsed from this when the land where she slept on began to move, and she roused herself enough just in time to land safely on her feet before Naruto's legs swung off the side of the bed to alight on the floor. "Uzumaki-sama?" she mumbled. "Wah?" It took her a little longer before she realized her summoner was well and truly up, the summoner who had been in a coma for almost 20 days. "Uzumaki-sama." The girls belayed their talks and arguments about possible spies to see the blonde out of bed. They all cried out his name. More than just one of them were deliriously happy to him up and about. Naruto-kun. Haku was on his right, Tenten on his left, but Hinata was right before him and all had him in their embrace, even Hyena, who was somehow in the mix. For a scavenging summon, she certainly knew how to get into the swing of things. Hold on. Hinata already had a sinking feeling, already trying to suffocate the good juju that had finally come back to the room. She ceased hugging the blonde and took a step back. Naruto-kun? The teenaged young man was yet to answer to their affections and greetings that waited on him for him to awaken from his coma. His eyes, although open, seemed to stare through the Hyuga girl. They were blue at the onset, but the color of his ceruleans gradually washed out to become a creepy black. Then his pupils became a stark bright silver and spokes of similar color began and grew from the pupil as its base and got to the boundaries of his eyes. It had a cartwheel design to it because of that, but that wasn't what was worrying. What was worrying was that the Uzumaki, he's not really awake, Haku real. Ized with disappointment and confusion after seeing the signs and sensing for them. His pulse was still too slow for that of person who would be awake, and his pupils were barely responsive to light. Do you hear? He's not really awake. Let's just get him back in bed. She turned to the others, who were still staring. Hinata-san? Tenten-san? So is that the dojutsu? Tenten stared at the boy's eyes. Wow. I've never seen anything like it, except for a glimpse of it back on the mission in Ryasu town. What do you think it does? Is it like the Byakugan? Sharingan? It's my first time getting a good look at it. Yugao, still in her hidden corner of the room, was still weighing her options of getting Naruto back into bed, or just keep trying to memorize the look of the boy's eyes. Had seen him activate something like this already back in the Hokage's office when they fought over Haku, but she didn't get to observe how his eyes had looked. Now, she felt more and more put off the more and more she looked at it. Then, the Uzumaki started removing his intravenous lines and his leads on the wires to the monitors. Hey, Naruto-kun. Hinata gently slapped his face, trying to rouse him from his actions. Naruto-kun, stop. Hey, what kind of a petty slapper are you, Hinata? We're trying to wake him, right? Tenten butted in. He's not some princess. At least shake him by the shoulders or something. No, just get Master back into bed. He's supposed to wake up on his own naturally. Tenten's eyebrow nearly ticked off of her face as she waved a hand in front of the boy's blank face. Is this natural? Quote, the servant girl is right, Yugao called from her shadowed corner. Get the Uzumaki back into bed. Hinata, go call an orderly and a nurse to put him back on his IV lines and his leads. The Hyuga heard the voice but saw not the body it belonged to. Nevertheless, she knew it was the Enbu assigned to Naruto's security and obliged. However, left alone with Naruto, Haku and Tenten were having a warm time trying to get the boy back into his bed. It's not as if he wasn't moving. In fact, when he was pushed, he pushed back. It was then that they realized that the boy's muscles were built for a reason. That is, when Tenten pushed, she found herself on the ground on the other side of the room, nearly stumbling when Naruto pushed back. The far side of the room. Damn, this is the same kind of guy who couldn't manage 30 push-ups. She swore under her breath. This isn't right. He must be packing as much strength as Lee, give or take a little bit. Hinata re-entered the room with nurse and the orderly. There was hardly any warning, but Haku was sent hurtling over his shoulder into the nurse, who failed to duck the human projectile in time. All Yuki had tried to do was trip him up and let him fall back into the bed, but apparently, it backfired. Uzumaki is awake from his coma, right? No one can move like that, even if they were sleepwalking. No, he's definitely not conscious. Or at least, not aware of his actions. The Yuki groaned out from the mixed tangle of limbs that was both her and the nurse. Said nurse voiced her complaints about being used as a stopping wall, which made the servant get up in a hurry. We should get him back into bed. Well, let's just knock him about, till he wakes up, Doesn't this mean that he's no longer in a coma? Tenten, you and I both know that this coma cannot be natural, the hyena stated from where it was in the corner. If that is the case, then this needs an unnatural solution. Well, what's that? Put him back to sleep. Hinata mused, it's not what I would have wanted, but... The orderly was already moving forward with a needle with said sedation in a syringe, one of a set he usually kept handy when he had to work with unruly patients. Naruto didn't even turn to acknowledge the man moving towards him from his blind spot. So it was hardly believable when the orderly got no CKED onto his ass from a dizzying punch to his temple. The sedation needle came nowhere close to Naruto's person and clattered harmlessly to the floor. Without any more preamble, he sprinted to the op-ed window and dived through it gracefully, even before the Anbu could intervene to stop him from leaving. It could have been because they thought that the boy wasn't intent on leaving, especially through the window so swiftly. No one could really be blamed for that. All three of the girls rushed to the open window, just in time to see him land on the ground a bit shakily, but he executed a roll to progress through it before he got back up and began running through the streets, raising a commotion below. Is he all right? The nurse asked worriedly from where she was kneeling over the orderly, checking over his bleeding head. We're on the 4th floor. Master's fine. I wonder, Tenten started suddenly. Wonder what? I mean, look, he's in a hospital gown. Doesn't he feel a draft, back there? Sure enough, all of the Uzumaki's aft end was bare for everyone to see as he ran. But Haku rolled her eyes before going through the window as well. Stare if you want to, I'm going to get Master. I'm coming too. There, you lost. Damn, well, that's it, he beat all of us. The flame user of the T-13 threw his hands up in exasperation. Shit, I still can't believe it. Yeah, I told you, the craziest one of us is the smartest one of us. Doc commented. The statement only made Narcosai pissed enough to create a small fireball that incinerated the shogi board and pieces in a flash blaze that reduced it to ashes. Whoa, the hothead that always has fire under the collar has a short fuse. Psychosis looked around, trying to see if anyone was grinning, or even smiling at his terrible punning. Still seeing nothing, he shrugged. Never mind. Fuck you guys. How can we be made by one guy and not share the same sense of humor? You realized it first. We only share looks. Besides that, we have different mentalities and aspects of him. Well, not all the looks, Psychosis muttered. I'm still way more better looking than the rest of you bastards. While not in that regard in the poor joke, since they were still basically clones, Doc was right. All 13 of them were in the village, and when he had seen them all, he had to marvel. Each of them had different growing rates, different mannerisms, walking gaits, scars and the like. Some of them had deliberately chosen to wear different eye contacts to have varying eye colors, different kinds of haircuts and even hair dyes. Although they looked remotely similar by face and body shape, even the whisker marks, it could be argued that Naruto had made human beings. They couldn't really be called clones anymore. But what awaited them upon death was anyone's guess. Naruto would still get the experience, but now, Doc was sure that they would leave a body behind. Yet another accomplishment, although a morbid one. In fact, it was only Narbure, Psychosis, that still retained the looks of his creator, save for a self-inflicted he had over his eyebrow that angled down over and to his cheek. Apparently, he must have felt no qualms carving up his face as if it weren't anything more than meat. A somewhat failed attempt at making himself ruggedly handsome, according to him. Narcissus' urgent utter came, making them all look up. It looks like boss woke up. Damn good news, and about time if you ask me. Nariwa grumbled. I hate waiting. Well, not quite like that. The say. NSOR clone answered while he looked through a telescope that he had made with clear gems fashioned to act like convex lenses. He isn't really acting like himself. Man, we're proof of that. Narmazu raised his voice, nearly completed exasperated. What do you mean? Boss decided to go for a morning run through town in his hospital gown. Is it April the 1st or something? Psychosis muttered, as a thought came to him. A 4-in-1. What does that have to do with anything? It's the 10th of October. Narsensa replied. Why are in here arguing about the date when we should be out there Oin something about the boss nearly naked streaking through the village? I dunno, there's a script or something? Besides, isn't today boss's birth? Doc, are you sure he's the smartest? Narkasai grumbled, interrupting the torture specialist from his line of speech. I have my doubts sometimes. But if he were the dumbest, then you wouldn't want to know. You're the one who just lost an entire game of shogi without him ever losing a piece. Narashi said matter-of-factly. Oh right. The fire user's face flushed hotly in embarrassment. Let's go save boss's dignity and some shit like that. He was first out the window, eager to save face, with 4 of the others beside himself at his heels. Fu was still looking. Some part of her was still miffed at not being able to locate the Uzumaki, and it wasn't for lack of trying. The few times she had risked asking had caused people to immediately tell her to leave him and damn well enough alone, because he was nothing but trouble. Shish, he couldn't even get a lead on how and where she could get a glimpse of him. Fu had no idea of what to expect, but it was the most far-fetched that happened. It's the demon brat, the shout raised over the din, as screaming people began to make themselves heard. He's gone rampant on the anniversary. Get the hell out of the way. Out of the way. People were clambering all over themselves, stampeding. And whatnot from ahead of her in the street she was on that ran through the rather decorative-looking marketplace. She had been hoping to get to listen in on any rumors or snatches of information on how to find him. Then this happens. Konohagakure was full of surprises, wasn't it? And then Fu got hers. Her surprise, that is, the very same person she was searching high and low for, came running towards her. She called out to him, relieved that her search was over, but instead, he acted as if he didn't even hear her or see her call and waved to him. He darted past her, vaulted over an overturned produce cart in his way, and was as quickly gone as he was seen. She was about to take off after him, but then she realized that he had been in a hospital gown. And if her memory served her right, she suppressed a subtle reddening on her caramel cheeks as her confusion grew. Naruto-kun, what's going on? Then 3 more girls rushed past her, apparently chasing the Uzumaki. Then she DC swift movements of uniformed ninja flit past her as well as above her on the light posts. It was a uniform she recognized, and for good reason. It was one she saw quite often. Naruto's brothers. Well, it was no question about her next action. She found herself in the pursuit as well. So, nothing? Not a peep. Kurama's dead silent too. Can't hear a peep from them over the mental link. The 5 members of the T-13, namely, the users of the Earth and Fire release, the censor, the doctor and the torture specialist were all darting here and there like clandestine shadows in the heights. And behind obstacles in the streets in their chase of their creator, as did 3 other girls. But it was the censor, obviously, who detected that there was a 4th one. At first, he warned the others that there was a newcomer. But any fears and surprises were unfounded when Fu melded into the group as if what was transpiring was completely normal. Hey, the greeting was casual. Hey yourself, girl, Narkasai welcomed. Small world, huh? Narbure held up his index and his thumb, showing how close they were. Pretty tiny, if you ask me. Chasing after Naruto-kun, yeah. What's going on with him? He just breezed past me without saying anything, and I know he must have seen me. She gestured at herself in mild frustration. I'm noticeable, right? Sure. Whatever you say. The torture clone rolled his eyes. They looked down from their vantage point of rooftop running to see the 3 girls running in the streets. Hey, shush up, listen. He pointed at the girls below. Sounds like they're on to something. What did they say? Fu wondered. Boss's servant just said something about his reflex, that it might be what's controlling him since it was always an unconscious reactive factor. And he seems to be heading in a constant direction, Narsensa stated. She's always been an observant one, Psychosis asked. This makes sense, I guess? Fu asked unsurely as Shish. He tried to analyze what she had heard in her mind. Hold on, servant? Oh man, Psychosis could barely keep in his giggles. I knew that's what she'd ask first. She didn't pay attention to the other details, just the servant bit. Hold on, guys. Who is she? How come Naruto-kun has a servant? Can't he pick up after himself or something? Is she a kunoichi? What's her name? Questions, questions, so many questions. Narbure said in sing-song. Keep your fucking voices down, Narsensa ordered. Wait, nah, never mind. They know we're following too. How'd that bun-haired girl? Her name's Tenten, the torture clone offered. Yeah, that selfsame one found out that we were following in the chase. She looked like she found out kinda easily, if you ask me. I didn't ask, Narbure, I swear. Why the hell boss made you? I haven't a fucking clue. Someone to school the rest of you, for sure. Don't you guys know? Today's the boss's birthday. Me thinks that the coma, what he's doing now and the date are all connected. Somewhere. His birthday? Then how come when I was in the market, I saw people selling fox mannequins and fox-headed wooden statues like it was some sort of festival? He told me that they hated him, and tried to kill him more than once on his birthday back when we were all in the savannah close to Taki, Fu asked, confused. They normally burn them at sunset BEF. Or looking for boss to put him out of his misery, Narbure answered. We'd better catch up to him before they start sharpening their kitchen knives and whatnot. They mightn't do it since he started getting Enbu guards since he became 10. But time is still of the essence. We can't leave shit up for granted. Doc spoke up for the first time as he pointed to their far right with his thumb. In case you haven't noticed, the sun was beginning to hide itself below the landscape, casting shadows on the earth and multicolored hues in the sky. Fu had to abandon her shameless staring at it. The others signaled to get her attention. Due to the high foliage walls of Takigakure, she never got to see sunsets quite so personally before, and the few in the savannah didn't have as much as a vivid display. Fu, Narbure quickly double-checked with the others over the mental connection. Seeing the mint-haired girl shaking herself to attention, he continued. Me and the others were talking about pooling our efforts with them to stop him. You guys were talking? She asked, dumbfounded that she had missed what sounded like an important bit of info, but hadn't even heard any background speech whatsoever. I didn't even hear anything. You don't know? We can talk to each other in our heads. Why don't you blab it to everyone you see? The rock-using member of the T-13 nearly knocked Ked's psychosis, head sideways with a straight punch when punctuating his final word. Fu's eye began to twitch. It started off as slight before it nearly ticked entirely off of her face. Is that so? For how long? Since boss created us. It wasn't any question as to why the girl would promptly create a clone to see if she could do the same, but sad to say, it didn't work. She dispelled the bunchen in disappointment, but not without making a silent vow to try again later. For now, let's just stop this crazy Naruto, SSU. Choosing to file away the last of what he had heard, he believed it must have been some sort of verbal tic. Narbure rolled his eyes. Sure, you see them, I don't need the Byakugan to see them, Tenten. I was talking to Haku, but good to know that you see them too. They couldn't all hide from us at the same time, especially while moving. Haku glanced up while she was running after the fleet-footed blonde who seemed to always be out of their reach. And there's a girl with them now, too, the one with a red sack on her back and dressed in white. Maybe she's a member of their little group. Whatever it is, they're not even hiding anymore. The 5 boys plus Taki Kunoichi dropped from their rooftop dashing and fell into step with the girls running through the streets after the Uzumaki, who still seemed intent on staying out of their reach. Before any introductions were made, Fu was busy observing the 3 girls, and in the same vein, Hinata, Tenten and Haku were sizing up their somewhat clandestine companions. For the most part, Haku's gaze centered on their crests that they wore on over their heart's location and below the emblazon of T-13 on their backs. They weren't wearing shades, but they still had their masks up in their hoods covered up the top portion of their faces and concealed them with shadow. Yuki recognized the crests for what they were, the boys' only real varying factors. The doctor among them had a blue cross. The sensor was that of a person seemingly pulsing green concentric circles, and the torture clone's crest depicted a red skull with a black X over the forehead. The last 2 boys, she guessed one of them had a crest that represented fire and the other, rocks. Or earth, she mused. Some of them must have a particular affinity, just like the one that nearly electrocuted us back in Nami no Kuni. Sure enough, it was the short-tempered one that lost his cool first. What are you staring at? Narsensa asked crossly. Just getting a good look at the guys who nearly killed us last night. I wasn't there. How many of you are there? Tenten demanded. Several. The short answer came. And who's this one? The aspiring weapons mistress gestured to the Taki Kunoichi with a thumb. How come she's here? Huh. She has a name, the mint-haired girl replied severely. Isn't it common courtesy to introduce yourself before asking someone else for their name? All right, everyone take it easy. Psychosis tried to calm the tensions. We're all trying to stop old Naruto from running around like a headless chicken. Why do you care so much? Do you have something to do with Naruto-kun behaving like this? The torture clone smiled to himself grimly. You were all running after him first and you're asking us? Correlation is not causation. Tenten ruminated on this for a while, before Haku spoke again. Pleasure to meet you again, Psychosis. Ah, she remembered my name. And, Doc. She pointed at the medical ninjutsu user before pointing then to Narsensa and Farsight. I know you told me about some of the things that happened in Wave, Tenten added. But man, this is kinda different than your stories. It was different for her, she supposed. They have the same T13 thing on their backs like Naruto-kun does. I thought that was just a brand name on the clothes or something, but it must be some sort of group thing. And their masks, it looks just like the one that I used to see Naruto wear when he was trying to fight baddies back when Konoha was nearly destitute. How could they know about something like that? They even have the same body size as him, sound nearly identical to him. They must be clones, but how could they exist way back in Wave until now, even while Naruto was in a coma last night? She scratched her head, confused. Maybe I can ask them later. Better find out something more about this Takigakure chick. My name's Tenten. She introduced herself to the mint-haired girl before pointing to her feminine companions. And this is Haku and Hinata. Fu, the Jinchuriki replied easily, taking note of Hinata as Naruto had once told her that she was a teammate of his. I'm a friend of his. Naruto-kun, I mean. Since when? Before F. You could think of an answer to the question. Psychosis thought ahead quickly before the girl could potentially spoil the cover-up of Naruto not being in the village during his suspension. Let's just stop Naruto from scaring the villagers and embarrassing himself. How the hell is he so fast? I mean, look at him. Tenten pointed ahead of her to the Uzumaki, who was always at least 50 yards ahead of them. No matter how fast we go, he's always ahead of us. It was true, he didn't even seem to be using chakra augmentation in his speed. And even if he did, it probably wasn't much. Furthermore, he was rather efficient in his movement, going straight on roads and doing low vaults like Kong vaults and dash vaults over obstacles in his way. The other members of the T13 moved like this as well. Naruto made them look as if they weren't trying hard enough to catch up to him, although they all were. Where could he possibly be going? This was the unasked question of all. We'd better stop chasing and start using jutsu to stop him. Quote, if it's reflex really controlling him, then he'd just dodge it easily. This little info was lost on Fu, who still hadn't a clue as to what this reflex thing was. Although Hinata and Tenten had been filled in already, the Jinchuriki attempted to cut him off by some inherent use of spinning webs using her bugs, but the Uzumaki merely jumped over the first set and slid under the last that would have ensnared his upper torso. Are you sure he's not aware of what he's doing? Fu asked unsurely as she willed the webs to rapidly degenerate into non-existence. Haku made mirrors ahead of the blonde to create a dead end so he'd be forced to come to a stop. Instead, Naruto did a tic-tac wall run and leapt cleanly over and continued on his way in H. Aku was forced to bring down her ice before it affected anyone else, including her and her companions. I was sure before, but now, I take it that this is more than that. Nariwa did a quick handseal to perform a shunshin to catch up. Then did it once more to secure a place next to his creator. At that point, he swung an arm to clothesline the Uzumaki, but instead, before Nariwa's own reflex could react, he got swung off with his own momentum to the side and sent crashing through a fruit stall. Is he all right? Hinata asked with concern. Don't worry, ma'am, he's got a head like a rock. Psychosis tapped his head with a knuckle. Gonna take more than a few oranges to hurt him. Well, except for the wooden splinters. And the nails. And the he's getting up. He's fine. Narsensa pinged his chakra in a pulse. He's about to run through a crowd of people way up ahead. The festival's getting ready to start up there, and it wouldn't do for the antagonist of his own show to make an appearance. Fortunately, Naruto must have realized that as well, but more than likely for the sake that he would lose running momentum if he met up with the thick crowds. He leapt up to a nearby roof and Bega and rooftop running, and his pursuers followed suit. He's got enough sense for that, I reckon. Psychosis thought out loud. I've been thinking about the direction we're all going. I think he's going to the library. It's the only location he knows on this side of the village, up here in the northern sector. What? The library? Why would he go up there? It's not as if he's a fan of books. Are you saying he's dumb? Fu asked dangerously. No, Tenten answered almost nervously as she tried to mollify the girl. I'm only saying he's not the bookish type. You know, he prefers living the action than to read about it. I mean that kind of way. Well, we can't stop him. We're supposed to do? Just tail him until he stops? Haku asked the unasked question. I'm sure that since he's special, she kept in mind that she didn't know Fu that well yet. He's got loads of stamina to spare. Soon after saying this, she could see that Hinata and Tenten were by now using chakra to speed up their movement in order to keep up with the rest of the pack. More proof that Naruto was showing them up. I don't get it. Is that hospital gown aerodynamic or something? Nariwe complained once he was in peaking range as he struggled to catch up to the others since taking a spill from his creator. How the hell are we supposed to stop him? We can't beat him since he'd probably know how we'd fight. Hey, NY1 got any new tricks that can help us out here? Doc demanded. Nope, nil, haven't any. 3 of the T13 members sounded off in the negative. Well, what about you? Haku asked the one still quiet. Narbure looked thoughtful. I'll be right back. He fell off course and took a sharp right, leaving the others to continue on his own way on his own. That one's a bit weird. What's his name? Tenten asked in a huff. He called himself Psychosis in Wave Country. Haku offered before recalling the events sourly. Right before he knocked me out. Wha's it mean? There's psycho in the name. And that's one thing I want to steer clear from. Hinata grinned at this as she saw the library loom up ahead. If they were running a race, they were in a decisive second, as Naruto had just vanished inside through the front doors. Hey, Tenten, maybe you're the one who should read a book, instead of trying to live the action all the time. Shiarda was more than ready to call it quits. It had been a long coming, yet it had been a constant. He was beginning to despise working in this library. If he had saved his money more efficiently while he had been working decades ago, he would have had a tidy sum for his pension. Now, after 2 decades of doing the duties of a librarian in this lonely establishment, it made him wonder why the hell he was living so long. Not suicidal, mind you. Monotony itself in his job was suicide enough. Just wondering how much use he still had in the grand scheme of things. It hadn't been quite 3 weeks since his last patrons had been here. In his failing eyesight, he couldn't really tell them apart, but the splash of yellow on their head and stature reminded him of the Yondaime, nearly to the point of mistaking them for him. They might have been his sons for all he knew. They stuck around for a long time and had claimed to have read out the contents of the entire repository of books. Then one day, they vanished, right before his eyes, and now, someone who looked the same as they did just traipsed inside the library's front doors. Life just keeps getting stranger, didn't it? Hello Sonny, how are you? The boy walked about, his vacant black and silver eyes seemingly looking everywhere. He didn't provide the aged man behind his counter any mind. Said man shrugged, before he began to pour himself a cup of nearly lukewarm green tea from a kettle, having been prepared nearly an hour ago. So what if the boy wasn't sociable? That wasn't his business. Then the silent boy swung himself over the counter. Then it became his business. Hey, you can't do that, hold on. Shiarda peered curiously through dim eyes. Sonny, is that a dress you're wearing? And by Kami, he was hoping that the boy was wearing underwear that matched his complexion. Or else what he was seeing back there was the lad's ass. You lost? This air is a library, not a place of the night. What the hell are you doing? Apparently, he was hard of hearing too. The front entrance crashed open again, but this time, several people came through all at once. Hey, old man, one of the boys called out. You see where the guy that just came in here went? Apparently, the deaf, inappropriately dressed rude kid had pricks for friends. He couldn't even bring himself to shush them since this was a library, since there wasn't really anyone else to be disturbed. He's going through the what the hell am I doing? The librarian grumbled the last under his breath before he piped up. Is he a friend of yours? Doesn't he have anyone at home to teach him any manners? Just take him and get out. Well, Today started out boring. Some part of him was enjoying this change of pace, even though up until now, it had been less than savory. I'm sorry, Librarian San. One of the girls answered. He's not feeling like himself right now. If you could show us where he went, we'll take care of him. Alright, so maybe not all of them were pricks. That one girl who looked like she was in a kimono sounded quite pleasant and well-raised. Perhaps the rest of them could prove themselves to be courteous as well. Shiarda sighed as he saw most of the others looking about and call. Naruto-kun, this and, boss, that throughout the library. Perhaps they wouldn't, he mused as he pointed through the doorway beside him. He went through here into the back room. It was unnecessary, for it was the selfsame person that was sought reappeared through the doorway from the dark room beyond him and held a book in his hand. Even with his somewhat poor eyesight, the man saw the book and his eyes widened. Hey, you brat, what are you doing with the Yondaime's book? Give it back. He shuffled over to the boy who stood straight and still as if he was waiting on the man to intervene. Haku realized that the man's aged body couldn't possibly handle anything that Naruto could dish out in reflex, and it was only be her own action of using a body flicker to get between the two before anything adverse could happen. Please, don't touch him. He might become violent, she lied through her teeth. But it was true, kind of, somehow realizing in his subconscious that the man was belayed from action. He walked on through the little door in the counter, all eyes trained on him. He fell into a lotus seating position and opened the book. What's he doing? Shiarda asked, now curious. Reading, I guess, Tenten muttered from across the room, nearly sarcastic. She was tempted to approach the blonde, but his sudden movements startled her, as well the others. Smashing his fist onto the tile, he broke it into several pieces from which he removed a single shard and began writing kanji letter by scratching the floor. As he flipped through the book, he'd stop every now and again and write a new one. The others all crowded to one side to see what he wrote bit by bit, but it wasn't much to go on. What's it say? Nariwa asked impatiently. Hinata peered over Naruto's shoulder. He's not done yet, but it looks like he wrote. My picture looks over the village. He's still writing. Haku reminded them all before she tried to read out what the boy continued to write. It's worth a few, Tenten continued. 100 words. Shiarda finished. My picture looks over the village. It's worth a few hundred words. What does that mean? Narukasai wondered aloud. That the boy needs an exorcism? Shiarda deadpanned. Now give me the book back. Wait, I think he's waking up. SSU. Fu nearly squealed excitedly. Indeed, Naruto seemed less out of it. He shook his head and snorted before looking up at everyone with dazed blue eyes. Yep, he's awake, Tenten mumbled. Then she realized what she had just said. Wait, he's awake. Dogpile on Naruto-kun. Before anyone could tell her that he was just re-emerging from a coma and she should take it easy on him, Fu was the first to tackle the Uzumaki on his back after she raised the cry. But as it usually is, people found it easy to commit a wrong once someone else has. Needless to say, everyone else save for Haku and Doc and the old man ended up in the mess of bodies laughing and twisting about on the floor as Naruto began bawling for them to get off of him. Air, I need air. It was this scene that Narbure found himself seeing once he maneuvered himself through the front entrance with his own surprise. Hey everyone, I got some sheet cake. You know, for when boss wakes up. He looked a little closer and saw a boy in a hospital gown wheezing as he struggled to get Fu and the others off of him. Oh, hey boss, you're awake. Happy birthday. It was kinda hard to get on a public holiday, so I had to pay the baker extra money to open her shop to give me this. He held up the sheet cake. T had a kunai stuck upright in it as if to gesture it to everyone with emphasis that the occasion was the boy's birthday, which nearly everyone else had neglected to remember. However, his countenance somewhat changed when he saw the kanji scratched into the floor. What the hell is that? No one answered, but it was aged librarian who broke the quiet. Hold on, today's a public holiday? So I didn't have to open the library today? Ah, god damn it, you look like you were enjoying yourself. No reply came, so Psychosis repeated his taunt again. He was slightly miffed when his creator still didn't answer, but he shrugged it off. He had thought it would have been good to laugh off some of the stress he might have still had, but apparently, Naruto had other things in mind. Why, the torture specialist had no idea. You could have knocked the girls off, but you just lied there. You liked feeling them all over you, huh? Basically all of you were dogpiling all over me. Narbure was offended. I wasn't. I was getting cake. Happy birthday, boss. Naruto altered his gaze to the nearly demolished sheet cake that rested on the table, obliterated by those who partook of it. Oh yeah, thanks, Naruto's tone rapidly became lower and lower, indicating that he was getting upset. Would it kill you to be a bit more appreciative? Happier, maybe? It's your birthday, you know. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. He sang the words off key, but his point had been made. Naruto somehow couldn't find it in him to stay jaded anymore. He rolled his eyes and made a tiny grin. Well, EXCU. Say me for only waking up from a coma a few hours ago. Still moved pretty good for a guy whose muscles should have atrophied, getting reduced to mush during your coma. Psychosis regarded him with a stink eye. Must have something to do with your Uzumaki blood. Know what I mean? Naruto grew quiet as he began pulling on his clothes. The torture specialist sensed that he had struck a nerve. It had to be the family nerve, apparently. For years, Naruto had wondered about how he'd come to be. To be born, to be a Jinchuriki, to be orphaned. With his mind constantly recalling, constantly remembering, constantly reliving and constantly thinking, it was hard not to consider why he was bereft of a family and a multitude of problems while growing up. Unfortunately, Naruto caught the boy's current line of thought. Yeah, 99 problems, but chakra ain't one, am I right? Stay the hell out of my head, Psychosis. You're the last one I want in it. Wait, what did you just say? Uzumaki blood? I started getting smarter about certain things. Must be the goddamn clones you left to read out the whole friggin' library. All I really got was that they possessed an acute and powerful capacity for chakra and permanence. Naruto waited for him to continue, but to his surprise, his clone did now. Is that all you got on the topic? Yeah, why? Naruto thought about it for a while. I know a lot more about it than that. He recollected snippets, paragraphs, snatches of them in passing mention and the like. You think I got knocked out by some kind of backlash? Probably. The rest of us only lost a week. You were out for close to a month. Me thinks you got most of the knowledge. Naruto finished. He finally exited the small dressing closet, clad in the clothes he had been wearing when he had first arrived to the hospital. I got most of the knowledge, right? I was gonna say, mostly useless book learning, but whatever, Naruto shrugged. Anyway, you should go get some rest and… Rest? Really? I've done enough of that. Master, you should get some rest. Naruto's eyes flitted from Haku, then to Psychosis, then back to Haku. Is this some kind of conspiracy? A coma isn't a restful sleep. It's as logical as calling ice food, just because it's a solid. Just because you were unconscious doesn't mean that you were resting. Haku fought the urge to roll her eyes. Besides, you were exerting yourself. I wasn't exerting myself. His argument died in his throat when he saw the heat in her glare rising. Fine, he grumbled. Damn, it's like you're my mother or something. I don't need minding, says the guy who took her on as a servant, Psychosis reminded. He glanced at Fu, who looked like she wanted to ask something like how the hell his creator ended up in a coma. Had a servant, and all kinds of other controversial subjects. Looks like Fu wants to talk to you about some things. He gestured to the other girls with a roll of his eyes. Naruto gestured to the Haku who was doing a quick checkup of him. Psychosis, can't you see that this is a bad time? He looked up to Haku, who had a stethoscope pressed over his heart's location. Haku, are you sure you're the one who has to do this? Would you prefer someone else? Haku asked too innocently as she jotted down her findings. Someone more qualified? The hint had an air of danger to it. It was as if she was daring him to answer inappropriately. No, it's not that, the boy hastily defended. I mean, like license-wise. Since you nearly killed the orderly today, they're all afraid of you, Haku replied tartly. Since they saw that I have some experience in the medical field, they asked me to do it. It's nothing much. Naruto-kun? Fu called from across the room to the boy who sat on the medical table. Hinata here tells me that she's your girlfriend. Is that true? All motion and independent speech stopped as everyone turned to Naruto, who stammered. Oh damn. What's the safest answer? Single quote. I don't think there is one, boy. Kurama mumbled. 'Cause I'm seeing 4 girls right here who are each basically expecting different answers. I mean, it looks like Haku wants a piece of this. Then there's Tenten, Fu. I'm guessing that she sounded a little jealous, not to mention Hinata who's probably expecting you to agree with her. Naruto sweated slightly. Well, you see, we had a date. I don't know if that makes us official. His gaze turned to the other side of the room. That Hokage-sama? Why are you here? All eyes turned to face where he was looking at, only to see that there wasn't a soul occupying the place. By the time they looked back to Naruto, the boy had already breezed through the door, banging it shut behind him. Haku Sig had when she realized this before turning back to her still unfinished chart. Well, if he could run away like that, not to mention what he did today, she finished ticking off the boxes. He's as healthy as a horse. She looked up to regard the other T-13 members, only to find that all of them had left via shunshuns, save for psychosis. Where'd the others go? Oh, we gotta bounce. The clone gave them a friendly wave. Maybe we can all get together later. He left through the door normally, leaving the girls behind to wonder and try to process what had just happened. That is, before Tenten's face lit up in realization. He said that it was only one date, so that doesn't make you too official. He didn't finish his sentence. Hinata defended. Whoa, when was this date? Tell me about it, Fu begged, eager for details to determine whether Naruto was truly in a relationship or not. The entire fiasco was enough to make Haku slap her forehead in exasperation. I've got to be master's servant for 5 years. 5 years left of this? After the vein was raised, a single hypodermic needle was inserted and the syringe's contents emptied into it. Kabuto took a few steps back from the screaming man who was strapped to the table. He wasn't at all anxious to see what new side effects might take over this time. This had nothing to do with fear. He was only being cautious. He hadn't come to be in this position by being reckless, especially that of being Orochimaru's right-hand man. Said person stood beside him as they watched the serum begin to take over the unwilling patient, who continued to scream and convulse and froth at the lips like a rabid animal. However, it was a newcomer through the heavy metal door who actually had a shred of empathy when he saw the suffering patient. Or at least, wished he had even a bit more of it. Whoa, Orochimaru, you're at it again? Poor bastard. He gestured to the pain-racked man on the table. Well, if there's one thing I can compliment you on, it's perseverance. Or stubbornness, still not too sure which. You're late, Ito. You should have been here yesterday, at the latest. Had to start up some rumors about my whereabouts being elsewhere. After all, I know how much you value your privacy. It wouldn't do for people to start catching wind of where you are just because they were trying to track me. Ito paused here, wondering if he had traipsed into an ambush. Orochimaru still looked calm. Was this a good sign, or bad sign? No matter how long he lived, he had always been wary of non-emotive people. His thoughts wandered to Tenten. Perhaps her seal had come into its season, already? It would help him immensely, if he could get to her. Knowing his own incapability to continue manifesting abilities from seals, he needed a surrogate. Perhaps sooner rather than later, if he was going to continue working with the likes of Orochimaru. Said man didn't answer immediately. He remained silent as he regarded the ninja clad in the trench coat and hood. You went to the village. What about it? My informants let me know about your visit to your mother, Kaharu. You made quite a mess. But something tells me that your true intention was the Uzumaki. What business do you have with your rival's son? Ito stared at the screaming man on the table who continued to bawl his lungs out before turning back to Orochimaru. That's none of your concern. What I need to know is whether or not you have completed the curse seal that would allow me to imbibe natural chakra like the orange-haired freak, Jugo. Better than him, in fact, since all he does is turn into a beast with no mind. Kabuto struggled to refrain from rolling his eyes. I suppose we're all freaks. The seal isn't complete. We're merely testing lot 307 on this subject here. He pointed to the man whose shrieks had started to die down before his Caucasian complexion turned blood red. With a final sigh, the man gave up the ghost. Ito grimaced at the sight. Ito sounded as if he'd have laughed, although it was hard to tell, given how serious his normal tone sounded. You mean attempt number 307. I don't understand why you refuse to let me assist. We both know that I'm your superior in Fuinjutsu, Orochimaru. If you let me assist, we could have had this completed already. And I'm your superior in Juinjutsu and I'm the one with Jugo at my disposal. Both things you clearly lack. Orochimaru turned away from the dead man to his visitor. Besides, I'm reluctant to share my own work with my own rival. Just because we were both nominated for Yondaime doesn't make us rivals. We're not even from the same age group. But I want that seal perfected, especially if you want my aid to raise the hidden leaf to the ground. Ito clicked his tongue to further hint his disappointment. Besides, if you're worried about me stealing your idea, you have nothing to fear. I only need it to function, not mass produce to peddle. Orochimaru was no fool, and he knew that while Ito had his issues, even mental ones, he shouldn't be underestimated. To be nominated for Yondaime was a big thing. If they had had a massive star-eyed accomplishment like Minato, they could have been the one with their heads on the Hokage monument. Minato was a war hero with nearly supernatural abilities. Orochimaru condemned as a serial kidnapper and murderer by means of his outlandish experiments. And Ito's invention of Kekkei Genkei theft. Although the man was careful about guarding about how he managed to pull off such a feat, Orochimaru had long ago decided he could find a way to manipulate Ito into divulging it. Or even an autopsy. The rogue Sannin didn't care much either way. Why do you want the seal? Why do you want to destroy the village? Trivial questions. Just get it done. Ito snarled through clenched teeth. He made an about turn, but he stopped when he sensed movement from Orochimaru. We may have our differences, but consider what you stand to gain and lose when you choose to cross me. Orochimaru couldn't see Ito's eyes, but he could sense an aura change. He had fought Itachi to a miserable outcome and had never forgotten the man's presence and aura, the very same that he felt now. Could it be that Ito had assimilated the man's abilities, that is, his Sharingan? The very thought burned him up inside. His kunai slid back into its holster. Almost immediately, the aura he had sensed lifted, but not entirely. At least, not until Ito had used swift release and ran off as quick as a blink. As soon as he left, Orochimaru began considering the fates of the members of the Akatsuki. If it were true that Ito had effectively neutralized Itachi, and somehow manifested the Uchiha's abilities, then what of the others? He'd never made a decision without being well informed first, and now certainly wasn't the time to deviate from the practice. He turned to Kabuto, who had already begun to busy himself in the creation of a new lot. Kabuto, place the experiments on hold. Orochimaru-sama? He asked him his name as if to confirm the man's request. I need you to run an errand. Go check up on Sasori and the others, while you're at it. And hurry back, for I will need you to participate in the upcoming exams. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Everything had aged by nearly a week, but to Haku, time must have been moving in especially quickly in the case of her master. He had that glazed look in his eyes that she often saw in adults, usually the ones that complained about life's problems, social issues and other such grievances. She could tell that it was getting to him. The riddle that he himself had written was enough to make him want to tear his own hair out. Besides the riddle, there were other questions directly relating to the riddle. What possessed him to write it? Was this the Yondaime's doing? How? Why? He merely mumbled a small greeting to his servant before heading straight upstairs to his bed. His servant girl too. Okay, another minute to consider what should be done before she followed him to his room a few minutes later with a cup of tea. After announcing that she was coming in, she entered the room to find him Ying face down with his head buried in his pillows. She placed the cup of the steaming stuff on the nearby bedside table before seating herself on the bed beside him. So how was the date with Hinata, master? Fine, came his muffled answer. It's the most common lie in the world, the girl replied in a knowing voice. If it's fine, I'll tell you. If it's not, I'd still tell you. Besides, that's my opinion. He lifted his head and propped himself up on one elbow. What was your opinion, since you were there? Hinata-chan used her Byakugan and spotted you. Fu-chan and Tenten-chan spying on us. Doesn't the word privacy mean a thing to anyone? While I'm not sure about their reasons, I only came out of concern for you. While this was true, this was only her minor reason. Her primary reason was most likely identical to the others she had been with. Mixed femme curiosity, slight resentment to Hinata and scouting the blonde for numerous other reasons, all hinging on romanticism. Haku thought of all these things while trying to keep down her blush of embarrassment for having been found out. Reasons being, this riddle you have been obsessed with. And who wouldn't? The boy shot back. This is huge. His eyes flitted to the tea as he sat up. Is that for me? After seeing her nod, he took it up gratefully. Arigato. What kind is this? Chamomile and lavender. He tried it. And found that it was vying for the title of being the best tasting tea he had ever tasted. Matricaria chamomilla and lavandula. It's fantastic. 1. Haku grew confused at the former. You're welcome. But what was the proper scientific name of the plants? Naruto offered. He just felt like spouting off something he had learned from the massive knowledge intake. Haku felt her blood pressure threaten to spike. This is another thing I don't understand. It's just like the riddle is for you. Naruto Uzumaki is a riddle for everyone else to try to figure out. What if I don't want to talk about myself? We know, she changed her response. I would like to get to know you better. Someone who's more than just my master. More than just your name and tendencies. I don't even know your likes and dislikes. I like your cooking, he said bluntly. Seeing her irked expression plus folded arms, he rescinded his interjection. Alright, fine, what do you want to know? I just want to get to know Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto smiled at this. Okay, Haku-chan. Tenten sipped her soup calmly, unlike everyone else. All the others in the orphanage were eating like hogs, save for her confidant there, Asami. Hell, even the owner was eating his food as if there was someone who had intentions of stealing it. Given how his ramen was disappearing, Tenten couldn't help but grow suspicious at seeing it. It reminded her of someone she knew. So, Masato? She called across the large table to the orphanage manager. A coma? Huh, kinda serious. That was done with over more than a fortnight ago, the man replied between mouthfuls. It felt like I fell asleep. Next thing I knew, I was waking up and people were telling me how I lost a whole week of my life. Speaking of that, how old are you, anyway? Tenten asked innocently. Fort 40. What's this about? Tenten didn't say anything, but she could have sworn that the man was going to say, 14, but quickly changed his response to 40. Like Naruto's recent birthday, Maybe she was jumping to conclusions, but although when she thought more about it, she realized that there were too many holes. Where did Masato come from? What kind of profile did he have? Not to mention, why did he? Tenten, you're spacing out again. Do you need your anti-crazy medication again? Asami started, before he was flicked on his nose by the offended girl. Ow, damn, you know that boat sailed a long time ago, Asami ni. Kami, I swear, I have to wonder why Naruto-kun gave up his place so you could stay here. I bet he'd tease me less. You know I don't mean it. The boy snickered. So I didn't know that you knew that guy so well, even now. I've been hearing a lot of talk about him from some of the adults. I don't think you should hang around with him. He sounds like bad news. Tenten didn't show how upset she was, but she was steaming on the inside. You mean the same guy who wanted to be here in the orphanage who took pity on you and decided to let you have his spot? I mean, with all the crying you did. Alright, fine. Asami muttered. Damn it, you're embarrassing me in front of the others. Teach you in case you wanted to call me crazy again. The girl said smugly. Besides, you can't trust hearsay. She turned back to Masato, who had finished his meal. Speaking of Naruto, it's kinda strange that the both of you would lapse into comas at the same time. It might not have to be the same time. Maybe there was even something that we ate that caused this. They're still investigating this fiasco. The man defended. More flimsy excuses. I mean, look at him. Tenten observed the man who ran the orphanage. How come I didn't see this before? It's so messed up. I was even looking up to him like a father. Damn it, Naruto-kun. What were you thinking? Sure, there were still a lot of holes, but Tenten was sure. Besides the similarities and her newfound talents, she could sense Naruto's presence in the man. Masato had to be a clone. Tenten didn't know. She wasn't sure how the man could exist for so long as a doppelganger, even under disguise. She couldn't comprehend how no one else even caught wise of this. And to think, she was supposed to be the mental person? Not to mention, how did she not see this sooner? She stood up, her bowl of soup only half eaten. I'm going to bed early. The Chunin exams are starting tomorrow. Okay. Masato reached for her bowl and began helping himself. Good night. Yeah, good night, Naruto-kun, Tenten thought. Tomorrow, I can't wait to hear your excuse for this one. Morning, Hinata-chan. Hey Shino. The Aburame merely nodded in response, while the other greeted him with a hug. Ohayo, Naruto-kun. She looked him over once. He was dressed in his usual ninja outfit. As did herself and their third teammate, but when she stopped at his face, she leaned in closer. I must admit, you look better than yesterday. Oh yeah, Haku-chan made me some chamomile tea last night. And then she gave me a massage, he said carelessly as he rolled his shoulders and his neck. It really got all the kinks out, not to mention, I slept like the dead. The Hyuga's face contorted strangely when she heard this. I could have done that the massage. I've been reading up on it. A tiny blush graced her cheeks. Why, you could have asked me for one. Really? Naruto R.E. guarded her for a moment with a, why the hell not look. Okay, next time, maybe I'll even learn it too, the boy muttered to himself. It felt nice to get one. Hinata-chan might like one too. The GIRL heard what he had mumbled to himself, but before she could say anything about it, their teacher came into existence via Shunshin before them just before they made it to the far door. Good morning, Kurenai-sensei, she greeted. Is something wrong? No. Well, besides me forging Naruto's signature on his registration for the exams, everything's peachy. Wait, what? Naruto asked, befuddled. I had to register? No one said anything about that. Of course you had to. You were taking an extended nap when the deadline for you to sign was about to pass. I just put a pen in your hands and then made you write your name. It looked shaky, but it counted. The woman said matter-of-factly. I could truthfully say that you signed it. That's what counted, and now you're here. I knew you'd want to take part. Huh, that's cool of you, sensei. The woman nodded. Yeah, just don't let it happen in the exam. Falling into another coma, I mean. It wouldn't do. The boy mock saluted her at that, promising that it wouldn't happen. Alright, fine. Besides, all three of you needed to show up for this to count anyway. Naruto faked a look of emotional hurt. Ah, so that's why you helped me. No, Naruto, these exams wanted the best of the best, so I knew I had to send you three. Both Naruto and Hinata smiled broadly at that. Hell, even Shino smiled a little bit. Good luck. Naruto clapped his hands twice. Rousing speech, sensei. The woman suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and ushered them inside, before shutting the door behind them. It was on the other side of the door, however, that gravity of the exams finally hit them. All of the occupants of the room had varying wavelengths of general frowns, being pissed, or just normal seriousness, but for some reason, all of that rested on Team 8. Huh, fresh meat. A burly teen with a Kumo Hitai 8 cackled from the bench where he sat. Check out the little kids that just walked in. Fresh meat, huh? Naruto growled. Well we would have, the boy trailed off. Damn, what to say to that? The teen chortled at the Uzumaki while Shino shook his head. Naruto? Shino spoke clearly and gravely. You know I don't speak often, but it had to be said. That was a horrible comeback. I know, Naruto muttered demurely. I was going to say what I read in a book once, but he wouldn't have understood it unless he lived in Suna. He glanced over at where he saw a trio of Suna ninjas, one of whom was staring at him while petering out killing intent. I don't think I want to make it any worse between me and that guy. What's his problem with me anyway? The redhead's got Shukaku in him. The one-tailed raccoon dog. Crazy son of a bitch, that one. The redhead's crazy too. If he isn't, then he probably isn't far off. Kurama explained. A tanuki, huh? Naruto whispered. So he can sense you in the same way you're sensing him? Yeah, he's always trying to set himself up on some kind of pedestal that he's the strongest. You know how it's always the small fry who has the biggest mouth. Well, you should know what I'm talking about. So help me, Kurama, I can still change the mindscape to a living hell. Don't push me. The Biju didn't bother to answer his jailer, and settled for merely watching the developments. Naruto glanced around, trying to see if he could spot anyone he knew. Where's, he finally got a glimpse, say of green hair between the arm-wrestling forms of men from the mist. Fu-chan? Ignoring cautions from his teammates, he had already gone over to where he suspected her to be. Fu-chan, how's it going? His eyes widened when he finally reached the girl, and his jaw dropped. There she was. Instead of what he thought he had seen, it was actually the very same Taki Kunoichi who was doing the arm wrestling with one of the men. The other man he'd seen had merely been a spectator, but instead of having her arm felled in the contest of strengths against the much larger man, who should have been superior in that regard, she was holding her own quite well. In fact, she was still calm, while the man was practically had a tear beginning to form in his eyes in his efforts to win. Try as he might, he hadn't managed to even budge the teen's hand. Hey, Naruto-kun, you made it, SSU. Not tarrying a moment longer, she slammed the man's hand right through the sturdy table on the other side, smashing it into pieces. The boy gawked at the spectacle and noticeably flinched when the girl got up from the table and reached out to embrace him. Something wrong? She was offended by his faux pas. His expression mirrored the ones that she normally received in Taki, and she never thought that she could see it on the face of the person she had budding feelings for. The area around Naruto erupted into Cheers and boos about the outcome of the contest, but he still focused on Fu. No, nothing's wrong. Well, besides the fact that he was shocked at her strength and afraid that she'd snap his spine like a pencil. He held out his own arms and immediately, like a sun re-emerging from behind a cloud, Fu's face was graced by a large smile. Easy easy, don't break me in two or anything. So that's what you're afraid of. She hugged the Uzumaki easily enough. To his relief, the girl didn't feel like she had been eating metal as the basis of her diet. She still possessed her lithe form and still felt welcoming to the touch. I'm not going to put you in the hospital. Phew, on accident, she whispered into his ear. It would have sounded seductive if it wasn't downright threatening first and foremost. His sigh of relief had come too soon, but when he finally, reluctantly, pulled away. What do you mean? Realization dawned on him, making him sigh. Oh, right, the exams. I'd hate to have to fight you, Fu. I'd hate to fight anyone close to me. Inside her mind, Fu cheered. Yata. She noticed what looked like an icy stare from Hinata. She mentally rolled her eyes when she realized what could have made the girl upset. Oh right, but they're not official, so, whatever. Right, me too, she answered the boy's question. But no holding back if we have to fight each other, right? Right, Naruto agreed. I'm not taking any chances against a strength like that. The girl smirked playfully while flexing an arm in reprisal. Next, she held her arm for a fist bump, which the boy, regretfully, returned. He kept his pain bottled up while grinning, but when he finally turned away from each other to turn back to their own teams, Naruto didn't notice that the Taki Kunoichi was making a face at Hinata while poking out her tongue. The Hyuga actually flipped her the bird before returning to Naruto. She wondered if she should reproach the Uzumaki, but she wondered how, why, and on what grounds. Were these girls all competing with her? She needed to make her claim on her crush, and drop a hint here and there that he should be more platonic with the others. That'd show them. She absently wondered where everyone of their generation was. Were they the only ones taking the exams? The Hyuga was tired of seeing so many forehead protectors advertising other villages. Wait. There they are. She was about to go over and greet them, but Shino stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder. Shino-kun? What's wrong? Listen, it might not be best to approach them right now. Why, you ask? Someone informed them about our abilities, our statistics, achievements, even the morbid ones. Now it was Hinata who wanted information. Or rather, answers. What kind of information? Shino used his head to gesture to Naruto, who stood before them as the head of their trio, being stared at by the others of their generation. He wasn't daunted by what they had learned, but the stare. The whispers, they were all eerily reminiscent of the ones the adults of the village usually sent his way. None, not one hailed a word of greeting to him, and what's worse, none were sent to Hinata either. Shino got the same reception. Then, ever so slowly, Naruto turned his back. That was all that he could do, just before the examination officials arrived via shunshuns at the fore of the room. There were separate rooms used for hosting all of the junins. Although small, there was a room for each village for their respective junins to watch the proceedings of the examination, via the monitors. There were 4 cameras in the 4 corners of the room, providing the televisions with a closed-circuit feed. Every now and again, a junin would be disappointed by the unforeseen event of their team's failing. But despite this, the remaining ones were somewhat entertained by the methods of cheating that their students employed. Hey, look at that sand kid. I think he formed some kind of IB. All on the ceiling to get a top-down view of everyone's papers, Asuma said in awe, somewhat intrigued. Looks kinda practical. Weird, you mean? Kurenai looked at the boy believed to be the instigator of the phenomenon. Not to mention, he gives off this psychotic vibe. And does he even know how a bed feels? He must be the Jinchuriki for Suna. I've heard descriptions of him. He looks like the type. Asuma then turned to the silent Hitaki. Oi, Kakashi, what do you think? At first, the man did not answer. He continued looking at the Uzumaki, who appeared to be reading over his test before he finally acknowledged the man. Oh, right, he's the Jinchuriki. I heard that your team encountered him in Suna. How'd it go? Typical escort mission. Kakashi lied expertly, keeping in mind he couldn't even tell his colleagues about the man he had bumbled into while they were in Sunagaku. We left him alone, and he didn't bother us. Since sand was probably the kid's manipulation because of the Aikibi, it only made sense to let him be. So simple escort mission? Kurenai asked. Yeah, I guess so. Kakashi had a feeling where she was going with this, but she also checked with Asuma to ask him the same thing. When the man responded by saying that his escort to Taki carried out normally, the men waited on their colleague to enter her usual rant about the Uzumaki on her team complicating missions. But to their surprise, she didn't. Isn't this usually the time when you start cussing about how your missions keep getting difficult? Asuma asked in jest. No, not this time. Kurenai looked on at the blonde member of her team who appeared to have started doing his exam. I guess in hindsight, I'm kinda thankful that we went through such a horrible year as a team. Come again? Asuma raised an eyebrow. You heard me. I think my team got the most experience, not to mention, grew up a lot. Myself included. Kurenai pointed at her students. Shino, Hinata, and Naruto. You'd better watch them. They're going to show you their mettle. You fail to realize that I have Ino Shikacho for a team. No one on Team 8 can outsmart Shikamaru, Asuma put in, thinking about his times, or to be more accurate, losses, when playing board games with the Nara. He's got a mind like a steel trap. And Sasuke under my tutelage, Kakashi reminded. I hammered out some of his personality kinks, and I doubt he'd have survived Wave. That is, Team 8's escort mission. Kakashi repressed the urge to blab about the truth behind his escort mission in Suna, settling for throwing a simple jibe instead. Well, Hinata didn't she? I guess it wasn't as bad as you've made it out to be. Well, before you start fighting with words like children, Asuma stepped in with an effort to diffuse the rising tension. Let's just see whose team dominates the exams. What if I want to make it interesting? Kakashi hinted at making bets. I'd rather not. Kurenai looked away. I couldn't comfortably take your money, knowing that you walked into a gamble you could never win. Besides, look at Sasuke. She gazed at the screen which was showing what Sasuke had written on his own test. That's already proof that he couldn't have made any good on the bet you wanted. The exam's proceeds were quiet. Every now and again, someone would get sent out of the room. It would on. Lee served to cause the room's tension to rise and discourage those who knew they couldn't cheat very well without being noticed. Not Sasuke. He had long since realized that the exam's question incredibly difficult. He was no academic slouch, but the moment he looked at his paper, he knew he had a terrible chance of passing it, if any at all. Much like a ninja from the Hidden Rain who looked at his own paper twice at the questions, asked to be excused and never returned. Obviously, he wasn't coming back, as his teammates were informed to leave as well. His line of thought was slipping. Naruto, those clothes and weapons, he looks like the ninja we saw in Suna. He quickly ushered those thoughts to the back burner. No focus, he muttered. Sakura might have the answers. Kiba not a snowball's chance in hell. Wait, he's using Akamaru to look at other people's tests for answers before relaying them to him. He'll be fine. That just leaves me. Maybe I could use my Sharingan? The idea made sense. I could just imitate the pen strokes of someone who's writing confidently. But I have to keep my eyes forward and not to the sides of the examiners will see my dojutsu and fail me. I can't afford to fail here. Someone who was writing confidently. The pickings were already tiny enough as it were, let alone the fact that their answers could be wrong. Besides, the only person who was writing confidently was Uzumaki Naruto. Shit, I'm not copying from the Dobi. Besides, he could be doodling a pile of crap on his test just to pass the time. Sasuke had his standards, and he certainly wasn't about to consider his other options first. Besides, how low could he be just by copying from what could be a legitimate idiot? He glanced aside to see if anyone else matched the requirements he had, but at that very moment, he knew that an examiner had seen his Sharingan. They briefly shared a look, a glancing instance, in fact, and the examiner wrote a name quickly, obviously his. Damn, gee, UESS the dead last really might be my only option. He stared intently at the still working blonde, before mimicking his pen strokes. Soon enough, he was beginning to write in the answers for the fourth question, then the fifth. Then the sixth. He was settling into the vibe, just following the boy's example. Finally, he looked down at his paper and saw that he had written responses to his latter question. All of them, save for one. Fuck off, Uchiha. Sasuke frowned deeply. He himself had clearly written it, large and bold. He looked up again at Naruto, only to receive a glare from said boy, who had silver and black in his eyes. They held gazes for a little longer, but it was at last when Sasuke became unnerved and looked away, badly disturbed. There was something about his eyes. He had seen the lad's eyes before and thought them to be a sham, but now, He was convinced that he had a dojutsu. But was it the dojutsu that let Naruto know about the fact that he was being copied, or was it paranoia? Sasuke considered how many similarities Naruto had to the man who had practically destroyed him in their confrontation in Suna, coupled with the information he had learned from a ninja who was called Kabuto. Unsurprisingly, this only made Sasuke despise the Uzumaki even more. Then Ibiki announced that the test was over. Alright, pens down, and prepare for the final question. That was all the scarred Junin had time to say before the window behind him was smashed into pieces, glass shrapnel flying hither and yon. The cause, a someone wrapped in a cloth of impressive size, was revealed. Hen the textile unfurled into a banner that was hoisted from the ceiling. What, Anko? His voice was muffled from where he was curtained behind the large banner that read, "Here comes the second test's proctor, Anko Mitarashi." Alright maggots, I'm Mitarashi Anko and I'll be your proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exams. If you're done answering that poser 10th question, let's get going to training ground 44. The woman who was exposed from the banner yelled at the stunned occupants of the room. Besides sporting light brown eyes and what could be called a brunette violet pineapple for a hairstyle, she wore fitted mesh armor that was somewhat racy, which was barely suppressed by a tan overcoat, coupled with a dark orange miniskirt. In fact, as Naruto, and everyone else, looked over the woman, Naruto wondered if what she was wearing could be defined as clothing, as it was practically doing nothing to hide the fact that woman's body was nothing to be scoffed at. Well, if you weren't someone jealous, was his main thought, oblivious to the fact that the Hyuga next to him was giving the woman a stink eye, as well as other certain girls in the boy's life who was also with him in the exam room. A bewildered silence and awkward stares were her only response. Wait, how the fuck did Ibiki pass so many of you? The woman muttered, yet her mumbles carried through the room. Damn, Geezer must be getting soft or something. A kunai tore through the top of the banner and carved its savage path straight to the bottom, effectively parting it in two, via which Ibiki stepped forward from the other side. God damn it, Anko, you're too early. The man's tone was so frighteningly stern and reproachful that it made the woman visibly straighten. How early is too early? The woman asked in a childlike tone, already fearing repercussions. Early enough to nearly completely ruin the first test. The interrogations expert practically growled before he waved his hand at the room in a sweep. You see them? Just over 100 teams. Now, the man shook his head while giving a tisk of disappointment. Now, they're your problem. Next time, get a fucking watch. It was then that Ibiki walked to the nearest exit, but not without a simple beckon to his Chunin subordinates. All filed out of the room, leaving the Tokubetsu Junin in a room full of Chunin hopefuls who were waiting to see what she would do next. She needed no one else to tell her that she had really stepped into the cow pie this time. Ah, fuck. Hinata nearly lost her balance as she was jostled for room by other Chunin exam takers in the milling crowd. This is awful. Yeah, you're right. Naruto looked at the forest, knowing that it was really called the Forest of Death, but still in disbelief as he swore that he could see a giant snake some distance off that nestled around the trunk and branches of one of the colossal trees. Why the hell is a place like this a training ground? Training for Junins, maybe. But why would they use it on us? Are they trying to kill us off because we're so many? Shino tapped his shoulder and pointed at the woman who had informed them to be here. Said femme was practically in a state of panic activity as she bustled her assistants. What do you mean, there aren't enough waivers? Well, I'll tell them to share. Sharing is caring, and all that bullshit, then. Besides, it'll take a whole team to sign the waiver so they can get in. If they don't all agree to sign it, it makes things easier for me. She shouted down one assistant and turned to another. You put those seals where I told you? Yes, ma'am, the rattled Chunin answered shakily. And the cameras? All working. This went for a bit longer before Naruto turned back to Shino. I see, so I was right. They are trying to kill us to get rid of us. You think? The Kyuubi offered sarcastically. And by the way, look out for that fist. What fist? Was all he had time to say before Setami. And right hook smashed him in the cheek and stretched him out on the ground. Ah, he was already leaping back onto his feet, only to stare an irate Tenten in the face. Everyone immediately backed up to give them room, but not too much so they wouldn't miss any details. Tenten-chan? What was that for? Tenten? What's the meaning of this? The Higarashi's mean gaze snapped to Hinata. Stay out of this. Without so much as even a second glance, she returned her attention to the befuddled, hurt boy, who was presuming that his reflex didn't kick in because she hadn't hit him in an attempt to maim his face. But that didn't excuse the fact that his friend very nearly loosened his teeth. What the hell, Tenden-chan? Masato. The mere drop of the word made Naruto blanch, but he still tried to play it off, to pretend that he didn't know what she meant. Who? Exactly. You planted Masato in the orphanage. He's your clone. Inside his cage, Kurama's eyes widened slightly. Seems that the vixen caught on about the Yuki Bunshin in the orphanage. I wonder if she knows about the one in the soup kitchen too? Guess that sensing ability of hers is going to let her know basically everything you want to keep hidden. The Biju let his mind wander as he thought about all of their histories and sighed. It seems that for everyone in your life, everyone's pasts and present and future fates will be intertwined. The tailed beast said sagely. Perhaps it's for the best that you tell her. Naruto considered the suggestion. It made sense. Why dig his grave any deeper? So what if he is? Is something wrong with that? You could have stayed at the orphanage. You never had to leave me there, to let me feel like I was there by myself. Like I was dumped there by my caretaker. Her tone was low. Wait, oh Kami, if it was so easy for you to plant a clone there to be the manager and behave as if he owned it. Apprehension became clear all over her face as she took a step backwards from the boy, as if she was afraid. Did you build the orphanage? She could look him in the eyes and see the answer that he was hesitant to say. Yes. Turning sharply, she walked away with nary a second glance. Returning to her own team. Before anyone else could do or say anything, Enko yelled down the antsy crowd to get their attention. All right, everyone shut the hell up. The woman bellowed. We're ready to begin the next phase of the exams. But before we begin, we'll be handing out waivers. 1 waiver per group. All 3 group members have to sign it if you want to continue. At different points in the crowd, Chunins handed out sheaves of waivers to the exam takers. Each group would take one and pass it down, signing it with pens that were likewise passed on by the Chunin assistants. Up ahead is the Forest of Death. For all of the denser people among you, from the name, you can tell that this isn't some cakewalk. You'll get wounded, maimed, crippled, or die. The last one is, if you're lucky, because the denizens of this forest can do much worse than just kill you, not to mention your rivals in the exams. So basically, we only need you to sell out all of your rights to bit. Ch and moan if things doesn't go your way. Same thing goes for your respective villages. This went on for a while. It was rather slow toil for everyone to be signing their names. With each minute that passed, unasked questions and tension filtered in and among Team 8. By the time a wad of waivers had made it to a group next to him, Naruto nerved himself to ask the team currently signing his team's waiver to request for his. Hey, could you pass the waivers to us next? Sure. The answer was short, true, and Naruto was already on edge from the boy's tone. It wasn't for a false warning, as E-boy dropped the still unused flyers onto the ground. Heh. Oops. Naruto pushed him aside, just before the same troublemaker made an attempt to step on the papers. Well, watch where you step. He took up the sheaves quickly, but before he could sign the papers, reflex sounded an alarm in his mind. Oh, yeah? Well, watch out for this. Before the boy's kunai could taste Naruto's flesh, Naruto cracked him over the wrist as hard as he could with his tactical baton. The breaking of the boy's hand was audible over the din of the crowd. The shrieks of pain that accompanied it, even more so. Rain-nin's teammates didn't just stand around. They already had their, unusual, double kunais at the ready to avenge their teammates' injury and pride. Naruto prepared to defend himself, but one of them got a tenketsu jab to their kunai arm, making the team disarm himself. The other only got tripped up by a certain Aburama but was the worse off as he notched himself in the leg badly with his own double kunai as he stumbled. Blood ran from the slit of clothes and skin that the blade had made. The teen who had cast the first stone finally got his cries of pain under control. But before he take further action against the blonde, Enko was amongst the scruff, standing between the Rain Ninjas and Team 8. What the hell's happening here? I saw the whole thing, a new voice said. A newcomer peeled himself from the crowd around them. He was clad in a color that was mostly purplish, or magenta. But the thing that made him stand out the most was his sliver hair and his round spectacles. He did have a leaf hit I-8, but it was the first time that Naruto had ever seen him. Ever. Oh, is that so? The woman asked half sardonically. Oh yes. The teen seemed unaffected by her tone. That one, he pointed at the first one, then the others in turn, He broke his wrist while signing his own name. The second one dropped his own kunai on accident, and the last one cut himself after he tripped over his own feet. You know how rain ninjas are always showing off their handicapping kunai as if it's something to take pride in. That's a lie. The first rain nin spat. The blonde kid broke my wrist. Then his teammates picked a fight with us. Well, too bad. Anko already looked disinterested in his case. You got any witnesses? There was a grand total of nil. No one stepped forward. The hapless ninja was about to continue, but Anko shushed him up, this time in her stern vibe. Well, no matter what happened, you already waived all of your rights to bitch about it. Either you decided to continue with the exams with one hand, a teammate who can't hold a kunai, and the other one, she looked at the one with the cut leg as blood trickled awkwardly from his mid to in thighs. Who's seeing his time of the month or you don't? Take your pick. What? You're just taking their sides because you're all from the same village. Before he could say any more, Anko grabbed the bow, by his shoulder and yanked him in closer to herself. What awaited him was a slow guillotine. The woman's kunai had already nicked through the fabric on his neck and already starting to cut into his neck. The woman leaned in closer, until her mouth was next to his ear. And supposing that I told you that I saw what really happened? What if I really were to step in to help them just because they're Leaf Shinobi? The whisper was completely unnerving. The boy could already tell what that the woman was threatening, and he shook uncontrollably in his panic. The only reason I'm letting you continue this part of the exams is that my friends that live in the forest need to be fed. She dressed back from him while pushing him off. Got that? The boy nodded, still unsure whether he wanted to continue or not, but was still badly rattled. Yes, ma'am. Good. The woman then turned to the informer who had come to Teammate's aid and asked him for his name. Kabuto. Kabuto, huh? The woman asked to confirm. The boy nodded. Alright, Kabuto, no one likes a tattletale. With that, the woman walked off back to her stage, the crowds parting for her to pass mostly out of fear rather than respect. But as Naruto watched her go, he realized that she preferred it that way. He turned back to Kabuto and thanked him. No problem. Us Leaf Ninjas have to stick together, am I right? He held out his hand, meaning that he wanted them to shake hands. Naruto grinned and obliged him. Yeah, sure. With that, Kabuto made his leave. He was barely out of sight before Shino took him aside. Naruto, you shouldn't trust him, the Aburame said lowly, not wanting his voice to carry to anyone else outside of their circle. Why not? Maybe an ally in the exam wouldn't be so bad. Why? My key. Kaichu informed me that he's the one that told the others from our generation what we're capable of. What? Naruto couldn't believe it. That guy? That's why they were acting like that this morning. He suddenly started to fret that Kabuto knew that he was a Jinchuriki, then told the others. It would explain their reactions, he thought as Shino nodded in answer. You think that he knows that I'm well special in that way? The Kikaichu that I had planted on all of those that we knew since we entered the room told me that he informed them of mission statistics, abilities and kills. Naruto was horrified and Hinata was in the same boat. You mean that he could have been reading reports? How could he get clearance to that? I don't know, Hinata-chan. Naruto felt older, all of a sudden. Geez, I wonder no they can't have my abilities on record. The closest thing that could come on record is that they have suspicion of my dojutsu. Well, I'm sure that Neji would have more than suspicions. Sasuke too, but he didn't look so much surprised as angry. What's his beef with me, anyway? He pushed all of those thoughts from his mind and returned his full attention back to his teammates. About what happened back there. Naruto-kun, please pass the forms. The boy looked down and saw that he still had the waivers. Oh right, he quickly passed the one for his team to Shino so he could sign it, while passing the waivers on to the team next to him. But thanks, for helping. Even though I had it under control. We're your teammates. Of course we have to watch each other's backs. Because we have to, and because we want to. Even if you think that the others don't have you in the esteem you'd like, we still care. No matter what. I wouldn't phrase it like that, Shino stated. Yeah, strong and silent type, huh? Naruto repressed the urge to laugh out loud. You're right, please all, and you'll please none. Best thing that we can do is to just kick ass and let history give us the mad props we deserve, am I right? I wouldn't phrase it like that, either. Shut up, Shino. The Aburame had no problems doing that. He was getting unusually talkative, anyway. Did everyone sign the waivers? Anko yelled from her stage, getting everyone's attention again. If you have, then group representatives can just line up and drop them off at this booth. It took only a few minutes, as all they were doing were simply dropping off the waivers into a box. When Hinata returned, she voiced what was on her mind. While I was in the line waiting, I read the waiver. Apparently, we all just signed our rights to sue. We know that, already. I know that you know, Hinata interjected the blonde. Injuries, death of teammates, wounds. But it also mentioned rape. She paled a bit. That was odd. Rape? That's a frequent thing in these exams. The Uzumaki couldn't believe it. Before their criticisms could go any further, Enko spoke again, or rather, shouted. Shut up and listen, you maggots. By now, you can all see that there's too fucking many of you. But that shouldn't matter. The woman looked as though she knew a secret and couldn't wait to tell it. There's approximately 108 teams here. That should be. There was a momentary pause here as Enko worked out the math. 324. Naruto called. Enko didn't look, pissed that he had shown her up in something that should be simple arithmetic. Rather, she grinned widely. Wrong answer. The correct answer is 324 pussies. So because there are so many of you, I found a way to shave that number down to 10 teams. There was a rise of murmurs that answered the woman. Some were out of wonder as to the test that awaited them. Others who crossed that the woman had no qualms of insulting them. There are a dozen gates. Methinks that 9 teams will enter through each one, and using this tracking seal, she held up a copy of said seal for all to see. You will find the seal that I like to call the odd seal, and basically keep away with it from the other teams. There are 10 of them in Mumber. Basically, you need to find the seal, keep it in your possession. As in on your person. The odd seal will record your time having it in your possession, and the top 10 teams with the longest holding time get to progress in the exams. The others get to go home early. How do the tracking seals work? Kiba asked from where he stood at the front. Basically like hot and cold. It gets warmer when it gets closer to an odd seal, and colder the farther you get from one. Of course, you could always just look for the odd seal, but if you don't have any special tracking talents, I wouldn't recommend that. Oh, Akumo Kunoichi muttered. Cool, yes, don't worry about mistaken identities and all that. We've got sealing experts who can tell from the chakra on the seals whether or not who had the seals, and if you actually kept it on you. You think that's true? One Chunin assistant whispered into the ear of another from where they stood apart from the crowd. Nah, man, we can only count the time a guy holds the seal. She's bluffing the rest. Besides, we've got cameras set up to see what they do. The other one whispered back. What if a guy gets greedy and gets more than one odd seal? Is that okay? Asuna Ninja asked, as he shifted what looked like a bundle of bandages on his back. Yes, the more, the merrier. Enko returned the answer with a level of pride in her voice. She felt a bit smug for improvising a test. For so many people in a small space of time. Granted, they wouldn't be learning anything, but at least the test will thin out the best from the weakest. Besides, it had always been test. Survival of the fittest. More seals, more time. 2 seals double the time. 3 seals are counted as triple. So on, and so forth. And what if it isn't even 10 teams that even get a chance to look at an odd seal? The puppeteer continued. He sounded smug. Confidence that his team could dominate that well. Naruto wasn't sure, but that Suna Jinchuriki was one to watch out for. Well, the next exam ought to be even easier, then. This exam will last for 5 days, but if you want to wuss out at any time, head straight to the tower in the middle of the forest if you're satisfied with your time, or just make our exit through the gates through which you will soon enter, the latter option if you're quitting the whole exams. Now then, my assistants will be directing you to the gates so you can enter. 5 days? Choji shouted. What'll we eat? Anything you find edible, or the poisonous plants if you want to kill yourself. Now all of you get the fuck to your gate. Enko resisted the urge to face palm herself as she watched them file away as they were led by the Chunins. I need a dango break, real bad. The sooner they get in and start the test, the better. I did realize. I think that Mitarashi-san should submit herself for a mental evaluation, Hinata grumbled. But you were aware that this was going to go to hell from the beginning, Naruto replied as he checked his tools. 27A. Each gate we'll have to be at the top of our game if we even want a chance to get loose of our group to get to an odd seal. As Naruto ruminated on his own words, he wondered if diplomacy might work. He raised his voice to talk to the 8 other teams at the gate they were beginning with. Hey other villages ninjas? I've been thinking. You know that when the test starts, this starting position's going to turn into a shit show. I'm thinking we just lay off the conflict until we're well into the forest. Sounds good? You're just being a pussy about it. A red-headed kunoichi from Kumo yawned her riposte. All because you're standing in the exact center of all the groups here. Naruto looked down as if he were noticing this fact for the first time, although he had grasped it from the beginning. That's part of the reason, I admit, but if you haven't noticed, your team is right beside mine. Her apparent teammate had a sweat drop round down the back of his head. Oh geez, wait, if we couldn't realize this. Then, before he could continue, he heard the cracking of knuckles that promised head trauma. The redhead, satisfied that her unvoiced statement had a desired effect, to shut her teammate up before he could ramble like an idiot, turned back to the Uzumaki. So, we're not cowards like you. Nobody cares. A nearby trio of rain ninjas made themselves heard. People are gonna die in this exam. We might as well get that part of the exam done with and out of the way. Meanwhile, Shino had been locked in a staring contest of sorts with the third of the Kumo squad. For her, she had thought that he was using his shades to stare at her breasts like so many others usually tried to, while in actuality, he was sizing her up. Battle potential-wise, no pun intended. Sword Chikudo, perhaps, probable rate in affinity, and why was she staring at him like that? As if he were doing something wrong. Was he? And since when did he start getting self-conscious? That's how it began. One who virtually giving the other an icy glare, and the other who was basically unwilling to break what was basically a contest of dominion for what it's worth. Then Shino did something he didn't normally do. He briefly lowered his shades to reveal his eyes so that he could stare back into hers. She flinched, and that was that. Unknowingly missing this potential once-in-a-lifetime event, Naruto continued quarreling with a rain nin. Just 5 minutes into the match. It's going to last for 5 days, anyway. So is that too much to ask for? 5 minutes for everyone to dig in. We enter peacefully, then we can just duke it out later. I'm gonna kill you first, you dumbass. He's got a point, someone else started to say, before Enko's voice sounded from the intercom. Hajime, and Naruto was right. Everything went foobar once the announcer came on and the gates swung open. But had he known what it was like in other places, he would have been grateful that it wasn't a bloodbath where the Suna team was. 2 gates down, although he could hear distant screams. Get to the gate, Hinata yelled, kinda occupied. Here, Naruto shouted back as he decided to cut out swinging with his tanto. Damn, he was sorely tempted to use his dojutsu, but he wanted to use that as a trump card for later. In fact, in this kind of scrum, he had to release his gravity seal from 5 to a relaxing 3. Just so he could be able to dodge the attacks from every which way. Why hadn't he had just used a bunshin or a substitution, like his teammates? They had seemingly disappeared via these ways. While he had been practicing failed diplomacy, the team that was right behind him was going to be the team to bulldoze over him, while the teams to his sides would box him in. What was Enko thinking? Only 3 people side by side could enter the gates at the same time. 27 people at once? Unlikely. Before he fell under the assault of shinobi, he had the sense to realize that his only objective was to get through the gate, not to start a free-for-all with his surrounding competition. Somewhat holding his tanto awkwardly, he went through the hand seals for the daitapa. Great breakthrough. It wasn't too powerful, but he had angled the jutsu downwards at the barren patches of the ground, raising biting dust and stinging gravel. As the ninjas expected the way he had wanted, he found that most of them had not. Kumo Ryu, Omotegiri, Cloud style, front beheading. With his reflex kicking in, his arm instinctively raised his tanto to defend his neck along with his other hand to support the blade, barely managing to stop a katana from liberating his head from his body. Although the attack had taken him by surprise, the identity of the attacker wasn't it. As the same Kumo redhead who had been ridiculing his suggestion. You have something against me in particular? Naruto grunted as he pushed off her sword, already making a run to the gate. He was confident that he could lose her in the forest within a few seconds. By just thinning the competition, she was already in pursuit, intent on taking him down or out with her sword. But just before she could perform another technique, the boy virtually disappeared from her view, and insects began to swarm her, nipping at her flesh and eating her chakra alike. The Uzumaki winced as he heard her skr. EAMS as he practically flew through the gate. Just on the other side, He spotted Shino muttering commands to his Kikaichu, but it took him a while to spot Hinata, as she was using a camouflage genjutsu. Geez, where were you two? I thought you were all like, hey, we got your back, Naruto, not even 10 minutes ago. We did, was all Shino would say. Gomen, Naruto-kun, Hinata apologized. I tried to use a genjutsu to make you appear invisible, but you broke it unintentionally when the fighting started. The boy cocked his head to the side as he pondered her actions. Well, we should communicate more. I didn't know you were going to do that. Hell, I didn't even know that you could do that, he shrugged. Well, thanks for the assist at the end. Damn, I can't communicate with my team like my clone brothers in my mind. We need to work better together. Maybe I should come clean with them on what I'm capable of, while they tell me what they can do. That's fair, right? You've held on to the secrets thus far. Why shed them now, Kurama? And if tell the secrets, then they wouldn't have any more power, nor will they be secrets any longer. Furthermore, why discriminate who you inform? Tell everyone what you can do. Tell them that you're manifesting surreal abilities from a seal on your forehead? That you can react to dangerous situations on hardwired instinct? That you cannot forget anything? Understand anything and everything? Retain focus? That you can plot hundreds of thousands of battle tactics with your dojutsu? See outlines of battle interests? While you're at it, tell them that you're trying to kill Ito. I get it, Naruto growled at his tenant in his reply. Damn, something wrong, Naruto-kun? The blonde looked up, only now realizing that he had reacted out loud. No, just yelling at my inner demon. He shook it off easily, before pointing behind him with a thumb. Let's go, Hinata-chan, you've got the tracking seal and the special eyesight, right? Take us to the nearest odd seal. The Hyuga nodded. Hi, she activated her Byakugan promptly, while trying to decipher where the tracking seal would possibly take her. She believed that she could see one of the seals, just at the outskirts of her limits. She silently pointed in its direction, and Naruto was already forming a plan. We need some clones, about 2 for each of us. Naruto-kun, I'm only capable of the ordinary bunshins and Shino can only make his from his Kikaichu. Naruto smiled. We don't need solid clones, Hinata-chan. We only need some distractions. And explosives. Big ones. He was already going to work, preparing traps with explosive seals. I had an idea about how to throw off the others from our gate. Quick, before they stop fighting with each other the back there. ND start getting focused on getting the odd seals. He beckoned to his teammates, and with a, why not, shrug coming from both, proceeded to help him. Sasuke took off in the lead, Sakura and the Inuzuka pair just off to the sides. Sakura and Kiba were still panting, Sasuke even more so, with particularly good reason. The forest was burning behind him from his fireball techniques in their efforts to avoid the skirmish to get through the gates first, but despite the situation, Kiba could tell that the Uchiha was silent even more so than the norm. Yo, Sasuke, you've got the handle on that Gokaku no Jutsu, right? No answer. You know, chakra exhaustion and all. Kiba trailed off, trying to solicit a comment. Still no response. Kiba sighed. What, you're still that pissed over what happened in Suna? Sakura facepalmed herself and felt more than inclined to slap the Inuzuka upside the head. Why the hell did he have to start on that topic? Apparently, it was customary for the lad to try to beat his own record of idiocy. Kiba, don't be a baka, Sakura mumbled in irritation. Why'd you bring that up? Because? Kiba raised an eyebrow. The guy's being, I'm Uchiha Sasuke, to the 10th power. Can't he just take a break from that? Akamaru yipped once in agreement, which slightly boosted the Inuzuka's ego, pertaining to his stance on the situation. Yeah, Akamaru, I just don't think we're working well together. Like how me and Akamaru would. Teamwork works. The ninja in Suna was alone. Sakura and Kiba looked up in surprise. Sasuke, did he just make a comment? The ninja in Suna was alone, he repeated. Yet he beat us. There was no teamwork for that, Kiba. And what's more, you two only stood and watched. You know that we had to keep out of that fight. Kiba retorted. The guy was a Jonin. And we were only genin. Did you really expect us to get involved? What if he were out to kill you? Would you have let him? Don't be an idiot, Kiba. You're just going to allow everyone to walk all over you. Yeah, well, I'm an Inuzuka, Kiba reminded with a huff. As much as I'd like to show what I'm capable of and assume leadership, I can recognize a pecking order and fall in line to authority. Sasuke nearly laughed in contempt. Guess that's one way to say that you'd keel over and beg. So far, I'm willing to admit that he was my better. Kiba's ears pricked up in surprise. Huh, did Sasuke just concede something? But one day, the raven-haired boy continued. I'm going to kill him. Him in Naruto. Naruto? Sakura's eyes widened. Why do you want to kill Naruto? Sure, she, in the past, believed that the guy was an idiot. But since, especially during and after the events of their joint B-rank mission in Ryasu Town, she had been thinking a lot. Naruto not an idiot. Big surprise. Super strong too, and not so bad looking after all. Puberty, go figure. And the biggest shock might be a dojutsu holder. She was still looking into that, not to mention trying to keep her ear to the ground to find out more about the ninja in Suna. And now Sasuke's speaking of wanting to kill him. What the Naruto? Are you for real, man? Kiba couldn't believe his ears. What do you have against him? Sasuke gritted his teeth. We don't know him anymore. Naruto's been hiding secrets. Naruto beat Neji in taijutsu. Naruto's toting a dojutsu. The Uchiha nearly lost it right then and there. Haven't you even noticed that both the ninja from Suna that nearly killed us all is dressed like Naruto? I even realized that they both had batons. They had noticed. They just thought it had been a coincidence. I'm sure Naruto knows who and where he is. I'm going to beat it out of him. Man, Kiba started. That is fucked up. I'm not on board with that killing thing. Look, I get that the guy beat me at taijutsu too, that sucks, but I'm willing to let that go. Fuck that. Kiba waved off the boy's rash sayings. Let's just do the exams. Besides, if you really want to fight Naruto, that shit can wait till the second phase if we get through this one. Sasuke was nothing if not determined, but he could hear reason. Naruto could wait until the second phase, true, but they had 5 days here in the forest. God help the Uzumaki should they cross paths, and he'd kill anyone who got in his way. As they leapt away, Fu and her team silently watched the Leaf Team 7 pass. Orange eyes narrowed. The owner wondered how she should relay the news to the person it concerned the most. Shiri and Anna, her male teammates, merely rolled their eyes at the team's drama. Geez, tease the warm spirit that the Leaf Ninjas have for one another? Shiri asked mostly to himself. I can only imagine how ninjas from different villages are going to treat each other if the self-villages are going to rip their own kin apart. Quote, we should follow them, Fu suggested quietly. Another stupid idea from our resident Jinchuriki, Anna retorted. Why the hell would we want to do that? Fu's eyebrow twitched as she resisted the thought of knocking some sense into her teammate. The Uchiha has the Sharingan, duh. He can probably spot the Oddseal without even trying. And his male squad mates in Inuzuka. He's basically like a dog when it comes to smelling things out. Won't he smell us then, or even the guy with the Sharingan spotting us? And come to think of it, Anna narrowed his eyes in suspicion. How'd you find all that out anyway? Fu decided that it'd be wise to avoid telling them about knowing a certain blonde who told tales of his classmates. I read a book about the Leaf clans, she lied. The Sharingan isn't going to make him see in every direction. If we stay right behind them, he won't see us because we'll be in his blind spot. And as for the sense of smell, we'll Saint have to keep our finger crossed that we're always upwind, so that the Inuzuka and his dog doesn't smell us. It's either this, or we play a kitty game of hot and cold for the next 5 days. Shiri and Anna glanced to each other. The choice was no contest. Fine. Just before they set out, however, an explosion echoed from another corner of the forest, briefly shaking the ground until all went still. Naruto grinned to himself as he dashed forward on the tree branches behind Hinata and Shino. Guess that one was a bit overkill, huh? Hinata didn't answer. She might have been thinking about the casualties, Naruto mused. Hey, the explosion ought to throw off their perception of heat in their tracker seals. Anyway, Hinata-chan, do you see anyone else moving towards the Oddseal we're heading to? Wouldn't that be everyone, since that's the objective of the exercise? Shino said matter-of-factly. There's 10 of them, smart ass. That might be a good name for you. Smart ass Shino, know it all. Naruto chuckled to himself as he looked all around him since he was bringing up the rear of the team. Shino didn't even turn to look at him. You haven't lost your childish sense of humor. Common sense, on the other hand. Oh, boo. Naruto did a little thinking as he considered the nature of the exam. Anyway, listen, I know that we don't have a leader amongst ourselves. Kinda helps group cohesion, you know. So we should entertain each other's ideas. Anyone have any? To be frank, Naruto-kun, I was thinking that you would have one. The idea, man. Hinata smiled as she turned the thought over in her mind. The idea, man with a plan, Shino agreed. To be fair, I was only thinking of keeping the seal on our persons, then head towards the tower and stay close to it. Should the risks increase too much or if there's too much conflict, we would retreat into the tower to protect ourselves. Also, that would also remove that specific odd seal from play to even slightle. Why improve our chances of having a time being at 10th place or above? Sounds good. Naruto considered what Shino said. That sounds like something we should actually try. But how the hell are we going to get the seal in the first place? And what should we do when we get it and keep it in our possession and our lives intact? Did you see what happened back there? That Kumo chick was trying to kill me. Even though I was looking out for everyone's best interests. Not everyone sees it like that. Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly, her voice even lower than their light footsteps as they leapt through the trees. Perhaps she saw you as a schemer. I am kinda, Naruto admitted. I was trying to get them to leave us alone. To do what? Set up ambushes with cage bunchins. Wait, I guess that's one way to get something done. Someone just got the odd seal. Hinata announced suddenly and urgently. The one that we were going after. What? Naruto couldn't believe it. So fast? We did say time in setting up the traps to ensure that we would get a head start from the others we started with. Shino reminded in his monotone. Besides, it'd be foolish to think that we could proceed through the exam and avoid any and all conflict. Hinata merely nodded in agreement as she retained her focus on what was happening far out in front. There are 3 no 4 5 6. 6 people? Naruto raised his eyebrow. That shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Teams. Hinata finished. A dejected Naruto's jaw slackened. 6 teams are there already, and one of is Tenten-san's team. Another is Team 10. Ino Shikacho? Naruto worked it out in his head. Well crap, what the hell am I going to do about that? He was tempted to use his dojutsu, but had no way of hiding it. Furthermore, he only wanted to use it as a last resort. Don't you mean, what are we to do? Hinata reminded. We'll think of something. Sure, we should just do a snatch and run. But if worst comes to worst and we have to fight, the Uzumaki wondered on what he should do. Keep 'em busy while you guys run. Then I'll use the Chikahira, underground projection, to get out. Seems safe. Hell, may be substituting with a shadow clone, Naruto continued. Sounding ideas off of himself, more and more possibilities came to him as did the rising sounds of conflict up ahead of them. But as the old adage went, plans go up in smoke in the heat of conflict. It was as if they were stepping into a war zone. 12 ninjas were fighting each other all at once. Explosions had pockmarked the ground. Trees scarred by kunai and blood shed on the earth and the leaves. A few ninjas were dead and a few more were injured, yes, but they kept on fighting, as if having the odd seal gave them some newfound purpose in life to live and kill everyone else. Speaking of the odd seal, holy shit, Naruto cursed silently. That thing's even thicker and taller than the scroll of sealing. And there was no cord running through it to carry it like a bag. Guess that means that whoever had the odd seal had only his legs to rely on. Guess all his plans on doing jutsus while with the scroll just went out the window. And anyone carrying the scroll would be hampered if they tried to run. Basically, they'd have to leave everyone as a casualty if they wanted the scroll. Screw planning. Naruto felt his eyebrow itch as his old mentality came creeping back into his psyche. Plans aren't going to work. Basedas, the longer we wait for them to kill each other, the more and more teams that'll come looking for this thing. There's over 100 teams in the exams. Wait, Hinata started to say. But Naruto already jumped out of the tree, rolling as he hit ground and entering the fray. She suppressed the urge to face-palm herself. I'm in love with an impulsive knucklehead. She smiled to herself. It was a small thing. I suppose that part of him still hasn't changed. Let's go, Shino. And so they followed Naruto to hell. The blonde finished his roll, already forming the cross-hand seal to create doppelgangers. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, blowing up into existence in smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared at his sides. All 3 drew batons and tantos. Get that odd seal. Hi, it's not as if the medley of ninjas didn't notice Team 8. They noticed. They had all been keeping an eye out for newcomers, while fighting each other. Needless to say, the Rain Ninjas, the Iwa Nins and even the Leaf Nins weren't taking their interloping well. 3 Iwa Nins broke out of the general fight, merely forming the bird hand seal. Doden, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. Immediately following, Said roughly made spears shifted apart from the ground and were sent haphazardly into the gathering of fighting ninjas. There were no deaths following, but an unfortunate Leaf Nin took a harsh cut through his leg, drawing heavily bleeding. As Tenten dodged the jutsu along with her team, she took notice of Naruto. She was about to call out to him, but remembered what had transpired a wee bit earlier. She was still angry. She let him know that by palming one of her shuriken seals and throwing the entire contents numbering 24. The Uzumaki's eyes widened when he saw them. If he hadn't dodged what he could and deflected the rest, he would have bought the farm. "Hey, are you trying to kill me?" She didn't reply, or rather, not with words. She started throwing even more. Kunais, shuriken, even kamas, sickles, and shikuros, saw-bladed daggers, and sei. "I guess that's a yes." The boy had to draw his baton to help himself to deflect the weapons that he had blundered into while avoiding others. "So I had the orphanage built. What's wrong with that? Huh? I wanted somewhere official for you to live where you wouldn't be around a liability like me. Furthermore, the orphanage got village assistance so you could get the help you needed." Oh, she hefted out a warhammer that she slammed into a nearby rain ninja before doing a literal swinging hammer throw at him. His eyes widened as he got the hell out of dodge. The hammer left a sizable crater where he had previously been. "You basically had me shipped out, and then you had the nerve to plant a clone there that pretended to be some kind of a father figure. So what if I wasn't about to trust someone else with you?" Naruto ducked behind Choji whilst Tenten switched focus to Shino, who took her attention. "Excuse me, Choji," Naruto shouted as he deflected Senbon that flew in from his side. "You're in the way." What Naruto, the Akamichi, started to say, but got distracted when he saw the scroll fall out of the grasp of an expired rain nin, who had gotten stabbed in the back. The scroll, Naruto's ears pricked up when he heard that, and was about to intercept the scroll too, but found himself unable to move, stuck firmly in place. The hell? The boy looked down and saw his shadow being an inky blackness that stretched and connected to Shikamaru, who was a ways off. "Oh come on, of all the people here, you just had to pick me?" He tried to move his arm, but was barely successful in twitching it slightly. "What a drag. I had to make sure that the most troublesome ninja doesn't make this clusterfuck even worse." "Ino, you know what to do." The girl who was high in a tree shivered slightly. "Are you joking? It's like you've forgotten what Kabuto said." "Kabuto?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "What did he say?" Shikamaru avoided the question. "Well, if you're afraid of using your technique, why don't you just knock him out? Just hurry up, 'cause Choji needs help. He can't get to the scroll and escape by himself." "What did he say?" Naruto yelled again. Ino paid him no mind. She dropped out of the tree behind him and was about to cuff him unconscious. However, to Shikamaru's surprise, Ino was the one to black out and collapse. Moments later, Hinata wavered into existence from where she had been behind Ino and threw 3 kunais at the Nara, who was forced to drop his technique in order to dodge. Hardly had he finished avoiding the Hyuga's thrown weapons did Naruto begin to move after him. Shikamaru had predicted such a move, as a Naruto tripped a wire trap that released kunais on paper bombs directly at himself, and he had to sink into the earth using the Chikahira. The blast actually finished off an injured rain ninja, however, leaving only teams 8, 9, 10 and Team Iwa, still in full and yet uninjured squads. Naruto's 2 clones were now trying to keep Neji and Tenten occupied, so that Shino and Hinata could go after the scroll. That wasn't necessarily a good thing. Team Iwa in particular were now studying Naruto intently as he rose back out of the earth unscathed. Especially a brunette, Kunoichi, in a maroon outfit with mesh armor. But rather than target him, she chose wisely in the moment and went after Choji with her teammates, eager to capture the scroll before more ninjas showed up like moths to the flame. As they made their move on Choji, Rock Lee kept Naruto busy by swinging out punches and kicks as though they were free. Naruto cursed to himself as he tried to block a leg from braining him. "The hell? That last one felt like iron. What's your deal?" "I don't have the scroll." "That's not a very youthful thing to say, Naruto-san. Why avoid the challenge when you can conquer it? Don't you avoid trouble like normal people? And what the hell's wrong with your volume? Huh? I'm right in front of you." The boy had to dodge the boy's bandaged fist before trying to rack his baton over the lad's head in an effort to knock him out, but Lee blocked it with his arm. Naruto's telescope baton was never meant to bend. It was like a concrete nail, to be sturdy and precise. Unfortunately, Naruto never expected his baton to break. Yet, it was broken cleanly in two in the middle at an extending link. Both teens stupidly looked down at the broken weapon on the ground, Hen back again at the handle in Naruto's fist. Shit. Lee looked back up. I'm glad that it broke. Your first mistake was relying on a weapon that could break. I rely on only one weapon, that which is my own body. I have broken it many times and improved it many times like steel in a forge. Lee backpedaled a few feet and entered his strong fist. You beat Neji in taijutsu, allow me to show you my own youthfulness. Naruto stared back at Lee, still dumbstruck that his choice weapon had been broken. Huh? What, you mean in taijutsu? Naruto had heard rumors about how this particular member of Team 9 trained. And Tenten's stories about him had given the Uzumaki nightmares. Pass. Huge pass. But Lee would have none of it. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the boy disappear. If not for his reflex, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the sweeping kick to his head. It was a good thing that his reflex also made him leap away, as Lee had already begun by following through with an other where his legs would have been if he had stayed. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Hardly had he finished following through was he already going after the Uzumaki. The blonde quickly tried to execute a substitution. A mini-second later, Lee's fist smashed the log into splinters, broken pieces flying everywhere. Naruto-san? Naruto's not here, the boy comically called out to Lee from where he was amongst the trees. Call again tomorrow. As expected, Lee took off after him, but unfortunately fell to the lure into a trap. An explosion blew the tree half to oblivion along with Naruto's cage bunchen, but Lee on the other hand. What the hell? Naruto's jaw dropped from his vantage point in another tree. Did he outrun an explosion? No one's that fast, man. Hey, Lee, Tenten yelled while she was fighting an Iwa ninja. Knock him around a few times for me. Are you still mad about that, Tenten-chan? Naruto complained as he was forced to defend himself once more from Lee's assault. What did you want me to do, huh? You could have been honest. Naruto decided that he should just lower his gravity seal from 5 to 3, to at least unhinder himself enough to be able to fight with Lee and overpower him quickly. But it was with horror when he realized that he had already done so. And he was still having this much trouble? He was basically going by reflex, and even that ability couldn't keep up with Lee completely. Honesty? Oh, hey, he shouted the already thick sarcasm. I could use some help taking care of a catatonic girl. Where to go, huh? Run to the Hokage? I still think. He paused here to finally grab Lee's punch and threw him over his shoulder with all his might to the ground. That I made the right choice. He took off after the scroll where everyone else was fighting over. Eager to just grab the scroll and run. He had taken into account that Lee wouldn't stay down, but to be honest he thought he had more time. He had to lower his gravity seal to 2. Finally. I can keep up with this guy's speed and strength. But is he training with a gravity seal too? Weights, maybe? Then a bludgeoning kick from the boy's ankles smashed through Naruto's block and sent him flying into a tree trunk, nearly throwing his back out. I'm going to say, training weights, Kurama put in. But have you noticed that he's only using taijutsu? He's not even using chakra to augment his moves. You're looking rather pitiful right now, because that means he's probably even stronger with them off. I noticed, Naruto grunted, before creating elemental clones. With more annoyance than anger. Neji destroyed Naruto's cage bunchen before it could execute a Daibakua, great explosion, and turned to Tenten, who was just finishing hers, giving her a simple order. Get the scroll. The Higurashi nodded, before she ran off to where most of the others were. She took note of the fact that Naruto was having less than a great time in his square-off with Lee. It was the vindictive side of her. This time, though, she was sure that she was in the right. She didn't have to think that she was being left alone in the orphanage. And what was in that act all those years ago, huh? Let the sickly Asami have the last space in the orphanage instead of Naruto himself? He practically had a house built, and he basically gave out all the rooms for strangers to use. Logic? Zero. All those years of looking up to Masato like a father figure that was also Naruto, for Kami's sakes. No wonder she was wondering in what respect she had feelings for the blonde, be it even fatherly and brotherly and romantically. No wonder she was so fucked up in the head and confused in the heart. She had to bring herself back to the present. What was going on? There was the odd seal that they were all fighting over. Choji, Shikamaru, Shino and Hinata were involved in an inter-team brawl along with Team Iwa. How could she get to the scroll without getting scored an injury or worse? She started, running a loop of exploding tags through a kunai and got ready to throw it. Now where would be the best place to plant the explosives? Shino had to keep moving in order to avoid the Nara's shadow techniques. I may not be as smart as you, but I do have another advantage. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. What advantage, you ask? I've grown into other ninja arts besides my clan techniques, unlike the members of your team. That was all that he could say, before the Aburame blundered into a roundabout shadow from a nearby tree, baited into the Nara's Kujimane no Jutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Without wasting time, Choji partially expanded his other arm, the first expanded arm was carrying the scroll, and swatted Shino as if he were nothing more than an insect. Although ironically, he was. Or to be more specific, many insects. Instead of slapping the Aburame's limp body away, however, Shino, on a whole, disintegrated into a swarm of insects which began leeching Choji of his chakra. While there was a lot of chakra for them to work through, Choji dropped the scroll and began beating at the insects with his now free hand in an effort to kill them. It was woefully inadequate. His hand was too large for the insects that were far too small. In his distraction, he had forgotten to pay attention to Hinata, who promptly disabled the tenketsu in his legs. The Goliath of a genin collapsed backwards, leaving his large impression to show that he had fallen heavily. Upon seeing that two of his teammates were incapacitated, the Nara retreated a ways off using a substitution, throw-in. Jikanized the whole time to keep the two members of Team 8 occupied, which they dodged easily enough but were still kept on their toes. Despite this, Team Iwa finally captured the scroll sort of. One of the burlier-looking males grabbed it and started hefting it away in escape. He failed spectacularly. Neji was upon him quickly, and sealed his tenketsu even quicker. In reprisal, the Soul Kunoi Kai of the Iwa team created even more spears of stone that shot out of the ground at the long-haired Hyuga. He deftly avoided them without even turning, and it was only when he turned to face her that she realized that he was a Hyuga. Byakugan blazing. Neji wasn't fast. He was quick and superbly agile as he dodged her repeated attempts to skewer him. Kuretsuchi was about to try to perform a small genjutsu to throw him off as was her practice, but in her hesitation, he caught up to her and began rapidly sealing her tenketsu. Before he could do any serious damage, she kicked him off, and before he could recover, she attempted one of her trumps, although it was flawed because of her chakra's partial sealing. Yoten, Sekaigyo no Jutsu, lava release, quicklime congealing technique. She spew the quick action cement-like substance over the hapless Hyuga. Realizing that it would harden on his person should it be allowed to dry, flared his chakra and eased into a rotation to rid himself of the stuff off of himself. Hardly was he finished, was he pulled beneath the ground up to his neck by the last Iwa squadmate. Rising back up again out of the earth, the teen rested his kunai to Neji's neck. That marked a turning point in the medley. Checkmate, the Iwa nin growled as he pressed the kunai against Neji's neck. Before he could slash it, he heard Kuretsuchi curse under her breath. Hearing that, he angled his head to look at her, only to see the bun-haired weapons mistress with a kunai at Kuretsuchi's neck and her free hand in a handseal. Not today, Tenten grunted. Drop the kunai, or I'll open up her neck. Actually distracted by the predicament his teammates were in, Lee took his eyes off of Naruto, pausing his relentless assault. The Uzumaki capitalized on that by drawing his tanto and slashed at the taijutsu user wildly, drawing a deep cut across his chest. Lee weathered through it, however, and smashed his fist into Naruto's gut and corkscrewed it, sending him flying in a spin into the tree, making the blonde black out briefly. But before he could come to, Lee came to stand before him, his fist cocked back. Holy shit, Naruto gurgled, before coughing up blood. Kami didn't build you like everyone else, huh? Before Lee could strike, the boy's arm fell to his kunai holster and withdrew one of the ninja knives, angling it stab the Uzumaki. What manner of unyouthfulness is this? What is wrong with me? Lee complained in worry. Naruto glanced down at the boy's feet, only to see a long black shadow weaving amongst the stray kunais on the ground, making its way back to the darker regions of the forest. Wait, Shikamaru, what the fuck are you doing, man? Defending my teammates, Shikamaru called out. Take a look at Shino and Hinata. Weakly obliging, Naruto averted his eyes, trying to look for his teammates. He eventually spotted Hinata more or less hefting the large scroll to leave with it and Shino basically using Choji as food to feed his Kikaichu. Shino, Naruto yelled. Quit it, you're pissing off Shikamaru. I need my teammate healthy for the rest of our stay in this troublesome place. If he doesn't stop, the guy meant to car. The scroll is going to get stabbed in the arms, then I follow through with the rest of his body. Simple tit for tat, Shikamaru called from where he was hidden. One strongman for another. Are you serious? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. I wouldn't kill any of you guys. You're willing to kill others, the Nara replied in a caustic tone. I'm willing to kill to protect my friends. Aren't we friends? Naruto shouted in worry. Shikamaru didn't answer him. This is most unyouthful. I'm uncomfortable with killing, Lee shouted as he tried to regain control of his body, but failed miserably. You're the trigger man, Shikamaru called, or knife man, too troublesome figuring out which is which. It appeared that Hinata, at first, would have been the only one not directly involved in the scrum and would have had her objective in hand. But before she could do anything, Tenten yelled to her, You stop right there, princess. I've got 5 paper bombs tagged on that scroll with a kunai. If Neji dies or if Lee kills Naruto, I'm blowing it to shit. Then all of this would have been for nothing. Well, this was interesting. Apparently everyone was getting poked with the wrong end of the shit stick. Neji was 95% buried with a knife at his throat. Kuretsuchi's tenketsu was partially sealed, neutralizing her ability to flawlessly execute substitution to escape the knife at her neck. The last Iwa Nin was out of commission, completely unconscious and his chakra sealed. He wouldn't be up and fighting anytime soon. Naruto was injured, and about to get crucified by a controlled Rock Lee, which was done by a pissed-off Nara. Shino was using Choji like a gas station, fueling his insects for the conflicts ahead. Hinata was more or less holding a bomb that could and would blow her up into crimson paint. Desperate, Naruto finally activated his dojutsu and analyzed the situation. Wondering about the risks a little more, he made his decision. Hinata-chan, throw the scroll to Tenten. Shino, save Neji. What? She threw him a look that questioned his sanity. Why? Do it. Abandoning their own reasoning, Shino sent his insatiable swarms after the Iwa ninja, driving him away from Neji. While Hinata tried to swing the scroll over to where Tenten was. Giving herself another reason to fight someone else, she took off after Shikamaru, who had to cut his control over his jutsu to escape her wrath hurt Naruto-kun. Not a chance of letting that slide. The odd seal with the bomb rooted in it by a kunai rolled towards Tenten, coming to a stop before her. She had lost her purpose, to threaten the Iwa ninja to keep him from killing Neji, but she had dug her own grave by having her own bomb in her own proximity. Nevertheless, she had nothing to worry about so long as she didn't flare her chakra with her hand seal to activate it, but the ninja that was trying to kill Neji was now targeting her. She had to release Kuretsuchi. While the Iwagakure ninjas kept her engaged, Naruto sighed in relief. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. Lee just about had rhinos for fists, and before he could knock him out, Naruto did one last substitution, despite his body's protests. Kurama, I need some healing here. This isn't some kind of miracle instant healing service, brat. It takes time. Before he could rant at the beast about what he thought about that, Naruto had to duck the fist that would have brained him. Tactics refreshing his mind, he sidestepped Lee's straight punch and grabbed the back of his head. Adding his own momentum to Lee's, he slammed Lee's forehead directly into the ground below. Lee bared through it, however, and turned it into a front flip that gave Naruto a kick to his shoulder, slamming the Uzumaki with the weights hidden his leg warmers. Naruto rolled with the blow backwards, before falling to his knees, spewing up blood again. His gut still hurt him terribly, and it was costing him too much to expend a lot of effort. Pity he thought his close-range combat skills were top-notch. Lee was humbling him, and he still had his weights on. Trying to control his chakra, he created 2 cage bunchins who intercepted Lee. It was risky business, but Lee always followed through with his sweeping attacks to keep momentum, but used straight punches to stop himself from continuing a continued assault. But what good would that be since Lee always tried to destroy everything he touched? Naruto snapped his fingers, and the clones exploded as soon Lee struck them. Let's see him outrun that. The white explosion enveloped the taijutsu user completely. Sailing out of the smoke by the force of the bomb, he flew across the clearing and finally landing, his body rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. After he stayed like that for a while, Naruto was beginning to believe that the spandex wearer was down and out. However, After a groan that sounded suspiciously like he was saying that he wasn't giving up, Lee was standing again. No one knew what happens when an irresistible force met an immovable object. But what happened when two irresistible forces met each other? Yep, he's not normal. I can't outmuscle this guy. I need to capitalize on some weakness of his, or outsmart him. Naruto mused under his breath when he saw Lee running towards him again. Think. It was then at that moment that a new battle tactic came to him as he analyzed the situation. Heh, that's it. It's as easy as 1 2 3. Forming 3 hand seals, he created a single Raiden Bunshin. Then another set of handles created one of water. Get ready. Hi, taking their affirmatives as confidence. He prepared gave them their orders. Soak him. The water clone did his jutsu first. Sweeten. Mizu Kasukado. Water release. Water cascade. The wave of water, while drenching him. Did nothing to stop Lee's swift advance across the clearing towards them through the wet, but Naruto grinned vindictively when he saw that Lee had no intention of stopping. Wait until he's a little closer. The Raiden Bunshin went through hand seals, belayed on the final one, waiting for his creator's orders. That's it. Shock and awe. Raiden. Jaibashi. Lightning release. Electromagnetic murder. The electric technique raced along the water path the earlier jutsu had caused and caught up to Lee. He couldn't outrun that which was far swifter than him. The current arced to his conductive metallic leg weights, before racing through his body. Air. Lee screamed as the electricity did its purpose, before he collapsed where he was, voltage still apparent. As it danced on his flesh and frazzled his bowl-cut hair. Naruto finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. He knew that the electricity would severely inhibit Lee, causing paralysis and unconsciousness. That was good enough. Damn, now for the odd seal. He turned and started heading after the seal, but was alarmed when Hinata raised a cry from the trees where she was fighting Shikamaru. He's getting back up, Naruto-kun. Already reacting, he turned to face Rock Lee, but was a bit surprised to see that the teen was unmoving. Is he even conscious? Naruto asked himself, wondering what his next move was. He soon, in spite of this, returned his attention to the large scroll. He hadn't forgotten his earlier plans, or rather goals, as it were, to get to the odd seal. Already allowing his dojutsu to deactivate to preserve it in what little secrecy it still had, the boy and his clones took off after the objective. He knew that Tenten still had her insurance, still on the damn thing, but that was the least. He took out his kunai and stripped off the explosive tag while his 2 Bunshins helped Hinata to drive Shikamaru further and further away. Naruto didn't respect the boy's battle field strategies as much as he knew he should, but he was still a dangerous liability to have around. It was positively scary seeing the Nara actually willing to whatever means necessary to protect his teammates. In that regard, Naruto believed that he was the same. But had the news of his accomplishments really changed the views of his former classmates on him? Did they see him as some kind of huge statue that had to be brought down to their level or lower? Or even worse, believed that he should be? Naruto clenched his fists tightly. If what Shikamaru was willing to do was the same emotion, mirrored by everyone of his graduating class, then all he had here was his own team. And how long would that last until they were forced to fight each other? He had to forget about friends, forget about the girls, forget about his team. He'd work with them for now, but he'd better be ready to bloody his hands soon. While he wasn't willing to kill those close to him, he had better be ready to cut loose. Who knows whether or not they were thinking the same? Shino, his teammate, was in this exam. Fu-chan was in this exam. So was Hinata-chan and Tenten-chan. His mind swirled as he thought of the last. Tenten had threatened Hinata by declaring that she would destroy the odd seal and the Hyuga girl along with it. Had they all degenerated into savages? In his episode, he glimpsed his broken baton, all on its lonesome. Perhaps it was a sign that it had been rent asunder. It had come to pass to symbolize that he might need to become more forceful, more final when it came to his confrontations. Things were going to come to head soon, and it was with horror that he realized that he was not strong enough. His taijutsu weak. His ninjutsu repetitive and substandard. All he had were ideas and plans and tactics with his dojutsu, but no power to really back it. Smarts went a long way, but brawn helped in heaps too. Rock Lee was practically like dumb muscle, and look how far it got him. What if Lee had ninjutsu as well? The Uzumaki realized that he could have been coned for. Naruto got up and approached his tanto, taking it up and grasping it securely. He could change. There were a few remaining. Hinata and his 2 clones had driven off Shikamaru to a safe enough distance. Shino was disabling the last male Iwa shinobi and Kuretsuchi was taking on Tenten at close proximity with 2 kunais. Effectively neutralizing the girl's wishes of throwing her weapons. Readying himself to use a body flicker, he took off after Tenten and Kuretsuchi. Both were determined kunoichis who would never allow him to leave with the scroll. They had to be taken down or out. It was a bit harsh, but he found it hard to stop himself once he started his blitz. Disappearing and reappearing, he found himself behind Tenten right in her blind spot. Somehow, she sensed him or saw him coming and acting, and deftly angled her head aside to dodge a cuff that would have knocked her out. But not willing to be outdone, he dropped and sweep-kicked her legs quickly from beneath her and she found herself between heaven and earth. An elbow later smashed her down even faster. Hardly had he done Tenten in had he weaved around her prone form. Advancing on Kuretsuchi, a brief play of blades was all it took before Naruto's tanto left a trail of red on her arms, making her drop her first kunai. With a savage slash downwards with his weapon in a reverse grip. He put enough force behind it to knock the second kunai out of the Iwa nin's hand. Already fearing for her life, she tried to step back but it was futile. In a last-ditch effort to literally save her own neck, she stopped his last hack from slicing through it, but at the expense of her hand, using it to catch the blade. She couldn't stand much more of the abusive blade. Kuretsuchi lashed out a kick at his groin to get him to back away from her. Damn namikaze, the girl bit out nastily as he backpedaled. She pressed on the advantage and flicked the blood from her cut palm into his eyes, temporarily blinding him. While the foreign liquid stung at his eyes, she grabbed the last kunai from her holster and lunged forward with it, but the hapless kunoichi would and could never have expected him to actually deflect it, while blinded, by batting it aside with a backhand swing, before dealing a fist to her exposed side. As she flinched, the last thing he knew was the boy smashing the base of the handle against her temple, knocking her unconscious. It was over. Naruto flicked the blood off of his tanto before dropping it into its scabbard on his back, while running his free arm across his eyes in an effort to alleviate the sting of the blood. There was nothing positive about that, maybe negative. Naruto chuckled at his lame joke about the blood. Damn, and what was all that drama about calling me namikaze? Sheesh. He was about to walk away, but he heard the sound of retching behind him. It was Tenten. She was dry heaving on her knees aft. He had struck at her gut in one of his harshest ways. You all right? The bun-haired girl glared at him, or at least as best she could. What do you care? You're the one who elbowed me. Would you have let me and my team just walk away with the odd seal? No answer. I thought not. At least you got it better than this Iwa girl here. The Uzumaki nodded towards Kuretsuchi who was on the ground, her prostrate form limp. I used only taijutsu on you. Not to mention, you set Rock Lee on me. That guy could wreck a building with his bare hands alone. Maybe he busted a rib of mine, or even more. Why'd you do it? She mumbled. She was very vague with her question, but he knew exactly what she was talking about. Nevertheless, he wasn't going to say anything unless she asked the question she needed to get off of her chest. Call it a psychological tactic he had picked up from his massive knowledge intake. Do what? I'd finally admitted my feelings. But you dumped me in an orphanage. As if you couldn't be bothered. Village care. Huh? Was I that much of a burden? Well, what did I know about taking care of a catatonic girl? He answered rhetorically. I didn't mind, and I did the best I could. You never had to worry about any landhunters coming to find you. But I finally realized that times were changing. The village's economy was getting better, and that meant that my few dollars weren't going to mean as much as it used to. I called in a favor and got the orphanage built. What's more, I didn't trust anyone else but myself to look after you. So I did what I do best. I made a clone. Don't you like Masato? I look up to Masato like a father. Tenten shouted. A father figure, and it was basically you the whole time. That's fucked up. Then what's next? Naruto asked softly. You're gonna move out of the orphanage or something? You can't stand Masato or something just because he's a clone of me in disguise? Yes, I will. Well, shit, he hadn't expected that. Fine, I wish you the best, Tenten-chan. She didn't answer. With a sign of resignation, he turned and walked away from the girl on her knees, approaching the bulky odd seal and picking it up. Damn, this thing is it's actually pretty light, or is it because of my gravity seals at level 2? Or is this thing making me stronger? He grasped one end and swung it around a few times, wondering if he could bash someone with it if he performed correctly. It's a lot lighter than it looks. And it's like it's draining a little of my chakra ever so slightly. Must be how it's going to be used in the end to show the length of time it was held. He settled for carrying the thing under his armpit while he hailed the final two members. Shino, Hinata-chan, time to go, before more ninjas show up. Shino-so-on appeared from the trees where he had incapacitated the final Iwa shinobi, and Hinata reappeared not much longer after that with his two elemental bunchins. Done? They're done, Naruto replied. Quote, we should get going to the tower and hold our own close by to it. He didn't miss seeing Hinata look towards Tenten worriedly. She's fine. I held back. The Hyuga narrowed her eyes at this. You're not the dominator type, are you? Is that a sexual innuendo? Naruto asked, bewildered. He had never, ever, expected any manner of perversion on her part. 'Cause I'm not exactly going to be submissive to anyone I know in this exam. Just making sure. It's good to know your partner, she trailed off suggestively. I've got statistics in my head about how many relationships actually make it to marriage. And how many after that end in divorce or spouse murder. So, let's break that statistic for the better, Naruto finished. But that's going to wait until after the exam. However long that's going to take. 5 days, right? How long has it been already? Shino shrugged. About an hour. At this, Naruto's heart fell. After his near demise at the gate, their travels, their fights, his sue from Lee, his aches that hadn't even begun to numb? Well, that's just freakin' fantastic. Naruto groaned. 1 hour down, 119 more to go. Kami, help us. Anko walked past. Some of the Chunins who were monitoring the video feeds from all the many hidden cameras in the forest. Mumbling a word of greeting, she nearly did a double take when she realized that quite a few of her Chunin assistants were crowded around only one of said screens, chattering excitedly. Oi, since when does it take 5 guys to watch only one monitor, huh? Get back to your stations. I don't want any of you missing any cheaters trying to get smart with the odd seals. Sorry, ma'am, came the general reply. All returned but one. He remained as an extra audience by standing behind the seated Chunin at his station. Clearly engrossed in the video feed, Anko was about to re-educate him about what happened to disobedient subordinates before she herself glimpsed what they were watching. Who's that? The Uzumaki brat? The disobedient Chunin, frightened as he had assumed that she had already moved on, hurried to explain in an effort to absolve his guilt. Hi. Forgive me, but his own bouts were too interesting. Move over, the woman yelled as she nearly outright pushed him out of the way. Damn, is this one of those cameras that come with audio? This must be what a mini ninja war looks and sounds like. Seeing her take part in his own crime, the Chunin sighed in relief. At the very worst, he could always claim that he was following her example. Backing off slowly, the Chunin left the Mitarashi's company before heading to the door. Trying his best not to be too inconspicuous, he exited through and closed the door behind him, walking on his lonesome in the corridor. Seems that the Yondaimi's son is rather stagnant. He couldn't even beat a genin properly. Granted, that spandex wearer's probably one of Maida's kids. Knowing him, he almost certainly put that boy through a harsh taijutsu training regimen. But even by inheriting Minato's talents, an opponent like that shouldn't have given him so much trouble. The Chunin decided that something had most certainly gone wrong, but couldn't quite place it. Did I overestimate the brat? I'm sure that I saw the dojutsu in his eyes that means that he already has at least 5 or 6 of the 8. Imagine, the Chunin's eyes narrowed in anger. The brat has the most powerful latent abilities ever to be artificially produced. There's no use investing him if he hasn't reached his potential, or if he hasn't yet manifested all of them. Furthermore, there's no chance or reason to try assimilating the abilities if they're not all present. Naruto is an utter waste. A waste of time, a waste of an investment, and he's a waste of Minato's life. That Namikaze threw away his life just so that this disappointment could live. What the hell was he thinking? The Chunin remained calm on the outside, his internal tions may as well have been covered with a rubber mask. His steps could have been compared to a clock's ticking. Monotonous, seemingly creating just enough noise to let anyone know that someone was king along the hallways, but not enough to attract attention to those who had no care or interest. His destination was the exit, those double doors which were just ahead, and after that he himself had no idea. not only in the literal sense but more existential in the ways of his nomadic routines and his very life's choices. He had no idea where to go, what to do, who to turn to. Hell, he didn't even know what to have for his next meal. It wasn't confusion, he was merely indecisive. However, in the way things stood, there wasn't much of a difference. And then there were those fucking voices in his head. Can't they keep quiet? Sure, some were mellow like Uchiha Itachi. Kisame was fine as well. Others were annoying, like the Suna Chunin he'd killed. Hidan, however, that ninja was not worth his regenerative abilities. What's more, the rogue ninja's facility still did not aid his most pressing issue. He needed chakra, lots of it, not to be able to heal from some injury that he was unlikely to get in the first place. Chakra, just chakra. The abilities from each ninja were merely perks and a small form of redress for his most pressing issue. I must keep my sanity. I must keep my mind, it's all I have left. His anger became absolute due to the lack of an outlook to any other. Damn, that snake, he'd better be able to deliver. I need that seal, the Chunin yelled in his mind. I hoped Naruto was going to be the initial cure, and if he's failing, that Orochimaru is the only one I can rely on. I'm running out of options. Options. It was then that he felt cold steel on his neck. Have a place you need to be? A voice whispered into his ear. The sultry tone spoke nothing easy and only served to accentuate the threat of having his throat cut from ear to ear. The Chunin grimaced, yet made no attempt to move. He wasn't afraid of the woman. By all means, if she knew who he was, she'd be afraid of him. However, he had to ask. What gave it away? If it weren't for the situation, Enko would have snorted. Faye, we were at seating capacity, but all the chairs were already occupied. Basically, we had an extra unwanted person. Not to mention the fact that you have to be the most nondescript person I know. The kunai pressed into his jugular, just enough to cut the thin flesh above. That's a fucking rookie error, making a henge like that. The Chunin didn't even exhale to help alleviate his stress. It'd be a real damn shame if I've lived for so long only to be killed by such a cocky bitch. Suffice to say, Enko knew of the possible repercussions for killing a foreign ninja. Consequences such as money settling, treaty violations, war declarations, all blamed on an innocent mistake, a lie. Enko could see the possible future. Hapless shinobi killed for getting lost when searching for a bathroom. Unlikely, of course, but who knew what went on in other ninjas' heads? The only consequence she was worried over was the fact that she was going to bleed the ninja dry all over the clean, polished corridor. Puncturing the blood vessel, she then dragged her kunai along his throat just for good measure before releasing her hold on him. His blood ran rather slowly, it soon spilling from his neck to the floor. But the strangest thing was the fact that while the man's blood hit the floor, he himself never did. The man stood, seemingly unaffected by his own blood loss. Hell. He was so calm that Enko was starting to think she tried to cut up a walking corpse. What the fuck? The Mitarashi stared at the man, suddenly worrying whether or not she was in a genjutsu. Biting her lower lip, nothing changed save for the new taste of blood in her mouth. Well, I suppose that Motor Mouth Ninja's ability was good for something after all, the man commented to himself as he thought of the scythe user. Soon enough, his bleeding stopped as his skin started to close together over the wound. Since you're obviously done, he said even louder to the kunoichi, I've got to get going. Sorry about the mess. Ito turned his back to her as if her presence warranted no threat and made as if he was about to leave. Enko, as it so happened, was an opportunist. Sine Jishu, hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes in great number and size sprung from her sleeves. The serpents wrapped themselves around the man, constricting themselves around him, biting relentlessly whereas a select one crushed his throat. An instant later, there was a puff of smoke, revealing a substituted log. Replacement? Whilst pulling out a kunai with her free hand, she was about to withdraw her snakes. But all of them were promptly sliced clean off by shurikens that streaked in from her right. She was already about to face the direction, but in horrid, and ironic, twist of events, found herself in the same position that she had captured the ninja the first time. The difference was that she was the one with a kunai at her neck. Just couldn't let things be. You're young, I'm sure. The man's tone was as dry as Suna. But you're a Tokubetsu Junin, aren't you? Seems that your promotion must have been a favor from a higher up, rather than earned. Enko's teeth nearly grounded into powder at the gauche remark. She'd worked hard to get to where she was, despite her miserable odds. It was in doing so that she was already formulating a means to her escape while the man went on. Too bad, but I expected no less from this village. Noticing a strange mark barely concealed by her high collar, he looked down and noticed that it was no mere blemish from birth, not even an ordinary tattoo. Ito's eyes widened when he saw that the young woman was wearing a successful imprint of Orochimaru's cursed seal. When did Orochimaru give you that mark? Hardly had he finished was when her kunai, held in a reverse grip, was lunging behind her, aiming for his vitals as best she could. Ostensibly forgetting his own freakish regenerative abilities, he released her and leapt backwards, and deflected the kunai that she then threw, aiming for his heart. Fuck off, it's only a harmless question. Who are you? Anko growled as more snakes grew from the reaches of her sleeves. Answer mine first. Ito's tone became lighter as if he was making a joke. Answer mine and I'll tell you. Anko's response was to remit her snakes explosively at the man, hoping to entangle him. Before the En could comment on how she was a one-trick pony, a much larger snake rose out of the ground from just behind him, aiming at his back. Wind seemingly encircled him, and the man disappeared in a burst of speed. As he moved, the wind rushed to replace the vacuum he left behind. In his wake of blurry attacks, all of the snakes exploded in crimson gore, sliced off and diced like vegetable stalks. We'll continue this talk later. The wind seemingly whispered, before the airstream itself was gone. At what sounded like a threat, the woman's eyebrows furrowed in apprehension, before becoming worried. Who the hell was that? She didn't know, but what worried her more was the nature and reasons of his presence. Just to look at some random genins on their closed-circuit televisions fight it out? To fight her, Anko had no idea, no grounds, no leads. Wait, the Chunin hopefuls, they weren't that random. He was watching the fight of Maeda Gai's team, some Iwa ninjas, the Inoshika Cho team, and Kurenai's team. Kurenai's team, she was teaching a problematic student, wasn't she? What the hell was his name again? She said his name earlier. What was it? She racked her brain before finally coming upon the answer. Uzumaki. That kid was kinda special in her eyes, not because he was on her friend's team, but because he was the village's pariah. Well, besides her, that is. It had to be about the brat, due to the fact that she herself had asked who he had been watching on the screen. He had answered in the confirmatory immediately, before going on to say that the boys' fights were interesting. Anyone else's fight could be interesting, more exciting even. Obviously, Uzumaki was on watch by someone. Ah, shit, Anko cursed to herself. God damn it, I can't even describe this guy. He's got nothing that stands out. I might as well just say that he had 2 eyes, a nose, and mouth. She turned as if to head back inside the building that stood on the outskirts of the FOD Forest of Death, but came to a sudden stop when she realized that his earlier bloodletting was still there on the ground in the doorway. If he were a leaf ninja, he could be easily identified by his blood if he was on the register like most other ninjas who gave blood samples for records. Blood could tell many things about people, anyway, so even if that was a bust, they could still learn where he came from, what kind of environment he frequented, and so on. Hell, even she herself could do the same things of the sort, albeit on a lesser scale. Nonetheless, they could at the very least learn which village and region he hailed from. With a tiny grin on her face, she bounded inside, hoping to get some sterile equipment with which to collect a sample. She liked her line of work. The 3-leaf genins sped along by leaps and bounds via the large branches of the forest. None spoke as the foremost individual's aura only served to make the others tense, even more so than the nerve-wracking nature of the exam. He himself did not recognize this, as most of his mental faculties were focused on finding the Dobi Uzumaki. The boy could very well recall the thrashing he got from the powerful shinobi in Suna. His choice of clothing, his weapons, his mannerisms, it could be no coincidence. His Sharingan wavered and flickered with the fluctuation of his emotions, revealing 2 tomos in each of his eyes. Naruto had to know the shinobi, or at very least, know of him. Name, perhaps, maybe even his general whereabouts and his haunts. The sudden thought came to him that he might be overthinking matters. Because someone now could dress and behave like a cage meant that they knew the person personally. It might even have been some sort of common knowledge somewhere, and Naruto picked it up, simply because of a passing fancy. Sounded very Naruto-ish, behaving on whims. Nonetheless, the Dobi had to know something that could be useful. Besides, these were the Chunin exams. It would be a terrific opportunity to do some team crushing. Crushing Naruto's team, if he had to be honest with himself. He could, grudgingly, admit that he'd grown stronger and worthy of his attention. He'd followed up on Naruto's exploits, and most of what Kabuto had told him in his generation came as little surprise. Naruto wasn't a weakling, not anymore. Not to mention, he had a dojutsu. That settled it. He was, more or less, going to kick Naruto's head in just to gauge the blonde's strength, his abilities, judge the battle worthiness of their dojutsus, and any information Naruto could cough up from a bloodied mouth would be a bonus. Also, given the rulings about the exam, his actions would be perfectly legal. Here, his current line of thoughts came to a stop as the tracker seal in his hand felt as if it were on fire, although it mattered little. He spied the odd seal, laying in the bushes a little ways off. Although he took note that it was rather large, he couldn't prevent his smirk from growing into a grin. One step at a time, then a bound. He was soon off even faster than before, giving his two teammates a little trouble in keeping up. Both of them could sense the Uchiha's temper was cooling, allowing for they themselves to calm down. They made no comment, lest they accidentally set him off again. By now, even Sakura was willing to admit that his temperament was getting too much to handle. Her personal attachment to him hadn't decreased. She still entertained the idea that she could change him, but his conduct was starting to affect the team's morale and efficiency. The wind in the trees started to pick up, boughs unsettling and leaves rustling. In spite of this, Akamaru finally wised up to the presence of their followers. "Read, Tails," he growled lowly, only communicating with his partner via his bred language. Hardly had the dog finished his report was his master's eyes wide, before narrowing in misgiving. He waited patiently, drawing deep breaths on the wind blowing around them, studying the scents carefully. "3, huh?" he mumbled, glancing aside. He was about to warn his cohorts, but things started to happen all of a sudden. Her ears twitched. The slight wind kept blowing towards her, fanning her face lightly. This was good. This particular factor assured her that the Inuzuka up ahead wasn't about to catch the scent of her team quite just yet. Yet, the wind carried something to her. Or perhaps it was only her imagination. It was a rather outlandish feeling, but she'd felt it before, particularly when Naruto and his clones, brothers, had aided her against her uncle when he was trying to kill them for interfering. It was the same feeling, and nearly as strong. It was a sensation that warranted nothing good. This is bad. Who knows what he might do to Naruto-kun? Maybe I should just stop following Sasuke and find Naruto-kun to warn him instead. Naruto-kun's better suited to handle him, isn't he? This is kinda tedious. They're just heading in one direction. North. We should just blow past them and get to the scroll first. We've got to be close enough, right? The seal is starting to feel like it's trying to cook my crotch. Fu shook her head. Nope. Haven't you realized? We've been meandering to the left. The seal isn't north from here. It's gonna land somewhere between north-northwest and northwest. Since we know that much, that's more and enough info to tell where to use the tracking seal, Shiri said excitedly. Besides, we should just take them out now before they become a problem later. His eyes squinted into a glare. Or is that too much of a problem? Fu snorted in contempt. What's your problem with me? Huh, Kami, it's like you both woke up one day and decided to hate me. I don't hate you, Anna corrected as he checked his pouch, readying himself for a fight. I just don't like you. To this, Fu exhaled a puff of hair upwards at her bangs. However, her hair didn't stop moving on its own. Rather, it kept on, bringing her to notice the fact that the wind was picking up. Anna saw the Jinchuriki become a little fussier, and he cocked up an eyebrow. Faye, it's not shocking cuz this isn't exactly news. What, with you housing a demon and all? Not exactly high up on my list of favorite supernatural beings. We should ease back, Fu suggested, disregarding everything that the teen had said completely. The wind's getting wilder. We don't want the dog guy to smell us. I know that they're almost out of sight, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Well, what about that dog next to him? Shiri mumbled, eyeing the animal carefully. Isn't it going to be a problem? Dog? Fu looked out while they trailed Team 7, finally taking notice of the pup that traveled alongside them. Seeing this, she realized that their intents could already have been compromised. Crap, let's follow them on the ground, instead of through the trees. It'll make it harder for him to smell us. Bullshit, Shiri interjected rudely. We'll lose sight of them way too easy, especially with all this foliage. We should stay on their level. Nah, we should get to the ground. Seeing them repay her proposition with frowns, she realized that she wasn't going to get anywhere. Shaking her head with abandon, she realized that, like it or not, the assholes in front of her were her best shot at getting to be Chunin. Sure, they were biased, hated her guts and ostracized her for the burden she bore, but they were all she had. Furthermore, they could be useful for something, right? Furthermore, she wasn't entirely sure she could take on the Leaf team ahead of her. If worst came to worst, they could serve as a distraction if the need presented itself. So are you gonna fight, or are you going to be a dead weight? Rather than take the affront for what it was, she ignored it. Her scowl lessened the more and more she thought of the pros. Fine, let's take them out. Besides, if we smash their kneecaps or something of the sort, at least I won't have to worry about any village-friendly attacks on Naruto-kun from them. Well, not in the exams, anyway, she added in her mind. Then I can warn him later. Okay, I'll fight. Who am I going to fight? The pink-haired girl? Perfect. Hardly had the word been said before her two teammates raced ahead, before flanking to the sides in order to enclose the Leaf team. Fu took a low-inger route and let herself fall down a branch or two before landing roughly on the ground, running as quickly through the undergrowth as she could so that she could attack from beneath. Keeping her confidence in reins, she hesitated for the blink of an eye before she made her move. Sasuke deftly swung out a kunai from his thigh holster and deflected the shurikens aimed at his neck. He wasn't even done with the process before he noticed Kiba get caught in a flying tackle, and Sakura suddenly having her feet snatched from below by the ankles mid-stride. Suffice to say, both of his teammates taken out of his proximity as suddenly as his own attack, and one of the enemy nins kept throwing shurikens and kunais at him from afar, keeping him occupied. It was obvious that it was what he was trying to do. Moving in plain sight and flashily removing his throwing weapons to engage in bukijutsu. His actions made it clear. HMPH. He's just trying to keep me from trying to go help him, huh? If Kiba and Sakura can't handle themselves, then that's their problem. Let this idiot throw a whole country's worth of weapons if he has to. They're never going to hit me. Grasping his kunai in his left hand, he pulled out 3 shurikens of his own. He stopped running to get to the Odseal before dashing forward at the tacky ninja still throwing his projectiles. Post-deflecting more and more of the weapons with his kunai, Sasuke threw his shurikens, making them curve sharply around the trees. He then slided towards his left before throwing his kunai. Caught flat-footed, the ninja boggled when he realized that he was being sandwiched between the thrown weapons. In a split-second decision, he stepped off the branch he was on and fell below, barely avoiding the edged armaments when they collided together where he used to be. Grinning to himself as he looked down at the tacky ninja, Sasuke went through the hand seals for one of his favored techniques. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. A new heat welled up in his chest as he did his intake, before blowing a large continuous flame at the hapless nin. Still in mid-air, Anna thought he was done for as the fire rushed down to meet him. Thinking a quick prayer and muttering a curse, the teen shut his eyes but nothing, save for a hair atop his head, felt the sear of the jutsu. Sweden. Mizu Kasukedo. Water release. Water cascade. Opening his eyes in disbelief, he saw 1-2 no. Several foos before him, all spewing water at the incoming blaze in an effort to counter it. Their attempts were barely successful, and steam rose up and billowed, enveloping the area. One of the girls, apparently the real one, grabbed at a massive tree bough while they were still free-falling, and wrenched it completely from the trunk. Wielding the branch that was at least 5 times her size in both width and length, she hurled it at the Uchiha, hoping that it'd catch him off guard in the already dissipating steam. It was checked. Sasuke leapt aside, barely hiding his surprise at seeing the girl handle the massive branch so handily. Evidently, her teammate was also now bearing witness for the first time. Holy shit. Anna landed ungracefully, as did most of Fu's clones. The impact jarred them into dispersing. Only 2 remained stalwart, charging back to finish what she had started with Sakura, while she herself remained at her teammate's side. Glancing at him, she spoke without turning her head. Are you all right? Fine, thanks. He let the appreciative word slip, momentarily forgetting who he was thanking. True to his character, though, he retorted in his usual mannerism. Whatever, I had that under control. Is that so? Death by fire? There are less painful ways of killing yourself. You retard. Besides, if you really are done with living. Fu smirked as she thought of a jibe. You can off yourself after this round. We still need a full team to pass this. When that's no longer the case, I'll get you a nice, long rope. Anna snorted. As if. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, he formed the ram hand seal and flared his chakra, activating the seals he had wrapped around his kunais. They were all wrapped around the kunai on the reverse side, hiding the fact that they were exploding tags instead of bandage grips. Eat B grade. As he foretold, mid-level paper bombs started going off from all of the deflected kunais that had high TCHED themselves haphazardly in Sasuke's proximity. 6 in number. Anna thought them to be enough for one genin. Least-wise, he hoped so. He knew that he was just trying to save face, but to be honest, the paper bomb trick was his best gaffe against unsuspecting foes. Shockwaves from the explosion caught up to the tacky nins, knocking them back a step. Noticing this key facet, he believed that he'd be and worried over nothing since the Sharingan user had to be done for. However, after sensing movement, he chanced to look to his right, a mere 3 feet away, only to stare Uchiha Sasuke dead in the eyes. Black tomos spun menacingly. Anna fell to prone, completely unconscious. This grabbed Fu's attention and was about to charge the raven-haired boy, but had to stop in her tracks. Her awareness had somewhat diminished, but she was still mostly successful in dodging a few shurikens that came streaking in from some undergrowth to keep her away, as one of which only nicked her cheek. She ignored the pain that the weapon had left behind, trying to gather her bearings. She was about to yell for her final teammate, only to hear his shrieks of pain, cursing about a broken arm. It dawned on the Kikunoichi that their enemies were overall stronger than her team, no matter if she was a Jinchuriki or not. Not unless she could fight them all by herself, as she was sure that the shurikens that re-thrown at her a moment before came from a concealed Sakura. Her water clones must have been done in 10% of her strength, in the clones, was apparently less than what the Pinkett could handle. Or she'd had help in dealing with them, quickly coming to the conclusion that Shiri must have incurred a serious injury from the second male on the Leaf team and Anna was unconscious, versus the fact that all of the Leaf team was intact. She had a few decisions. She could either try her damnedest to crush the team by herself and secure a somewhat Pyrrhic victory, or cut her losses and bail out with her teammates. Or without them, she consciously thought. It was very tempting. I can still reduce the gravity seal that Naruto-kun gave me to train with. I bet I can outrun Sasuke with Anna and Hiri under my arm since I'm strong enough. Fast and strong with the brothers, faster and stronger without them. The appeal of the temptation grew. A new question formed as she regarded the Uchiha who jumped back up to the trees. Looking down, well, what about Sasuke over there? He's just standing around, staring at me. Is he scared of me? Or trying to lure me closer to him so I can spring a trap or something? This wasn't the case. Sasuke suddenly began flying through several hand seals, ending on tiger. Seeing his intake of breath once more, she grabbed up her limp teammate and began NNING away as quickly as she could to get out of harm's way. This time, however, instead of an expected inferno of a constant fire stream, it was the opposite. Fireballs, albeit far smaller, came spewing after her in great number. Briefly glancing behind, orange eyes widened at the sight of the fireballs seemingly following her in drifts. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. She dodged around some the trees but soon came to realize that it made little sense. Even if the trees took the damage for her instead, she'd soon have a forest fire on her hands. Sasuke didn't even stop. He announced his jutsu to help with his focus, before going through the hand seals again to perform the self-same technique again, and again. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The raging balls of fire came and went, always in her general area, yet mostly going wide whenever she dodged, despite the fact that she refused to escape too far lest she needed to return for her final teammate. Too late, she realized that the fires were starting to burn all the trees behind her, destroying her possibilities for a safe retreat. The fires blazed. The conflagration was penning her in a perfect U, with the only clear path being where Sasuke was. Obviously, he wanted to fight her. She rested Anna on the ground before trying to shake the teen awake. All attempts failed before she realized that he must have been in a genjutsu-induced slumber. Fu groaned in exasperation. Things were growing from bad to worse. She thought of using one of her few water techniques, but they weren't powerful enough to quell such an inferno. And her usage of water clones would be a bust unless she produced them from chakra-made water. Furthermore, if she even considered putting Anna down so that she could fight the enemy, and if they left him alone, the fire could still burn and catch up to where he was, burning and killing him in his vulnerable state. Time was short. She'd lost sight. Why was she here? Why was she doing this? Why was she fighting? Regardless of how strong Naruto was, he couldn't protect himself from all fronts, much less in his own village. Someone could slip him something in his food, stick a kunai in his side while he walked in a crowd, stifle him in his sleep. He wasn't perfect, as anyone could make a mistake in trusting the wrong person, or to commune with a killer. It was really simple. She was putting the Uchiha down before he put Naruto-kun in the ground. Really simple, if nothing else, degrading Sasuke's health, perhaps by breaking a limb or two, so that he wouldn't try anything really underhanded in the exams. But was she really thinking of Naruto in such a weak light? She wasn't of the notion that he was weak. She was doing this because she cared for him, not because she felt that she was repaying a favor or obligation. She was doing this because that's what people do when they cared for their significant other, no more, no less. There was nothing wrong with that. With a self-affirming nod, she got to work. Ducking down behind a bush quickly, she put down her teammate and set about digging a trench just deep enough for the boy to rest in. It was horrifying slow by just using her hands. Grabbing a nearby tree, she wrenched off a broad piece of the firm bark and used it like a shovel, making sure to remain out of sight. Working quickly, she had the project done in under a minute. And dropped the unconscious youth inside the dugout. Now, she had less of a liability, and it gave her more confidence. Her throat began to go dry as smoke inhalation started to bother her. Even without her distance from the flames, feeling a sense of urgency, she charged out of the bushes and leapt up into the higher branches of the trees, yelling as she did so. Her brasher nature returned by the time she was near enough to the Uchiha on the large branch. His Sharingan intimidation mattered little. She had no delusions of fighting him with taijutsu, but a little help went a long way. As Sasuke expected, the kunoichi pulled at another large tree bough and broke it off, swinging it like an oversized club. Dipping under a wild swing, he rushed forward, Sharingan analyzing her actions. It was laughable to him. She moved horrifyingly slow to him, almost to the point that the Sharingan was unnecessary. He never thought he'd see it in a kunoichi all brawn with no brains. No skills, either, that is, besides the strength. Sakura was an exception, not much, but she at least had a little of both. In his eyes, anyway. Fu watched as he ducked under her horizontal swing, and rather than stop short, she herself spun in a complete circle to use her momentum, hurling the bow at the advancing Uchiha with extreme speed. As she did, her brain kept racing on a one track. One punch. One good punch is all I need. As expected, he cleanly jumped over the low-flung tree limb towards her, and she cocked back her right fist to meet him, fully intent on leaving an imprint of her fist in his chest. 3 kunais cut through the air and found her, embedding themselves into her flesh with sickening thuds. 2 scored her upper arm and shoulder, and the last rooted itself in her thigh. All of a sudden, blood welled up and her dominant side was now her weaker one. Sasuke retracted his earlier plans of doing a feint and settled for decking the girl in the lower with a dizzying hook. Knocked backwards in a stumble, Fu tried to collect herself as her vision doubled. Her brain rocked around in her skull, nearly driving her to the point of unconsciousness. What the hell, Sakura? She's mine, Sasuke admonished as he kept his eyes on his adversary. Stay out of this. The pinkett revealed herself from where she had kept herself hidden. But nothing. Sasuke sighed deeply as he watched the fires beginning to rage out of control. Doesn't matter anyway, she wasn't worth my time. He was a bit disappointed, as he'd wanted a challenge. In the hopes that she'd had a special aptitude for battle. He was about to turn to leave, but he noticed that the mint-haired kunoichi was steadying herself. He could hear her fingers and knuckles pop when she tightened her fists. I ain't done yet, Fu mumbled as she finally got her double vision to merge once more. Come on, keeping in mind that she'd lose more blood if she pulled out the kunais. She yanked them out anyway amid pained grunts, hoping that her inner demon would heal her before she lost too much. Dropping the kunais to the ground far below, she pulled the last one from her leg and held it tightly. settling into her stance. It wasn't much of one, but it had to do. Sasuke snorted, completely disinterested. You can't even stand straight enough. It was fairly true, although she was milking that detail a bit. Only not too much for it to be obvious. Let them underestimate her. She was about to answer, but the third of their team showed up with his dog at his side. Whoa, who's this one? Kiba looked over the girl once, noting that she was already starting to appear battle-worn. Who's she fighting? Sakura? She's fighting Sasuke, the girl replied, only to be corrected by said Uchiha. She's fighting no one. Let's go get the seal. He turned his back, and the nature of his actions only served to make Fu furious. She had heaps of social issues which circle around the fact that she was the Jinchuriki of her village. He was disregarding her, ignoring her. It was petty of her to feel this way, and yet, one did not simply outgrow problems that they've had to deal with their entire lives. She snarled nastily, whilst hatching plans to smash Sasuke in the face. Beating him would have been enough. Now, it was personal. She's straightening up. It looks like she could fight some more. Kiba observed. She wants to. You don't always get what you want. Now let's get that seal before other teams start showing up. Scarcely had he finished saying this when Fu threw the kunai as hard as she could, aiming right at his head. Years of training in Bukijutsu on his own told him that a weapon had been thrown, and he ducked. The heavy knife flew right through the space his head had previously inhabited and hitched itself into the tree all the way in, till it was completely buried in the hard trunk. The second that they all focused on the feat, she darted forward towards the team at the end of the branch, closing the distance from her end to theirs. It was a bit sluggish getting there, purposefully, allowing just enough time for her insects to exit own her companion's sack and hide behind her as she ran. She had no methods of fighting, no plans. It was an idea, hell, more of a goal to be exact, and the details would have to be touch and go. She was soon amongst Team 7, swinging rowdy fists at both Sakura and Kiba in the hopes that they wouldn't leap away. They didn't and merely settled for dodging her attacks by merely trying to counter her. Before Sasuke could warn them about her strength, Fu's insects revealed themselves to achieve their hostess's wishes. Making themselves useful as the vermin they were, they flew into the duo's faces, biting, stinging and leeching chakra at a rate that would impress even an Aburame, some of which actually went on to knock out Akamaru by eating away at what little chakra the dog had in its coils. Kiba and Sakura yelled as they tried to back off, clawing at their faces in an effort to be rid of the pests, but to no avail. Capitalizing on her chance, she shunted the pinkett with a shoulder ram directly into her chest, knocking her off the tree by a great distance. Blood flew from Haruno's lips, the crimson hitting the ground below long after she had, out cold. Uncomprehending of what had happened to Sakura, Kiba was the next to suffer as Fu kicked at his shin with the arch of her foot. Pain shot through her own limb, but not on the scale of Kiba's, as a distinct cracking was heard over the sound of his screams. She knew it was a clean fracture, but she wasn't done. Drawing her arm back, she pushed forward and slammed the butt of her palm into his stomach with a forceful shove, senden. Him flying like a human projectile at Sasuke. Sasuke didn't catch his teammate. To his credit, however, he softened the blow by standing behind the Inuzuka, lest he got knocked into the tree. Too late to help, save, his teammates. His Sharingan blazed once more in order to knock the girl unconscious with a genjutsu as he had done to her teammate. Kakashi had taught him how to employ his utility. He was sure that he had performed it properly, but the girl didn't succumb to it, warding it off. She rushed him again, and Sasuke was forced to drop Kiba to defend himself. Engaging the Taki Kunoichi in a bout of taijutsu, it was clear that he was her superior. None of her hits ever reached their mark, and her head, neck, and chest were paying the price for it. She was too unruly in her roughshod style of fighting, and he was too agile, careful and methodical. Losing his patience, Sasuke pulled out a kunai, intent on finishing the girl off, but she grabbed his knife hand, crimping his wrist until she broke it thoroughly. He didn't reward her with the shrieks he wanted to hear, and he tried to rabbit punch her in her jawline in an effort to let go. It scored, and pain exploded in her face, double vision reoccurring and making her lose her tracking of his straight punches. She didn't relinquish her grip on his hand, and he repeated his efforts, once more, twice more, thrice more. All the while, Fu felt like she was going to pass out and simply refused to. Son of a bitch, She screamed between clenched teeth as she finally caught his free arm by the fist while it was a BO. Oot to connect with her face for the 5th time. Just before he could kick her in the groin, she pulled him forward and headbutted him on his nose, stifling his yells of pain to a squealing grunt. With newfound advantage, she pursued it by crushing his closed fist inside of her palm, effectively rendering his second hand useless as well. Finally, he dropped his kunai from his handicapped right hand, and she released her grip on his wrist as well, grabbing his upper arm instead. Stepping forward to clip her left leg behind his right one, she then placed her free palm on his chest. The Uchiha's Harrigan eyes widened as he realized what she was about to do, fear blossoming in him. "You're done." Tripping him, she then pushed him down with extreme force, smashing him down into the thick and inert tree branch. So much so that they broke clean through. His back was wrecked and chest cavity inundated into itself, dented in from the ample pressure from her hand. His Sharingan eyes rolled up to reds and he coughed up blood uncontrollably from damaged innards. Ag, all, Fu, Sasuke and Kiba and his dog, went down below along with the branch and into the dust cloud below that kicked up when the tree limb gouged the ground. Only one walked out of the nucleus of the maelstrom, coughing as she did, trying to clear her passageways of all the dust she'd inhaled. Her exertions finally caught up with her, and found it increasingly difficult to keep upright on her shaking legs. Seeing the wrath of the chakra made forest fire burning ever closer, eating its way through the trees to reach her. She had a sense of panic when she realized that she was carrying less and less and less. She finally slumped forward onto the ground, deciding to rest herself a bit, let her eyes close for a little longer than a blink. Just for a moment, I feel stronger with it. You know, I feel stronger with it in my hands. Sure, my arms feel like they're turning into noodles, but I feel stronger. I'm afraid I don't understand, Shino replied as pushed his shades farther up his face. Perhaps you're using the wrong word to describe it. Vitality, maybe? My life feels I feel healthier. No, not like that. Either. I feel like I can live longer. Yeah, that's it. Hinata looked at her crush unsurely, eyeing his wounds. They weren't necessarily injuries anymore since they've closed up on account of his inner demon's influence. Of course, they've been in a couple more scrapes, but none on the level of the encounter with teams 9 and 10. Nonetheless, the Uzumaki had surely lost more than an acceptable amount of blood, and incurred injuries like broken bones, particularly his ribs. She worried for him over this particular factor. Broken limbs were far more tolera BLE than broken ribs in terms of complications, more so by fighting. The Hyuga had already made it known to him about her concerns about this, but he shrugged it off, mentioning that Kurama would soon take care of it. He'd kept active, fighting every now and again, ignoring the possibilities of organ puncturing and widening of rib fractures unnecessarily. He didn't want to keep still. He wanted to keep moving, keep going. Typical Naruto. Silently activating her Byakugan, she returned her attention to him, noting how his body's functions and overall health was. While it was significantly better than his state right after the fight with Lee, 2 of his ribs still hadn't fully healed, particularly his 4th rib that seemed to curve inwards a little too much. Naruto-kun, we need to stop to rest, Hinata said hastily, trying to avert a probable misfortune. Your ribs, yeah, they're healing. It's not as if Kurama has anything else to do or anywhere else to be, so he has to patch me up. Naruto paused here as if listening to some input from his inner demon. He just said that my 4th rib is a work in progress. It's why you're acting up, right? Trust me, I'm fine. It could puncture your lung. The Uzumaki exhaled noisily in humdrum. If I had a Ryo every time I got one of my lungs punctured, he thought on this for a bit, hemming and hawing. Well, I wouldn't be rich. But I guess I'd have about 7 Ryo. Funny, thought I'd have a bit more. The Hyuga stared at him in a mixture of mild astonishment and annoyance. This isn't the time for jokes, Naruto-kun. If anything, you can rest for even a half hour so that you can at least catch your breath. She didn't even get to finish as she was again interrupted. A half hour? Naruto looked at the girl as if she'd lost her mind. That long? Hinata-chan, in case you didn't remember, there are only 10 of these things in the exams. He gestured with a nod to the massive seal he carried across his chest in a sort of bridal carry. It was the least awkward way of carrying it, and to allow him to see where he was hopping through the trees. Only 10 of them, and the Anko lady said that there were 108 teams in the exams. Remember the people after this seal the first time? 6 teams. Who's to say that there aren't another 18 people after this one right now? If we keep moving instead of staying still, we throw off their attempts to find it and us with their tracking seals. Well, let me carry it, Hinata insisted, so that at least it won't depress your ribs anymore. There was a long silence after this, save for their suppressed sounds of movement through the trees. The Hyuga was starting to think that she'd finally gotten through to him, until Shino came to assist, but not in her favor. Hinata, with all due respect, I don't think you can cope with the weight and cumbersome nature of the seal. You know that I tried to lift it earlier, and to be perfectly frank, I don't believe Enko even intended for anyone to even walk with the seal, let alone run with it. For all we know, that seal could be giving some sort of neurosis or fake belief that he's stronger with it. Why, you ask? That seal's purpose is to compel everyone to want to stay still and be sitting ducks. In fact, even I'm impressed that Naruto has been carrying it for so long. Training, Naruto replied vaguely, and I vote to keep moving. Nonetheless, Hinata got the hint. They were going to continue, that is, unless she did something drastic. The thoughts of knocking her crush out did occur to mind, she'd admit. But she willingly forfeited it for another, less drastic, idea. She stopped tree hopping, and allowed herself to fall to the ground below, standing still when she landed. Naruto came to a halt as well and gawked at the girl. Hinata-chan, what are you doing? Shino observed his usually socially diminutive teammate. I believe she's putting her foot down. Why, you ask? So that you'll also have to stop. As the team would be short a member. Stop? We don't even have shelter. That's crazy, Naruto hissed. I'm not doing that. I can't believe I'm doing this. Naruto grumbled as Hinata passed a bento box to him. After thanking her for the food, he continued his objections whilst looking around. Shino, keep your hands on that seal. I swear, I don't think we're even going to sleep properly. Knowing that everybody has a way of finding us because of that thing. Keep that seal chakra timer running, 'cause we might have to cut our losses soon and leave it behind. It's not going to disappear, Naruto, but your paranoia is noted. Shino rolled the seal over to Hinata like an upright barrel before he sat against a tree. I'll sleep now and watch later. Before Naruto could disagree, the Aburame was already sleeping, although it was hard to tell due to the fact that his shades were still on. Well, he's gone, Naruto said in a deadpan as his sweat dropped. And Hinata-chan, I can't believe you made us stop. Besides, you know that my clones can't even carry that thing, simply because it's draining their chakra and making them act screwy. Are you sure you can handle that thing? It sucks chakra like a parasite. What's important is that the person who's supposed to carry it will get some rest. Her tone, while retaining its demure nature, had an uncharacteristic edge to it. Resting her hand on the scroll, she allowed it to begin slowly imbibing her chakra, distinctively getting the notion that a timer had begun, recording. Naruto-kun, you can't keep pushing yourself like this. Just because you have certain talents, or have a lot of chakra or the Kyuubi itself to heal your injuries doesn't mean that you're invincible. Don't I know it? Rock Lee nearly killed me with his bare hands. The boy solemnly agreed, but I can pull the weight. I have to. Shino-san and I can pull our own weights. Her tone grew more serious. We also have our own skill set that contributes to the team's dynamic. You're not the whole team, Naruto-kun. I never said that. It's just, Naruto hesitated. It still kind of feels like the early days when I found out I was going to be on Kurenai-sensei's team. It made me feel like Kami just loved making me miserable. To be honest, I believe that I was miles ahead of everyone else, and sometimes, I still do. Lee's kinda humbled me to that, I guess. Unbelievable. I know, right? He's that strong. I'm talking about you. Naruto raised his eyebrow and gave his most sensible response. Huh? In the past, you were, how to put this gently, Hinata trailed off. Rough around the edges? I was a failure, the boy said severely. What's your point? He poked around it in his bento and ate some of the food inside. Wow, he struggled to find a compliment that was also true. This food is edible, kinda. Hinata frowned. My cooking's that horrible? Naruto shook his head wryly as he thought of Haku's cooking, and actually felt he was missing it. He had to go without it for another 5 days? Nope, it's just that I'm used to a bit better. Seeing the kunoichi cross her arms, he admitted the truth. Okay, I'm used to a whole lot better. Knowing that he was speaking with Haku culinary skills in mind, she conceded the matter. Alright, but we're getting off topic. It's just I used to see you trying your hardest to train because you were failing. I always knew you were strong and that you'd succeed. But now, Hinata searched for the proper wording. Now that you're at this point where you're strong enough to beat any and everyone without much effort. I know that you're powerful, and you've done amazing things. The training ground 4 explosion, fighting the Iwa Junin in Kimyoto N and saving it from being demolished and fighting the Nukenin and Mist Anbu in Wave Country. Now, you've become lackadaisical. You're coasting by now, without using effort. I don't even see you train anymore. I'm always training, Naruto protested. It's just that I'm not really training with you or Shino, 'cause I'm always working with exploding clones. He fixed his Hitai 8 as a sort of salute, becoming more somber. Lee was just a taijutsu monster, and I couldn't go all out against him because he's a fellow leaf ninja. But don't worry, I aim to work harder. What if he wasn't going all out either? Hinata stopped herself and took note of his headband. He was always wearing it and always give the impression that he was secretive of what lay underneath. Of course, she had made attempts to look by using her dojutsu. But that didn't work. Obviously, the secret was only skin deep. It reminded her of the incident in the hotel where his brothers, she was entertaining doubts that were actually the case, when they nearly killed Tenten, Haku, Shino and their Anbu guard because of a misunderstanding. Before in the past when Naruto had been training in the bitter early days of Team 8. He claimed that his head had been hurting him and upon his return, had begun to exercise unnatural reflexes. Additionally, when Naruto had been placed on suspension, he only removed his headband after putting on his hood. Another certain factor which indicated that he had something to hide. Something profound. Naruto-kun? The lad waited expectantly. If you really want to, you can train with me in the future and vice versa, okay? Problem solved. Is the reason why you've gotten stronger because of whatever you're hiding under your Hitai 8? And the other boys who you say are your adopted brothers. They know what's there, don't they? Can I know too? Naruto sucked in air sharply between his teeth. I don't even know how to respond to that. You see, it's this horrible scar. He looked at her nervously, hoping she'd buy it. One look at her face, however, told him that she didn't. Naruto-kun, you're a terrible liar, the girl said at last, her curiosity still unsated. I can keep a secret. Quote, yeah, me too. Hinata sighed deeply. Stubbornness had always been one of his strong suits, although it was a pity he had to exercise it now. Fine, I suppose that if you don't want to tell me, I'll let it go. It spoke volumes of acceptance, yet Naruto kept on his guard, lest it was an attempt at reverse psychology. Nonetheless, you should have more confidence in us. Shino and I aren't just placeholders. We're teammates, and we each have our parts. We've improved, haven't we? You have, Naruto said readily. And I aim to improve too. I have to. He's coming for my abilities, and the only way I'll find out their purpose, my heritage, about what happened to my parents is if I make him squeal. His face darkened as his future seemed concentric, generally dark around the edges with a tiny, nigh insignificant beam light in the center akin to a long tunnel. He cannot take that which is not his. He took notice of Hinata's demeanor and realized that it had changed little. Something had still gone unresolved, and it was her fault. She didn't quite express what she wanted to say. I think I know what's got you so upset. You liked me better when I was a failure with a never say die attitude. He'd hit the nail right on the head. That's not true, flummoxed. She tried to defend herself, but he allowed her no leeway. That's it, isn't it? He made his trademark, foxy, grin and gave a V for victory sign. I'm gonna be Hokage, Dadbeo. His flash-in-the-pan mockery of his own past outlook only served to upset her and rile the overall mood. But he did have the presence of mind to stop. You know what the sad part of it was, Hinata-chan? I was a depressed, scruffy orphan kid who wanted attention. I'll never say, die, sure. But those were some dark times. He ran his hand through his cropped hair, feeling his disposition plummet. I bet that even other villages knew more about Konoha's state than you did. The worst recession in probably ever. After the Kyuubi's attack, the Sandaime focused mainly on upkeep and repairs on the village by using the treasury, and less on taking on clients for ninja work. People hated me even more during these times. Memories refused to fade. They remained in front of his mind's eye almost as staunch as if they'd happened a moment before. He felt a sting in his eyes, but he suppressed it. Not now, never again. Hinata knew that the faux pas was his own, but she rose to the topic, in favor of the delicate one from before. Why, it wasn't your fault? He shook his head. Nah, it's one of the reasons why they tried to double their efforts to finish me off for good. But the ninjas were spread too thin after the village was finally rebuilt. Ninjas were gone NEA. RLY all the time to make up for the hole in the treasury, so I didn't really have any guards. I did have a benefactor. The word sounded strange to him, who'd give a gift to me, or two. Maybe I had a secret admirer, but the initials were always IU. He refused to tell her anything more on this particular subject. But besides that, it's why the villagers nearly got lucky twice to put me in the ground. Of course, you wouldn't know about this. You were shielded. Nice home. Byakugan toting guards. I bet that if you even took a stroll with them, they'd see me hundreds of meters and steer clear of me so you'd never see how I was. Maybe they even kept you completely out of the seedier parts of the village. You're making this sound as if this is my fault. You were ignorant, Naruto interrupted, and you had no idea you were, and no reason to want to remedy that. I don't, and I can't hold that as your fault, but it's the reason why the hidden leaf is weak. After everything was finally rebuilt and the hurt, maimed and overworked ninjas came home, it was clear that the village needed some beefing up. Low on manpower because of mission gauntlets and occurrences of breeding highly skilled lead ninjas were rarer than seeing happy days. So here's the kicker. The Hokage turned over the process of rearing new ninjas to the council, just so that he could fully manage the treasury, full-fledged. Ed ninjas and even taking missions from time to time, just to help out too. By the time everything had gotten better and started looking up with anger, he recalled when the Hokage had denied to help him with clone techniques. They continued to churn out ninjas as quickly as possible, whether they had the right skill level or not. So here we are, a bunch of talentless children, hailed to be the next generation of leaf ninjas. We didn't have a damn clue that we were just a heightened statistic. Hinata's eyes widened. Military safety in numbers. Naruto nodded. Right, just a show to the outside that we were still a major hidden village, 'cause we had to keep face. And it didn't matter who was a clan heir or heiress, he said the last with emphasis, simply because we're all basically fodder shinobi. In all honesty, Sasuke might have been at a normal skill level of a civilian ninja back before the Kyuubi attack. I don't really know where they got all this prodigy nonsense from. I've read about who would be a prodigy: the Yondaime, Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, even Orochimaru. But the fact of the matter is maybe a certain someone who was a mediocre ninja was being motivated by a failure's efforts. He tried his best not to sound condescending, but he remained forthright. The truth had to be said, and unconsciously derived feelings of affection from it. After this, he studied Hinata carefully, feeling her out for any signs of emotional regression. Surprisingly, he found none. Look, I'm sorry if I'm being a tool about this. No, you haven't, Naruto-kun. The girl smiled as if he just praised her. The truth is I liked you before that. I can't say that you're not right though. The smile fell as her eyebrows furrowed, looking down in growing dejection. Maybe why you inspiring me was just a catalyst for my previous feelings to grow. Maybe what I wanted was to only be friends. Her tone had grown decidedly gloomy. He briefly wondered if he'd gone much too far. What he'd said had been mostly out of annoyance. It had been building up ever since day one. She was weak. Everyone in the class was. It was a horrid truth, and he'd long accepted that his statistic belonged in their number, even now. Dredged feelings still lingered from his earlier days of Team 8, emotes that pushed him to want to create the Tenacious 13. They were supposed to help him train by transferring their memories, weren't they? Learning all aspects of shinobi combat, utilities and even medicines, particularly from the scroll of sealing that he'd stolen and memorized from the Mizuki incident. Perhaps it was long overdue that they should have been forfeited to give him their knowledge. Sure, he was afraid of another backlash, which might actually kill him this time, since they had their own battle experience and abilities, in addition to some of the library knowledge they had also gained, that he needed what they had. He could sense that things were coming to a head soon, and a genin without ninjutsu had nearly completely outclassed him. Hinata being peeved about his disposition and lack of team ethics were the last things he needed. Maybe what I wanted was to only be friends. Hinata mumbled as she thought about what could be likened to a wake-up call. But I still can't see myself with anyone else. Won't you still try? I want us, Naruto-kun, the girl pleaded. I really do. The boy was caught off guard. He hadn't thought about their budding relationship and how it might have suffered because of what he'd said. And then there were the other girls to think of. Fostering Haku, brash Tenten, sweet Fu, sure, thanks to his learning about a few things, knew that they all had growing feelings for him, but to be perfectly blunt, his life was a whole lot less complicated when he was a dunce. To get ahead of himself, didn't they all deserve a chance too if they wanted to garner intimate relationships with him? Didn't he like the other girls too, as much as he did for Hinata? Why tell Hinata, yes? Give her time to sort both her emotions and herself out before moving on? Why not? Sure, he agreed at last. A simple answer for a problematical plea. While grateful for the affirmative, Hinata could see the abandon in his ceruleans and began to ponder when was the last time she'd seen his fire. On the receiving wind, she got the impression of sadness, futility and a small hope. All bound together with the tinge of wood smoke. She felt the same, and somehow, she knew that he too was no different. And after he killed my snake summons, he left. I'm certain that in the process of leaving, he told me that we'd continue this talk later, Enko explained. In all honesty, Hokage-sama, I can't decide which is the most disconcerting, the fact that such a powerful ninja entered undetected and could very well be inside the village still, the fact that he's interested in the cursed seal Orochimaru gave me, or his interest in Uzumaki. And you have no other descriptions for him? Enko was contrite. My apologies, Hokage-sama. His henge was very nondescript, no outstanding features whatsoever. The only way I could possibly describe the henge was excessively normal. And we both know that's not good enough. Besides that, I've already described his true form when he dropped his transformation jutsu, or his advanced version of it, that is. Hiruzen was many things. Known as the god of shinobi, he'd long wanted to remind everyone that it wasn't a moniker to be taken literally. He bled, sweated and wept like everyone else. He got est and pissed just about as much as everyone else too. He was up to his neck in paperwork, most of which was comprised of the micromanagement of the Chunin exams. It was a hefty affair, and of course, more work came to him faster than he could sort. Hell, it came even faster than he could burn the more superfluous paperwork. And now, he had this shit heaped on his plate. Someone spying on the exams? Someone attacking a Junin? Someone who sounded as if they had a mastery of swift release. Now that I think about it, it's probably the Kekai Genkai thief that antagonized Team 7 in Suna. Perhaps Ito? The thought was rather troubling to the Cage, who was all too familiar to Kaharu's son. He had long begun to entertain suspicions that they were one and the same person, as Ito had fled from the leaf to avoid being killed in reprisal for his actions. Said actions which included experimentation and general crimes against humanity which were nearly on par with Orochimaru's. Could it be that he finally perfected whatever he had been working on? I've taken for granted that he died from his illnesses over the years, but obviously that isn't the case, the man whispered to himself. Perhaps the man who rescued the Hyuga heiress and returned these few times over the years is actually him. This was troubling. It went without saying that there was hardly such a thing as an old ninja. Shinobis tended to live fast, fight violently and die early. As such, Hiruzen knew that charity wasn't a popular trait to have in a world such as his, and had taken every possible security misu in contingency whenever the man returned to his business. After all, he could very well have been an assassin or kamikaze bomber or something of the sort, sent by a rival Cage to dispose of him. Obviously, nothing of the sort had happened. Even more so, no one of the Leaf Village had been provoked by this man, so he had assumed that he was a Leaf Ninja in actuality. If it was actually Ito, then he was correct. The problem was, Hiruzen wished that he wasn't previously a Leaf citizen. He especially wished that he hadn't even been born. With all things considered, Hiruzen pondered with a sigh. Ito was most likely the Kekai Genkai thief, was actually doing some sort of charitable outreach for the village and had an unhealthy interest in Enko's cursed seal and in Naruto. He experimented people then turned around and wanted to help them. He hated Kushina as a Jinchuriki openly and was now interested in her son. Hated Orochimaru previously, and now admired his handiwork. No logic, no sense. What the fuck? This made no sense. True, the man could be stricken with demented actions, but a 180-degree swing in personality was completely unexpected and made no sense. This was as if the man had two faces or two personalities, or it could even be two people. That last realization made him pause. Hiruzen looked up at Anko once more and gave her an intense look as he ruminated on her description of the enemy ninja. Hokage-sama? Anko asked, actually becoming self-conscious. Then there was silence. In the quiet, the Hokage felt his heart beginning to race and create a loud thumping in his ears. His mind mirrored it. He had good reason. In all these things, he finally took a moment to try to consider the enigma of Naruto. He had something to do with all this. True, his recent inexplicable coma, along with a few others such as the head of the orphanage and a beggar who frequented the soup kitchen, had something to do with it, but this was a long time coming. How much did he truly know about Naruto? And why were some things no? Why was nearly everything a mystery about him? Sarutobi sighed. No, he'd get to that later. One thing at a time. But before he could once again press on into the matter with Anko, a new Chunin entered the room, informed the cage that he was dropping off the results of the blood test and immediately left. Hoping for some good news, he LLED out the document out of its folder and read the results. Well, this man's a mess. There's a menagerie of blood diseases, such as 3 different types of blood cancers, hemophilia, sickle cell, HIV, and he's over 40. 40 years of age? Anko asked, assuming that it was what he meant. Hiruzen shook his head as he passed the paper to her so that she could see it. However, it didn't pass her attention that in doing so, his hand clearly trembling, look at the list of DNAs. He's over 40 different people. Eyes rolled around slowly under their eyelids before they opened slowly. They were unused to the sunlight. And Fu groaned as her earlier strains caught up with her. Damn, my head frickin' hurts. Walk it off, a voice answered. You're lucky, not as lucky as you. Why? Oh, you got to take a nice long nap right from the start. Oh, worthless brother of mine. Huh? Fu grunted unintelligibly. Who's that? Heaving herself up from her prone form on the ground, she sat up and stared at the 2 owners of the voices. Oh, it's you too. You were expecting someone else? Her teammates asked irritatedly. Maybe you really can't shake off whatever head injury you got. I ped you a couple times and you still wouldn't wake up. Must have been some good dreams you've been having. Shut up, hole, Fu said pointedly at Shiri whilst she got up, noticing him cradling his left arm. And what the hell happened to your hand? Is it broken? Shiri looked at the girl as if she'd lost her mind, failing to grasp the meaning behind his name. Huh? He looked at his arm hanging loosely at his side. Nah, but the dog kid yanked it out of joint. And he's being a fucking pussy about it, Anna piped in. I can push it back in, but he keeps squirming. Ass, you're the one who's soft. You got knocked out just by staring into someone's eyes, Fu commented coolly, not minding the fact that she'd embarrassed him in front of his brother. Without even missing a beat, she grabbed Shiri's arm close to the shoulder and roughly forced the ball of the joint back into its socket. Ignoring the harrowing sounds it made as well as her teammates' curses, Fu shrugged it off as she looked around, trying to gather her bearings. The smell of wood smoke came to her strongly, and the kunoichi looked all around for the source. She only came to notice with a sweat drop that the entire 4's T region behind her was basically burning down, and a few hidden leaf junins were intervening with water techniques and earth partitioning in order to save the portion burning and to ensure the safety of the rest of the forestry. Both boys merely watched as their teammate give a lengthy exhale as she took in the burning vista. So it was a bust after all, huh? I mean, we beat them, but we didn't even get the scroll. We were so close. 2. Shiri shook his head. We didn't beat them. You did. I mean, damn, we didn't even know about that kind of freakish strength of yours. What the hell have you been doing to get strong like that? Lifting boulders? He asked sarcastically. More or less, she agreed, deflating him. But it still didn't work out. Shiri looked down in disappointment. But and he finally lifted his head to speak again. It wasn't about the selfsame topic. A much different one, in fact. When I came to, I only got to see you fighting the 3-leaf genins at the end. The pink-haired girl, the dog kid who yanked my arm out of joint, and the Uchiha. I mean, you took 'em all out by yourself. I nearly felt sorry for the dog kid too, after I saw how you broke his leg. And after what I saw how you punched the girl. I don't think I'd ever want to piss you off. Get to the point, Anna chided. Everyone got done in, and you collapsed. I realized that I was the only person still conscious, and I could have easily just found the scroll and make off with it. Hell, I even found the blasted thing. But the oddseal's as big as us. I could probably have kicked it and rolled it somewhere, but I turned back to find my brother first, only to find him napping in a ditch. It's the kind of dugout that'd save someone from a fire, Shiri said pointedly, looking at Fu intently. Anna grunted a word of gratitude to her, but it appeared that she wasn't even listening. She heard him, though, but deferred to listen to her other teammate instead. After I pulled him out of the burning forest to somewhere farther from it. I turned back, but when the fire started getting worse, I had to make a choice. I either had to try to find some way to get the seal somewhere too, or pull you out of the forest before you got your ass cooked. Fu looked down at herself, then back at Shiri. The scroll isn't here, but I am. Exactly, Anna jumped in. He let the seal burn so he could save you. You gonna tell him, thanks, or what? I want to hear why he did it first. Shiri suddenly became a little bashful, although it suited him none at all. Well, we need 3 members for AF. All team, and I guess you'd be the only person who can carry the scroll. You mean the burnt scroll? It's like you sold a fridge to buy food or vice versa. I'm here and can carry a scroll, but on the other hand, the scroll we needed to pass isn't here and you couldn't manage it anyway. There will be other scrolls. There are 9 left, Shiri mumbled. And all 3 of us need to be together to pass and you're a valuable member? Quote, I know what you're trying to say, Fu interrupted with a small smile gracing her lips. And I think we all hate each other a little less now. Let's go get another scroll, Team Fu. Team Fu, Shiri asked in incredulity. Not on your fucking life. Worth a try, SSU. But Shiri, thanks for saving it. Let's go. At this, they flitted off into the trees, knowing they were being watched by a few Junins who were working on containing the fire. So that's Team Taki, huh? They're the ones who started this fire? One asked the other, receiving a no from his counterpart. He asked him why he thought so. Probably the Uchiha kid. You know how the Uchihas can get wily with their fire techniques. They used to. Now, they're pushing up daisies. But what should we do about him and his team? Just leave them be? They look like they just tangled with a Junin with fucking rocks for fists. If it was an Iwa team, Kami forbid, or even a Suna team, would you help them? No, the Junin admitted. The other Junin nodded. There's your answer. We've got to be partial, and we're only here to make sure this fire doesn't burn the whole forest down. If Hat arsonist Brad didn't do this in the first place, we wouldn't even be here. So even if he was bleeding out from the chest, don't even spit in his direction. It's his exam, and if he can't pass his own Chunin exam like even we clanless ninjas did, then that's his problem. Now keep forming that mud wall. The rest of their first day was fraught with fighting, and the night was filled with chills undeterred due to the lack of a fire. Hinata had suggested that they build a fire, but Shino decided against it, as the warmth it could offer would only light them up as a beacon in the dark surroundings. Naruto disagreed, telling him that they were already a beacon to begin with. Sure, they had their disagreements, but they usually reached a compromise. For the first time, Hinata and Naruto slept together, in spoons fashion. No less, in order to preserve warmth. Naruto would have said that he enjoyed the experience, but he's so deep in slumber that he couldn't even remember a few of the details. While it was warm being against him, however, the Hyuga didn't get that much sleep that night. No surprise, her lack of sleep was affecting her performance in the few battles they were unable to avoid, and due to this, Shino couldn't argue anymore versus the fire. Ironically, and expectedly, Hinata quoted his reasons why they shouldn't and opted that she sleep next to Naruto for yet another night. Shino came out in the open about how they felt to one another, and it was messing with the team's dynamic and their level of operation. He was rather severe in chastising them about it. In fact, he even went to the point that he was willing to share body heat with her if she wasn't sleeping next to Naruto merely for romantic reasons, and it came as no surprise when she refused. In fact, much to her delight, Naruto actually got jealous and possessive, and told Shino, very nicely, to fuck off. And that was how it came to the beginning of the second night. A riled Uzumaki, a somewhat pleased Hyuga who rested beside him, and a disgruntled Aburame who was standing before them both, wondering if they were allowing their hormones to get the better of them. In hindsight, perhaps they would have just built a fire the previous night instead of allowing things to develop to this point, he mused. But what could he do? His powers of reasoning stood little chance against the one who actually carried the seal. Much less the both of them combined. But to do nothing would be to allow them to get away with anything they wanted. What if he left the cave they were in to keep watch, only to Mind that they allowed their hormones to get the best of them. He'd read enough books to know that the notion wasn't that far-fetched. Overall, he reasoned that they were doing well. The odd seals and racking seals were a bit odd in their means of navigation, and it was a little difficult to pinpoint where the objective was, especially when the odd seal was moving. Quite a few times when they were moving, they'd actually taken a few teams by surprise. It helped to have tracking insects and the Byakugan on their side, sure, but it still meant that Naruto had to sit out a large portion of fights and leave it up to his teammates. He'd be the one to carry the seal, and they were his guards. But now, it was a danger of having one of the said guards being deprived of proper sleep. To be completely rested was a luxury they didn't have, sure, but to squander the hours she got was utter foolishness of the highest degree. It was apparent when she nearly didn't dodge a kunai properly and incurred a cut close to a vein her arm. All is a matter of dulled reflexes due to lethargy. Didn't Naruto have his concerns about this? No, he, while still exploring his own growing feelings, was starting to age. His usually heightened judgment clouded. Shino sighed. He was going to have to do something incredibly risky and incredibly stupid. He hoped that they wouldn't take it the wrong way. There were 3 bedrolls in the cave. Courtesy of the Uzumaki, he'd carried them in sealing scrolls with him, and they each had a bedroll to call their own. Shino's was by itself in a corner, but both Naruto's and Hinata's were pushed up together. Shino felt his eyebrow tick as he noticed that it was pushed up even closer than it had been the day before, and stared intensely at the couple lying atop it. Even as he looked on, Naruto was sound asleep, and although Hinata's eyes were closed, it was clear that she wasn't asleep, as her breathing rate wasn't as slow as would have been expected. Not mention the fact that she would have fit right in at a tomato patch. With a groan of abandon, Shino got his bedroll and spread it out beside Naruto's. Without further ado, he lied down as close as he would dare behind the Uzumaki and allowed his arm to drape over Naruto's. Now it was a matter of waiting. Deeper on the inside, Kurama cracked open one eye as he sensed that something had changed. Using Naruto's sense as touch, he realized that the Aburame, for all intents and purposes, was practically spooning the Uzumaki and was about to roar in indignation, before he realized what the lad was up to. With a mischievous grin, he urged his container awake to see how it would play out, and it wasn't too long before Naruto woke up. Huh? Whose arm is this? What the Shino? Naruto shouted in alarm as he recognized the teen's sleeved arm. Leaping out of his bedroll, his ruckus shattered the attempts of Hinata's slumber as he lost his mind in ire, annoyance, anger, and confusion. What the fuck are you doing? Naruto yelled at the teen lying on the bedroll, pretending as if he knew not what he had done. I was cold and I was of the impression that you had heat to spare, Shino said in his monotone. The fuck? Are you out of your mind? Naruto bellowed. I don't swing that way. Neither do I. This wasn't even platonic. I merely lied down beside you for warmth, as did Hinata. Is there a problem? Of course I've got a problem, and you've got bigger problems. Mental ones. Shino didn't bother to fall for the insult, but he did get up and glared at both Naruto and Hinata from behind his shades. If you cannot fathom what I did was out of a want and achieved while maintaining professionalism, then it makes you a hypocrite, and it clearly shows that you're both sleeping in such promiscuity just because you're in a relationship. So what if we are? Hinata argued. I thought you were all right with it. I am, but not in times like these when it interferes with our dynamic. Tonight isn't even remotely cold, yet you wanted to sleep beside Naruto again. You know that you're not sleeping properly, yet you insist. Neither Hinata nor Naruto responded, and Shino went on. You got cut by a kunai today that you could have easily avoided, and it was purely out of luck why you didn't incur it in a nearby blood vessel. You would have bled out, and in case you haven't noticed, there isn't a doctor around for miles. Why? This forest spans miles in diameter, and we wouldn't even know which would be the best direction to go in. This is the forest of death, in case you've forgotten, and you shouldn't be taking these unnecessary chances when the forest itself is combatant, not to mention the hundreds more that populate it because of the exams. But I don't care, the Aburame said sternly. If you can honestly sleep beside him without the intentions of satisfying whatever suggestions your hormones tell you, then fine. Fuck, if you want, he stated uncharacteristically, but I will not have anyone on this team committing any sort of actions that pose risks. You're not in your bed at home. You're in a musty cave, surrounded by hundreds of people after us and will kill us to get the objective. If that's not enough, if you fail to perform properly in combat, I need to remind you that it's usually the both of us against a full team of 3. What do you believe would happen if you're further sleep-deprived? Quote, Hinata had the decency to look ashamed. Anyo, I'd get injured or worse. Exactly. And when you're down, who do you think they'd go after? Naruto, that's who. So for your sake and his, get your emotional shit together and control yourselves until you're off times. And who made you leader? Naruto couldn't help but demand. When our democratic leader steps down in standards, I step up. I wish you both good night, but that's not going to happen because my insects just informed me that an AIM team is close by. They were probably attracted by your shouts. I blame this on you, Shino. Naruto grumbled. I blame this on Hinata, Shino replied. Hinata smiled, and I blame this on Naruto-kun because he's such a good heat. Too much information, Shino interrupted. But now that we're equal because of the blame, get ready for a fight. Leave the scroll here, and each person fights their target quietly. We don't want to attract anyone else here. The Crumb didn't even last a full minute as each ninja was picked off quietly by a member of Team 8. But Shino considered the fight, however small it was, a tiny price to pay to see his team behaving responsibly for once. Though they did return to sleeping in spoons again that night, he made no objections when he saw that Hinata was sound asleep. She wasn't sleeping anymore for her sake, but mostly for Naruto's own. After all, she and Shino were his guards, and it would be well to do if she was a strong one. Strong for him. It was now the morning of the 3rd day. As was her routine, Haku rose at the crack of dawn, prepared a pot of tea and had some breakfast. Somewhere along the line for the past few days, she'd have to step over a sleeping member of the tenacious 13 who snoozed in her path. She'd long accepted that there were 13 of these members, but she couldn't accept that they all wanted to stay in Naruto's house. At least I still have the privacy of my own room, she thought in relief. Good morning, Haku. Psychosis hailed cheerily as he attacked the remains of the breakfast still left in the pot. She glared at him icily, but his demeanor didn't change. I want all of you out. Today. Nope. Besides, if we traipse out, we might get caught by the Konoha ninjas running about. They already searched here before we came, so it's totally safe. We try to stay out of your way. Narbare chanced a look aside and noticed one of his fellow brethren knocked out with alcohol-induced sleep, right against the refrigerator. Judging by the many sake bottles around him, Narmazu'd been drinking as if it was going out of style. Even more embarrassing, Hyena the scavenger summon was sleeping on his chest with her backside in his face, and he was practically getting a whiff every time he inhaled. Psychosis' sweat dropped. All right. We mostly stay out of your way. That's still a pass. Besides, you know who we are. I know what you all are, but that doesn't mean that you have the right to be here. We're his brothers. You may claim so, but we've all been played for fools for too long. You're all the same age, you have the same main characteristics, you even clothe yourselves the same. Despite bleeding blood, I know that you're all clones. My only disappointment is that it took me so long to realize it, given your differing functions and your outrageous prolonged existence. We need sustenance, have the same inclinations, the same mannerisms, but the blood we bleed is his, the torture clone said in agreement. So that essentially makes us brothers. Haku shook her head. Even if I were inclined to agree, it is not my main concern. I only serve my master and whomever he sees fit. He made no mention of the lot of you, and as such, I don't have to entertain your presence in his house. Holding up her hand, she formed a threatening-looking blade of ice, making torture clone blanch under his mask. In a hurry, he took it off, purposely revealing Hi's face, which was almost identical to Naruto's save for a lone scar. Hey, I'm basically him, and would you really hurt your master? No, I wouldn't, but you're not him. She memorized his features, even down to the small scar over his eyebrow. It was with interest, however, when she saw that his hair was longer and spikier, and his golden bangs were almost to his ears. She noted that while his hair was a lot less manageable than Naruto's, who cropped his, Narbare looked a lot like a certain head on a monument. The Hokage monument. It had been riding her brain for days. On the kitchen table, there were two pictures, one of both the Yondaime's head on the monument and the other of her master. She'd long come to think that the monument was the answer to the riddle posed by Naruto's strange subconscious actions. But this was just icing on the cake. Of course, she realized that in order to be a Jinchuriki, he would have had been related to someone important in the village to guarantee loyalty to it. such was the usual practice. But Haku would never have thought that he was related to the fourth fire shadow of the village hidden in the leaves. She allowed her eyes to dissipate as she went back to the kitchen and sat down, picking up the 2 pictures whilst taking another sip of her tea. I need no other confirmation. My master is the son of the Yondaime Hokage. I've always liked how sharp you are, Psychosis commented, and I agree with your theory. But it doesn't make any sense. Boss lived like a pauper and treated even worse than dirt, not at all like kin to a man like that. Furthermore, if he was the Yondaime's son, why hasn't he inherited anything from him? And why has no one told him about his lineage? I do not know, Haku admitted, and it is rather strange. But I intend to talk to the Hokage about it today. The logic does not follow, and surely Naruto-sama isn't so dense that he couldn't see it for himself. He's thought about it, about how he looks like the Yondaime. But there's no logic why no one's told him why, or if he actually is. But there's this fella that me and the rest of us have been trying to take down. We only know him as IU. We even have reason to believe that he's actually in the village right now. Narsensa said that he's tracked him here, and it's the main reason we're here. This guy said that he knows who Boss's parents are, and he's insinuated that Kurama killed them. But when Boss asked Kurama if he knew who his parents were, the Kyuubi said that he didn't know, but he was sure that the fella was who killed his parents. And he's why he ended up sealed in him. Something doesn't quite add up. One says the other did it, and the other says that the one did it. Can't say we're not partial to Kurama, though. Haku's eyes narrowed. Someone's lying. One of the 2 killed Naruto's parents, but if one thing's certain, it's that they both know Master's parents. But that's a matter for another time. I strongly believe that there is enough proof that Naruto-sama's father is the Yondaime. The actions following his coma were inherent from something from him, not to mention his close resemblance. She used a pencil and drew whisker lines on the picture of Minato's head on the monument, and compared it to Naruto's own picture. There's also the practice of having jinchurikis made using children of important blood. There is no mistake. Perhaps this is a sort of way or even a test for Master to pass in order to claim some sort of birthright. You can't go to the Hokage with that. He doesn't have to admit anything to you, even if you're right. Besides, you're not native to the village, and you could be overstepping boundaries if you even imply that he's kept Naruto in the dark about certain things. It's basica, LLY, like a criminal accusing a noble of murder. You don't have any rights, and he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, without a need to explain why. If not me, then who? If not now, then when? The ice user asked rhetorically. Being the cage isn't simply to be the strongest in the village, but he should have some degree of integrity. If he didn't tell Naruto anything, then I would be you. Afraid to tell him that he has no integrity at all. Psychosis nodded. You're brave too, I reckon. You're a real keeper. Haku raised an eyebrow when she heard this. She understood what he meant, but could not grasp why he said it. Your point is, make a move, girl. You're gonna have to step up if you're gonna snag the boss. Narbure declared whilst wagging his eyebrows. You've got some competition, or haven't you realized, you're going to contend with old Fu-chan, Ten-chan, and Hinata-chan. They all feel for him just like you do. Haku felt her face heat just a smidgen but shook her head. It matters little, and I'm only a servant who sold myself to him. Furthermore, Master and Hinata are in a relationship. Are they? The torture clone said it so pointedly that one couldn't help but wonder if the relationship was already established or not. He could see Haku's mind beginning to work, so much so that he could have sworn he saw steam coming out of her ears. Hey, all is fair in love and war. I'm especially rooting for you. So here's an idea. Get a maid outfit, a really skimpy one. Haku got up from her seat so quickly that her chair flew across the kitchen and slammed into the wall far behind her. Make damn sure that you're not here when I get back. None of you. Oh right, for privacy, just you and him? Or is it because you don't like any of us around the house? Haku didn't reply. She doubted she'd be able to answer truthfully, anyway. But seeing the blush on her face was all the answer that Psychosis wanted. Haku headed up the road towards the Hokage Tower, trying not to allow her mind to wander. She had to admit, the so-called craziest member knew how to push all of her buttons, and could only wonder if he was right. She knew something of fetishes, sure, not to mention the fact that the clone was basically an extension of his original. Even if it wasn't something fetish-related, she was sure that Naruto would find her attractive in such an outfit. Stop it, Haku, she whispered to herself fiercely. He's with Hinata, and I have bigger things to worry about. That she did. As she looked around whilst not making it too obvious, she could see ninjas flitting about on the roofs and infrastructure. She could tell that there was hardly any order in their movements. In fact, she could very well guess that they were all searching for something or someone. Huh? She asked softly. I think Master mentioned something about him. He's powerful enough, isn't he? And the others believe that he's in the village? It would explain why the Konoha ninjas are behaving like this, but how do I know that they're not searching for Naruto's brothers instead? It's not as if they have travel documents they all snuck into the V. Yaj only Kami knows how. Haku cast a sideways glance. And how do I know that these ninjas aren't watching me? There were none about that she could see. But she cared little. Finally arriving at the tower, she made her way inside and stomped past the secretary downstairs. In fact, she kept her pace and entered the Hokage's office with little care for her actions. She'd expected to incur the risk of being arrested or worse, but she was honestly surprised to see that no guards came to enforce their rule. Without missing a beat, she walked up to the nearest window and pointed at the Hokage monument. Directly at the Yondaime's likeness. His son looks a lot like him, doesn't he? The Hokage's face was as blank as it could get, and he neglected to say anything at all. What could he say? It was a weary Naruto who woke that morning and picked up his odd seal. It was something of a mix of fatigue, being jaded, and paranoia that kept permeating his body and mind. He was comfortable in his own strengths, but after 3 damn days of having his chakra leached with hardly any time for his coils to regenerate chakra, he was close to his wit's end. Sure, he was like a battery with coils bigger than most. He had the quantity, but that didn't necessarily mean that his chakra replenished quickly. And with its draining, Naruto couldn't help but worry that he'd be caught unawares by some enemy attack when he finally ran out. Or close to running on empty. Maybe we should just torch the odd seal. I'm getting sick and tired of this thing gobbling my chakra, and having to worry about getting attacked when my chakra's hitting new lows. Funny, Shino replied. I never even knew that you could run out of chakra. Seems impossible to me, especially given your tenant. This thing is eating my chakra like a leech. And I only get a sickening feeling if I ask Kurama to recharge me. Like drinking oily water or something. That kind of feeling. Super queasy, Naruto complained. At this point, I can't even tell which is worse, running out of chakra, or getting a recharge with a side effect, only to have this blasted odd seal take that chakra away too. I get the feeling that this test was made for people who have teams with large chakra capacities who can rotate responsibilities, superhuman body strength, or are Jinchurikis. While I'm thankful that you meet at least 1 or 2 of those requirements, it disappoints me. Naruto-kun, we should have been able to bear more of the responsibilities. Forget it, the Aburame chided. Even if you had the chakra to spare, you lack the strength to carry the seal at all. Much less to move around with it. Come to think of it, why's Naruto capable of that? Even in Nami no Kuni, he was able to push down a tree, and a sturdy one at that. I've been training with special weights. Naruto lied through his teeth, although Hinata detected the fib almost immediately. That's why, wishing they wouldn't pry anymore, he started to pick up speed as he ninja dashed. It was something that Hinata found altogether suspicious, but whatever argument she had about it were silenced once she realized that there were more combatants heading towards them. Naruto noticed her sudden apprehension and queried what was wrong. There's a team coming toward us. They seem to be Kumo ninjas. It's just one team, right? You seem worried. You should be. They're the ones you were arguing with at the gate. Shino added as his insects returned to him, relaying new information. If they survived your countermeasures, then it's obvious that they're not inexperienced genins like the ones from the Hidden Rain village. If I may point out, most of the ninjas seem to be here with increased odds of numbers. That is, their village sent many in the pays that a few will eventually make it out at the top, or close to it. A village that seems to have done this, for example, is a Megakure. Rather excessively, I might add. As of last night, we had Enko. Entered a dozen of these teams. A single Kumo team in the exam should warrant some worry. So what are you saying? That this Kumo team are badasses? No sooner had Naruto made this quip did he see Shino's head roll off of his body. Both it and his head tumbling apart into insects that swarmed this Kumo Kunoichi who had tried to kill him. She quickly shunshined away from the team and released electricity from her fingers, forcing Hinata to leap away from Naruto in order to dodge. By the time the final 2 ninjas showed up, both brandishing swords like the first one. The Uzumaki cursed under his breath. Shit, of course they are. Looking around in worry, Naruto made his stand. Shino, Naruto yelled through clenched teeth. It's obvious that I'm gonna have to fight too, you know. Dump it, burn it or defend it. From where he hid, Shino shook his head to himself. Naruto's belly aching about the seal was obviously getting worse if he was willing to dump it to another team just to be rid of it. Wasn't this Naruto, the one who was originally of the notion of never giving up? I ain't giving up, Naruto remarked as if in reply to Shino's unasked question. But there is such a thing as a Pyrrhic victory. It's winning a war, but the losses outweigh the benefits of winning. Naruto heaved off the massive seal out of his grasp and slammed it down to stand it next to him. Speaking louder, he addressed all present, even the Kumo nins who were now apprehensive if he actually dared to destroy the seal. To be frank, I hate this goddamn seal. It sucks my chakra, it's a magnet for Trub. And my arms are sore from having to carry it all the time. You can be sure, he pontificated, that you're gonna feel the same. If I lost this scroll to you three, I'd consider it a win. Whichever happens to this scroll, my benefits compound itself. If I burn it, there's less of a chance that I'll see you in the next phase. If I let you have it, there's a chance that it'll handicap you enough or a mediocre team to kill the lot of you. So we're giving up the seal? Hinata asked as if to no one. Hinata-chan, if you can carry this blasted thing for the next 2 days, I'll fight to protect it. Other than that, it's a big fat, and already, a small spout of flame erupted on his free hand, which he then held close to the odd seal. No, Samui's sword fell into an at-ease position, unlike her riled teammates. We don't want to be targets of the other numerous teams, but it's unavoidable if we want to pass. There won't be a conflict if you hand over the seal, just leave it behind. Naruto could see the sense in this, but before he could oblige, a new team flitted into the area and was just as surprised to see the newcomers as they were to see him. Fu-chan, a HAKI team? Karui slightly stood adjacent to as many people as possible, not wanting to be caught off guard. In her mind, however, she considered the fact that the blonde guy from the Konoha team addressed an enemy, Kunoichi, with familiarity. I smell a trap, Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun? The redhead boggled when she heard the affectionate. I change my mind. No doubt about it. This is a trap. She wasn't the only one thinking something along these lines. Fu's own teammates, at the very least, wrinkled their noses at this. Shino was more than merely surprised, and Omoi was alarmed. Naruto realized that Fu had found him by seeking out the seal, which meant that she had never found one to begin with. Now, with less than half the time left in this segment of the exams, her chances of passing were growing bleaker and bleaker by the hour. To be frank, he wouldn't have minded giving the odd seal to her, but this was a miniature war. Earlier, he'd come close to death due to the hands of people he had more or less grown up with. He'd be lying to himself if he didn't hold Fu in a special place with somewhat growing affections for her as well. He didn't even want to admit it to himself. So what was wrong with giving her team the odd seal? He liked her enough to want to see her pass. Only, she passing would mean that they would eventually fight one another. The exams were horrifying. Friends turned against one another, and put each other to the blade. He hadn't done so yet. He didn't want to, but he knew that he could be forced to. Even now, ever so slightly, he saw her relaxed poise gradually fall into something more Spartan. I get it, she said quietly. Nothing's ever easy. Besides, we agreed to go all out if we fought. Naruto mumbled something about exploding clones and forests, but she ignored it. If you run, I hope you remember that I know where you live. Naruto's sweat dropped at the thought of being the target of a manhunt. He was already pulling out a smoke bomb out of his weapon-en's pouch, but before he could even detonate it, she was already before him. Naruto barely had the presence of mind to allow his body to sinuous in order to negate damage and received a cuff that sent him bodily into the trunk of the tree behind him. Ducking his head a second later, the girl swung a fist that carved out a chunk of the tree, making everyone gawk in surprise. In fact, they would they kept on watching had not Omoi made a remark that pulled their attention as he strained to try to lift the object. Holy shit, this odd seal thing is heavy. Jutsus were announced, weapons were flung, blood was spilled, and curses were bellowed. Everyone was fighting everyone, and there was no order. A person could be fighting a member of another team, only to incur a jutsu from yet another combatant. Above all, Naruto was ready to call it quits, and Fu was determined to be the last one standing triumphantly with everyone else beaten. Or had their legs broken in several places, was Naruto's main thought. I hate having that odd seal around. Just take it. Damn, if you pass this part of the test, we'll probably fight later. Or we'll each get to fight someone who was better than us and beat us. We've got nothing to gain by fighting now. Sidestepping a kick that would rearrange his entire upper torso, Naruto shook his head. Super glad that I never taught you my taijutsu. Don't need it, Mizu Kasukedo. He ducked his head to avoid the cascade of water she spat out but was confused when she formed a handseal regardless. Before he could ask why, his reflex forced him to stoop order to evade a haymaker that would have taken his head off. What the hell? Before he could even gather his bearings to properly react, his reflex went off again, making him backpedal from her attempt at a rolling kick. Right into the water buncheon created from her water jutsu, who grabbed him by the arms and held them behind him. Fu was about to smash him a good one, but in a recount akin to what had occurred in Wave. Naruto's reflex made his chakra pulse from his body violently, destroying the clone and enabling him to avoid the kunoichi's devastating blows. He instantly regretted that it had come to that, as it was the dregs of his chakra that had finally ebbed. Muttering curses, Naruto decided that he'd need to incapacitate her, but before it could come to that, he recalled that it had broken in his fight against Rock Lee. All he had left were kunais, his tanto and his bare hands, the last of which was obviously out of the question. He took out his tanto regardless, and could not even find it in himself to threaten her with it. Why are you fighting me? We've got nothing to gain by fighting each other. Save your energy for the Kumo team, and the two of you can fight it out for the odd seal. You're soft, aren't you? She deadpanned as she began to press on again, throwing out punches as if they were free. I was soft to begin with? He balked as he watched Shino behind her get electrocuted by a Kumo nin. And Hinata getting half blown away from a paper bomb explosion. Strangely enough, no one had picked up the odd seal as yet, and it was something that Naruto appreciated. I get it, you're not weak, alright? You've got nothing to prove by fighting me. You're strong. I know I am. Naruto grew confused at her answer, but he'd long made up his mind. Although he was committed to doing whatever it took to pass this exam and improve on himself, he was still against using a blade on Fu, especially given the fact that she was using her bare hands. If he could easily dodge her blows, then he wouldn't count it as her advantage anyway. To use his own hands would cause her to reduce him to broken glass. But he'd need a blunt weapon to incapacitate her, didn't he? A self-destructive idea came to his mind, and he flipped his tanto in his hand, grasping the blade and holding out the handle to her instead. What are you doing? Beating some sense into you. Fu narrowed her eyes. That's not how sensible people hold a bladed weapon, Naruto-kun. A solid smack from the handle shut her up immediately, but Naruto's palm was already beginning to run red. Your brothers said that you're self-sacrificial, but this is just plain idiocy. About as idiotic as a stubborn girl fighting me for no good reason. Is that how you get your jollies? With raptness, Naruto knocked the handle into her forehead, over the knuckles and wherever else he could inflict the most pain that was temporary. I'm not going to cut up any of my precious people, Fu-chan, he said quietly. By now, blood was dripping freely from his hand, accentuating his point as each drop painted his general area a new color. You're precious to me, and I'd rather hurt myself than you instead. You're too soft, Naruto-kun. That's gonna get you killed. You're gonna be the one to kill me? He asked in disbelief. To his mild surprise, she dropped her fists and settled herself. No, I know that you're too damned nice sometimes. I was mostly wondering how you'd manage if someone you're familiar to wanted to do harm to you. What if someone from your village wanted to steal from you? To hurt you? Even try to kill you? What would you do? But you're not like anyone in the village. He fumed. You nearly killed me just to see if I had the balls to fight someone I'm familiar with. The hell? That makes no sense. At last, the effects of chakra exhaustion caught up with him and he fell onto his ass before her. Before his back could hit the ground, she caught him and set him upright as he leaned against her. Well, I guess I'm completely out of chakra. Haven't hit rock bottom like this since Nami no Kuni. She nodded somewhat in understanding, assuming that he'd been constantly fighting and being drained of his chakra by the odd seal. While she was confused as to why he didn't just request for his inner Biju to replace what he'd lost, she didn't ask. She had bigger issues to confront. Your brothers share your memories. And they told me stories about how you used to go about the village like some sort of damned watchdog. Why would you want to help the villagers if they hate you like dog shit under their heels? Never really understood either, but something always urged me to do something to help, even if I despised the villagers, even the village as a whole. It's not because I want recognition, or because it's some bullcrap like hoping they'd accept me if I did. It just happened, it's kinda like how you guys told me how I ran to the library almost half naked. As aware of it, I guess I liked helping from time to time, but that's it. But why were you trying to test me, huh? I met a team in the exam. It had an Uchiha on it. I think they called him Sasuke. The bastard wanted to kill you and use the exams as a chance to get away with it. I beat his ass and his team down, though. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried to kill me, Naruto remarked with a cough as he watched the cuts in his hand already starting to close little by little. Did he say why? Because you looked like some ninja in Suna that nearly killed them. You dressed alike, had the same weapons. Naruto's eyes widened. What was he doing in Suna? The girl regarded his actions in surprise, but she chose to ignore it. That's your problem to sort out. But it sounds everyone's getting hammered over there. My team isn't exactly strong, she admitted in half shame. Since you don't want to carry the Otseal anymore, why don't you help me and my team to get it? Naruto looked at the Taki Kunoichi in astonishment. First you try to beat me up to test me, and now you want my help? Even if it wasn't just that, I'm leaning on you for support. Doesn't say much about I feel, now does it? I know you've got a feral state. An explosion rocked the area close to where they were, making her trepid. And Kurama can refill your chakra. Just help me. Feral state? Chakra refill? The Jinchuriki mumbled as if he'd been asked to give her a three-eyed dog. With those side effects they give me, I've had more fun getting kicked in the head. Please? For me? Her eyes grew seemingly larger. And Naruto felt more and more sheepish as the thought, puppy dog eyes, kept circling in his brain. He was resolute in resisting it until she kissed him on the lips. This was his first kiss. He realized as his face heated. Of course, he had no idea that he'd been kissed in his sleep in Kimyo Town. But his mind went completely blank, for the first time since his abilities surfaced. Less than 5 seconds. The kiss was hardly passionate, although it was more than a bit chaste, yet the teen was completely rendered senseless. There was no question what would happen as soon as Fu pulled away. Please? Naruto knew life in that second, shooting up to stand as straight as an arrow. Kurama, refill my chakra, but I thought you hated the side effects. Do it, with a small groan to himself. The Kyuubi obliged his jailer's request, sending new strength, vigor and stomach-wrenching queasiness throughout him. Figures boy doesn't even know that he's being manipulated. And if he does, I doubt he cares. Naruto ran his sleeved arm over his mouth, but his nausea still kept rising. Girls are such wonderful, attractive, complicated creatures. So you'll help me? Fu asked brightly. Yes, I will, Fu-chan, Naruto declared, although his mind was, somewhat, processing what would happen if Hinata were to learn of this. Point out who you want me to curb stomp. Yata, Fu cheered, although her tone grew quiet. With a growing blush, she said her piece. Although this raises the question, you like me more than you say you do. You're the one who kissed me, you're a relationship wrecker. I'm that good? Fu asked with pride. Never mind that, let's go fight that Kumo team. In that same instant, Naruto suffered a bout of nausea, sending him to vomit all of the breakfast he didn't eat into a nearby bush. He lost a bit of influence because of this, but she'd expected it due to his claims about side effects. Feeling better now? Nope, and I don't care. With that said, he took off like a shot with his tanto in his hand, already fighting members of the Kumo team with severe prejudice. Fu could only watch as he already started working with an excessive amount of clones he created and slinging jutsus as if they were free. In a short time, they were already being overwhelmed, making Fu go giddy with pleasure as they dashed off in retreat. I think Naruto knows how we stand now. Lucky 7, Fu commented to her Biju. But if I wrecked a relationship between him and Hinata, doesn't that mean he likes me more? That's the way I see it, but what if she hasn't kissed him yet? What if he reacts more to her? Fu didn't exactly want to see things come to that, and truth be told, she was a firm believer that all was fair in love and war. This wasn't just love, it was war, she thought with a grin, and she intended to win.